Soft Wife Life by Tyla Walker.
Chapter 1. Sydney. As much as possible, I let my right-hand man, Tom, handle most of the transactions because it's just plain boring for me. I'd rather go to a casino and gamble, drink liquor, and meet a woman. That's much more fun and exciting. Right now I'm watching as he's having a hard time settling things with his female client. I don't know if he's distracted by her looks or if he still doesn't know how to handle transactions like this. For Christ's sake, he's been with me for so long. Why can't he do just this one thing right? I make my way toward them because I'm getting tired of watching Tom messing things up. This stupid guy can't even handle a woman like her. The client looks hesitant. I even heard her tell him a while ago that she'd give it some time to consider as she has a lot of other options. Basically, she's saying that everything that Tom's saying is not that convincing. Well, I can't let this be a failed deal. I need to step in and talk to her myself. The client sees me walking toward them and is now looking at me intently. I can't blame her. I easily get anyone I want because of my looks alone. "Hi, I'm sorry about him. It's his first day." I lie to cover up Tom's mess. I give him a signal to leave the room, then I sit right next to our client. I lean closer to her and a grin sneaks along my lips. "So, how can I help you?" I tilt my head to scan her, making her fidget in her seat. It takes her a while before she finally answers. At that moment, I knew I got her. About your guns." "Yes?" I say in a low voice, placing my hands on hers and gently brushing it with my thumb. I hear her gasp, making my lips curl up more. We continue talking in that position, and after a few minutes, I'm able to convince her and make her sign a deal with our company. She was impressed with me and showered me with a couple of compliments. Of course, I'm the CEO of Sharpe Guns and Ammo. I don't let a single transaction go to waste. "So is that all, Miss Zoe? Thank you for trusting us," I say, resting my hand on her elbow. "Yes, thank you, Mr. Sharpe. Call me for updates about our deal," she replies, giving me her calling card. "Tom, please escort our beautiful client outside," I call. I give her a wink before he enters and assists her to the exit. After the lady gets out of the mansion, Tom comes back and enters the room again. "Whoa, I don't know if I should be glad or not that you're my boss. You're a professional manipulator." I smirk. "You have a lot of reasons to be glad I'm your boss, Tom," I reply. He shakes his head at me and I ignore him. I toss the calling card that the lady gave me earlier into a glass dome full of different cards from clients like her who are smitten by me. When I've got nothing to do, I randomly pick a card from that bowl and call whoever it is on that card to have some fun. A few hours later, I take a bath and change my clothes. This is what I'm looking forward to every day. Going out and enjoying life. Tom and my henchman will be going with me, so I book a private room and invite a few people to play with. "Ah, finally, this is life," I say as we enter the private room of my favorite casino. From that moment, all we did was have fun and gamble. I'm playing Texas Hold'em with the people I invited, and as usual, I always win. I'm Sydney Sharpe, and I always get what I want. We're now doing another round since they say they want to try and beat me. The dealer opens the last card, the river, and it's an ace of hearts. The other face-up cards are a 3 of spades, a 7 of diamonds, a 4 of hearts, and a king of spades. The only players left are me and this man in front of me. He looks at me, trying to check my reaction. "All in," he says as he pushes all his chips forward. "Call," I reply. I have nothing to lose, even if I don't win this round. We both show our hands. I watch as he opens his cards, and he has a 3 of clubs and a 5 of clubs, giving him a pair, while I have an ace of diamonds and a 6 of clubs, so I have a pair as well, but because my pair is higher. "I win!" "I think you're cheating," he says, looking at me with brows furrowed. "How can you always win?" I snort. "Why do you say so? You're just not good." I smirk at him, and I raise my glass of liquor to tease him. I collect the chips on my side of the table with a grin. Oh, how I love seeing the face of misery and frustration with every person who loses to me. It's a sight to see. "Don't blame me for your incompetency. It's not my fault that you can't beat me," I add. He can't seem to stand it, so he walks out and the room is filled with laughter. We continue to play, gamble, and drink with the hookers in our room. Tom and my henchmen are also having fun playing poker and enjoying the night. I'm drinking my liquor when one of the girls leans her face closer to mine, so we start kissing. This is what I want, to have fun.
Chapter 2. Haley. Everyone is passing by hurriedly. It's a busy day at the emergency room. It's always like this. But the case today is a bit different. Children of ages ranging from 4 to 8 years old were rushed here. They seem to have food poisoning. I am now taking a quick water break at our nurses' station after working double shifts today. "You okay?" asked Christine, one of my friends at the hospital. I look at her and nod while taking a deep breath in and out. "You're working double shifts, right? When will you be off?" "Yeah," I answer and smile at her. "I'll be off in a while. My working hours are done and I'm just resting before heading home." To be honest, I felt like I was losing my breath. So I came to the nurse station after making rounds and aiding my patients' needs. I make rounds frequently during my shifts and check the patients every hour to monitor and see if they need anything and what the progress of their recovery is. There are also times that I help in the emergency room whenever needed. And that's how my work as a nurse usually is. I feel so tired, but I like it this way. I always want to keep myself busy, even though it means that I'm spending more time here in the hospital than in my apartment. Even on my rest days, I'm still working. That's why I usually get nagged by my friends for being hardworking. Sighing, I get up and prepare to leave the station. I can finally go home. Suddenly, a doctor comes over to us and interrupts my departure. "Is there someone here who can stay for another shift? We're badly in need of nurses. The number of children being rushed to the emergency room is increasing and we need a hand." Looking around, I can see that we really do have very few nurses available for the day. "I can work another shift, Doc. The patients need us," I volunteer, nodding. The doctor nods back as he looks at me. "Great, let's go," he says hastily. I see more nurses rushing to the emergency room, and we do the same. Everyone's in a hurry to accommodate and help the patients that are continuously coming in. When we got to the emergency room, I'm shocked to see the situation. Many children lie in hospital beds, crying in agony. It breaks my heart to see them suffer. They're too young. There are still more arriving, and I'm afraid there won't be enough beds for them. I quickly approach one of the children vomiting and assist her. I hand her a glass of water and make her sip a little to avoid dehydration. "Can you tell where you are hurting?" I ask. The child does not respond and continues to groan. One of the doctors approaches us, and he starts assessing the child's symptoms and makes her drink some medicine. I then inject an IV fluid to help alleviate the symptoms and pain she is feeling. Afterward, I run to wash my hands and assist another patient who is continuously vomiting and whimpering in pain. A few hours later, "You look like you'll pass out any minute," Lewis comments after seeing me. He's also one of my friends. He, Christine, and I are close, and I'm happy to have people like them who always have my back. I sit on the empty chair and start massaging my temples. I feel so exhausted. "Yeah, I'll probably pass out in bed later," I reply, chuckling. After a few moments of rest, I get up to gather my belongings and head home. My stomach is aching, but my body hurts more. "I want to eat, but I just want to lay in bed," I murmur to myself. Today is absolutely nerve-wracking. I'm glad we were able to pull it off and respond to the patient's needs. I really hope those children will recover soon. It must have been so hard for them. As I reach my apartment, I can see a man lying on my doorstep. I sigh, realizing that it's my drunkard father. "What are you doing there?" I ask in a low voice. "I'm so tired after today, and I was hoping to have a little rest. But now I need to take care of him." "Come on, Dad, get up," I say as I help him stand up. He's so heavy. When we finally got inside the apartment, I guide him to lie on the sofa. "Dad, I told you not to drink too much." Shaking my head, I go to the bathroom to get a damp towel. I'm used to this. I've been taking care of him since I was 12. Even if he's like this, I still love him so much. Next time, don't drink too much. What if something bad happens to you? I keep talking to him, even though I know he won't respond and is fast asleep. After covering him with a blanket so he won't get cold, I make my way to my room and change my clothes to rest. This is my everyday routine. I lie in my bed and look at the ceiling, my thoughts getting louder in my head. I only have 3 hours until my next shift, but here I am, eyes wide open. But I'll survive. I'm used to living like this. I wear out my body from working, taking care of my father, and resting for a bit before working again. I've worked so hard my entire life. I'm already 28 years old, but I've never felt free or experienced what people my age do. I'm just stuck with my usual routine. Maybe my story is just starting. I smile at the thought. Someday, I know that my story will be great and I'll have my happy ending.
Chapter 3. Sydney. It was supposed to be my rest day, but instead of staying in my room, I'm here outside in my target shooting range. It's just a couple of feet away from our mansion since we have a huge land. The distance is enough for the gunshots not to be too loud for the people at the mansion. As I look above me, I can see the clear sky and feel the wind blowing. I'm surrounded by trees and can hear the birds chirping. The place is peaceful and perfect for training since I can focus better. There are 3 wooden shooting targets a few meters away from me. Beside me is a table where I put my guns and bullets for reloading. I'm wearing my combat boots and tight black pants paired with a plain white t-shirt. There's no one around, so there'll be no need to dress up. I'm not even wearing my protective glasses and ear protection. I'm alone here. No one's near me and no one can bother me. As I've mentioned, my surroundings are peaceful, but my mind's in chaos. All thoughts about him. I start to shoot at the targets in front of me. I pour out all of my anger and frustrations at the targets, picturing that man is the one I'm shooting. I somehow feel good imagining that he's being hit and begging for his life. I continue to shoot until I'm out of bullets. I lean on the table as I feel all my energy being drained. My breathing's heavy and sweat is dripping from my forehead. "Sid," Mrs. Fletcher pipes in, "take a break and eat some snacks. You'll wear out your body if you don't," she says. She is our family housekeeper, and she has been taking care of me ever since I came into this world. I turn to look at her and nod. "Yes, I'll rest." She looks at me with concerned eyes before she puts the tray of juice and a slice of cake on the table near me and leaves the shooting range. I decide to sit down for a while as I catch my breath and calm my nerves. I'm now feeling tired from shooting out of frustration. It's him. It's always him ruining everything. It's him fueling every ounce of rage within me. My blood boils once again as I remember why I ended up here instead of resting in my room. I was watching television while lying in bed. It was quite peaceful until I decided to pick up the remote and change the channel to watch the news. I wondered what was happening in this mad world. That was why I did that. But I wished I hadn't. Right after I switched to the news channel, the face of the man who caused my father's death flashed on the screen. "Leroy Michaels," I mumbled. A grin plastered on his face as reporters crowd in front of him. He was my father's best friend until he decided to become his enemy. They had been the best of friends since God knows when. My father, Henry, had started from scratch and worked hard to reach where we were now. It was a typical story of a man who had gone from rags to riches, and it made Leroy feel like he lost, like he had been left behind. But that wasn't the truth. Leroy was the successful one, even before my father had become successful himself, yet Leroy did not even bother to help him. He was selfish. All he thought about was his welfare. He had forgotten about my father at that time. That was why my father did everything just so we could live a good life. Life really had its own way of showing people what fairness was. As my father became successful, Leroy ended up losing everything, but my father still considered him his best friend and helped him. Yet Leroy took his good deeds in a bad way. He thought my father was being arrogant and was helping him just to show off. So he stole my father's ex-girlfriend, and it devastated my father. Leroy took advantage of my father's kindness. Seeing the woman he loved in the arms of another man, his best friend, Leroy did everything to make my father's business crumble. He did all the dirty and horrible things just to see my father's downfall. But my father was one tough guy. He had been through so much that no one could make him fall on his knees. He remained unmoved and continued his life with us. He never blamed Leroy or held a grudge against him, despite all the things he'd done. My father was a good guy. One day he died. They said it was because of a heart attack, but I refused to believe that. I refused to acknowledge that my father died that way, and so suddenly. Someone killed him, someone caused it to happen, and I was sure it was Leroy, and it was him, it could only be him, and he killed my father. He was the reason why my father died. It was all because of his dirty acts and evil doings. Sydney, hey! I snapped back to reality when Tom tapped me. I have been spacing out from remembering all the resentment I feel toward that man. At the same time, my heart aches in memory of my late father. Are you okay? I've been calling you a few times, but you're just staring at nowhere. Sorry, what is it? I ask. What is our plan this afternoon? Should we visit the company? He replies. Nothing. I reload my gun and aim for the target. I'll be practicing for today. He nods at me. Okay, I'll leave you be for now. I don't respond and start shooting at my target, picturing Leroy's face again in front of me. It fuels my anger, helping me not miss a single shot. After a few moments, I feel Tom leave the area. My mind and body are burning with one goal in my mind, to bring Leroy down. I'll avenge my father's death. My father may have been a good guy, but his son is not. Just wait, Leroy. Wait until you have a taste of my wrath.
Chapter 4. Haley. I can feel the sunlight beaming on my face. I slowly open my eyes and look out the window. It's already morning, and I have to go to work again. My body feels quite heavy. I'm still tired and groggy from what happened yesterday. I can't seem to get out of bed, so I remain lying down and stare at the ceiling for a while. I want to sleep more, but I know I can't. I really have to go to work. 5 more minutes. I mumble to myself. Sleeping for less than 3 hours feels like just 10 minutes. I'm used to not getting much sleep, but my body just feels a little more tired today. I don't have problems with my work, getting tired, and having little to no sleep. I enjoy it, and that's why I always aim to do my best every day. I won't last a day in this field. If this is not something I really love to do, I'm so happy that I became a nurse and get to help people. I've always been committed to ensuring and prioritizing other people's welfare before mine. And that's what I think a nurse should do. After a quick staring contest with my ceiling, I walk out of my room and head toward the bathroom. I pass by my father, who's still sleeping on the sofa. Sighing, I turn in the direction of the kitchen. I'll cook him some soup to help with his hangover later when he wakes up. After cooking, I place it on the table for him to eat and leave a note. Eat this, Dad. I love you. I look at our wall clock and am shocked to see the time, so I hurriedly go to the bathroom. Finish my shower quickly. because I don't want to be late for my shift and change into my scrubs right away. I grab my belongings, and as I step out, I glance at my father before closing the door and heading to the hospital. It's just a few meters away from my apartment, so I always walk to work. I like it because I can save money on transportation fees. Minutes of walking have passed, and I'm now at the hospital. The personnel greets me with a warm smile as I walk inside. "Hello, good morning," I greet back. I make my way toward the nurse's station, and the moment I step inside, Christine grabs my hand and gives me coffee. "Here, drink this," she says, then walks back to her seat. "Thank you, Christine," I reply as I walk over to my seat. "This too. Eat." I turn my head to Louie, who's given me a sandwich. My lips curl into a smile. I'm really lucky to have friends like them. "Thanks, Louis. I appreciate you both." I happily sip the coffee and take a bite of the sandwich. I close my eyes as I swallow, my stomach finally satisfied after a long time. I haven't eaten since yesterday because I was so tired from my shift and volunteer work at the emergency room, plus taking care of my father. I went straight to bed after settling him. I feel the warmth of coffee and smell its aroma. Gosh, I'm so hungry. Thank God I have Louis and Christine in my life. "I figured you'd come here on an empty stomach," Louis says, as I savor the sandwich and coffee they've brought me. "How many times do I have to tell you that you should take care of yourself too, huh? Haley Luna?" Christine stared at me. She's now standing to nag at me for being selfless. My heart warms at their worried faces, and I let out a little laugh. "I'm sorry. I just didn't have time to eat yesterday. It was too busy at the emergency room." "And when you got home, you still don't have time for yourself?" she asks, placing her hands on her waist and looking at me with those fierce eyes. "Yeah. And why did you volunteer for that yesterday when you just had a double shift?" Louis pipes in. I walk toward Christine and hug her from the side, placing my hand on her waist. "I love you guys," I say, looking at Christine and Louis. "Don't worry, I'm fine, okay? I just had to take care of my father last night and went straight to my bed." I turn to look at Louis, still hugging Christine, and the doctors at the emergency room ask for help. I can't say no when there are patients who need me. Whatever. She rolls her eyes at me and hugs me back. "Just please, please, Haley, take care of yourself too. You're always putting other people before your welfare." Okay, I know," I assure her. Louis snorts. "And then we're going to see you again, taking good care of others while neglecting yourself?" I chuckle at what he said. "Hey guys, stop it already, okay? I promise I'll take care of myself." "Whatever you say, Haley," he answers. I laugh at them and walk back to my seat to continue my work. They're really making every day special with their nagging at me like a parent. I take a deep breath before grabbing the clipboards that have our patients' records and information. I'm preparing everything I need for my rounds today. All those sleepless nights, body aches, and empty stomachs are nothing compared to the delight my heart and soul feel whenever I'm working and visiting my patients. After preparing, I step out of the station and walk to the first patient I'm visiting. I need to do rounds early in the morning to check on their progress and needs. Their warm smiles always motivate me to work and be better every day. So I'll do my best to help them while they are getting treated and recovering at our hospital. "Hello, good morning." I greet the patient warmly as I open and shut the door.
Chapter 5. Sydney. It's an ordinary day here in the office, except that Leroy still lingers in my mind ever since I saw him on the news. I can't wait to bring him down. "Rachel!" I call for my secretary, who's sitting in her cubicle here in my office. She looks up at me and immediately stands up from her seat. "Yes, Mr. Sharpe? What is my schedule for today and tomorrow?" I ask. "I'm planning to go out today and do something important." She is scanning the clipboard in her hands. You have no important schedule for today, but you have a meeting tomorrow morning with one of our clients. In the afternoon, you'll be checking our new gun and ammo supply, and we'll be signing a few contracts." I'm holding my chin as I nod to everything she's saying. "Okay. I want you to move all my meetings and appointments to next Friday. I have something urgent to do today, and I will not be able to attend to it tomorrow." She looks at me and nods hesitantly. "Oh, and tell Tom to come here," I continue. A few moments later, the door clicks open and shut. "Sydney, I was told you're asking for me," Tom says as he approaches my table. "Ah, yes, tell everyone to get ready. We'll be going to the casino, ASAP." "Is this the urgent thing you were saying, Mr. Sharpe?" Rachel chimes in. I nod while looking at my phone, and then there is silence. I look up at them and see Rachel and Tom staring at me, then glancing at each other and back at me. They look like they are about to say something, to show protest maybe. "No more questions, let's go," I interject, before they can even utter a word. She shakes her head and proceeds to make phone calls and reschedule all my meetings and appointments. She disagrees with my urgent request, but still follows my instructions. Tom leads me out of the company into the car together with my henchman. I can now feel the excitement in my stomach. That's right, the casino is more important than those meetings. For now, I need to have some fun. A few hours later, there are girls everywhere and unlimited booze. I make my way to the counter and grab a drink when someone approaches me. "Hey," she says. I smirk at her and grab her waist with my free hand. "Hey, what's a beautiful girl like you doing here?" I whisper, pressing my lips softly onto her ears. I continue to flirt and do my thing with her. After a while, I decide to sit down at one of the tables and play poker. My laugh fills the whole place every time I get the chance to make fun of my opponents and make them realize who's the boss here. Having the time of my life, I drink my heart while I continue on my gambling spree. This is how I change into a different person. I'm loud, funny, wild, and a total weirdo whenever I'm doing my thing. Playing poker with the people here is fun. I get to see their disappointed faces and feel their frustrations. Who wouldn't? I always win. A man in his 50s caught my attention. He's getting quite popular at the other table because he always wins as well. Interesting. I order one of my henchmen to check on him and tell me everything he'll see and hear. I'm curious about him. I'm not fond of sharing spotlights, and he's the one they have been talking about because he keeps winning, just like me. In a few minutes, my henchman is back at our table. The man's name is Heraldo. He's so good and very lucky. He keeps winning and raising the bet on their table, he whispers. I lift my brows while nodding. "Let's see if he's luckier than me," I answer. "Invite him to a private room with us. I want to play with him." "A friendly game will be fine, right?" Heraldo enters the room confidently, dressed in long black sleeves and pants with black shoes. He accepted my invitation. He seems like he's so sure he's going to win against me. We skip beating around the bush and start playing Texas Hold'em the moment he takes his seat. We take turns raising the bet until we're on to the last card, the river. There's now a 9 of spades, a 10 of spades, a 7 of diamonds, a jack of spades, and an ace of hearts on the deck. My hands are a 7 of hearts and an ace of clubs, giving me 2 pairs. I smirk at him as I drink my liquor and wait for him to show his hand. I look, and my brows furrow after seeing his cards. "This can't be," I mumble to myself. He has a straight flush since he has a queen and a king of spades. "I win," he says, grinning at me. Everyone in the room yells frustratedly except me, who laughs in amusement and keeps on drinking. He just got lucky because I'm so drunk right now and my head's getting heavy. I smile at the thought and am about to shake his hand and accept defeat. "Sydney." One of my henchmen snaps me out of my reverie. "He cheated." Before showing his hand, I saw him pull out a card discreetly from his sleeves and insert back his actual card to hide it, he says in a low voice behind me. Due to what I heard, I grit my teeth and clench my fists. From a drunkard state, I suddenly became a raging wolf. Hearing that he cheated to win makes my blood boil. I was willing to give him the money I lost and go home, but after knowing about his dirty trick to win, I won't. Did this stranger just belittle me and think he can trick me so easily? I hate it the most when people make me a fool and take advantage of me. Take him, I say to my men in a low, cold tone. You will not get away with this, Heraldo. I will make you pay. No one gets away after angering Sidney Sharpe.
Chapter 6. Haley. Your shift's over, right? I turn to look at Christine, standing behind me as I tidy my table and prepare to go home. Yep, you too? Let's go out together. Uh-huh, you're definitely going with me. Let's go to the resto near here, she says. Huh? Ah, I thought you were heading home too. Sorry, I can't go. Maybe next time, I grab my things and am about to step out of our station when Christine grabs me and I almost stumble. What? I ask. It was a statement, not a question. You're going with me, she insists while raising her eyebrows at me. Come on, Haley, you need to have some fun. My shift finished early, and I was finally looking forward to going home and having some rest now that I have the extra time. I also want to check on my dad. He was so drunk last night. I'm about to protest when Louis enters the nurse's station. What are you guys talking about, huh? He asks, heading to his seat. Perfect. Louis is here. You're off too, right? I ask, looking at him and then at Christine. Maybe you can go with Christine to the resto. That sounds great, he replies and starts grabbing his things. My face lights up and I start walking out of the room. Have fun, you guys. What are you talking about? He asks, making me stop from where I'm standing. You're going with us. It's been a while since the three of us went out to have some fun, he continues. Let's go to the resto, Christine chimes in, putting her arms on our shoulders and leading us all the way out and toward the resto. In the end, I decide to just go with them and be dragged by Christine. My dad will be fine on his own, right? I'll just grab some dinner for him before I go home. I'm sure he'll be hungry. Christine and Louie's laughs and chatter can be heard in the street. They're so loud. I just walk along with them and watch them talking excitedly. They used to always go to this resto and have a drink, and they sometimes bring me with them, but it's not really my thing. I let them be since I also find it fun to watch people being happy. The first thing we notice as we walk inside is people singing and having fun at the karaoke. Everyone is having a good time. We spot a vacant table and decide to sit there. Everyone here seems so free. People are dancing and singing, and laughter can be heard all over the place. What do you guys want to eat? Louis asks as we settle into our seats. After Christine and I tell him what we want, he heads to the counter to get us food. He comes back to our table a few minutes later. He brings a plate of sweet and sour chicken wings, a salad for me, and some drinks. I'm delighted by the smell of our food and suddenly feel my stomach growling. I'm starving. After finishing my salad and having some chicken wings, Christine grabs me to stand up and Louis follows. We do karaoke, and I try to keep our balance since their drinks might spill. I stop drinking because I don't want to get drunk. I leave it to the two of them to drink all the alcoholic beverages on our table. Some men try to talk to me and get my number, but I shrug them off. They look so drunk, and I don't want to get involved with people like them. I sing and dance with Christine and Louis until I feel tired of standing. So I decide to rest. I'll sit at our table. My feet are hurting, I say to them. They nod and go back to singing and dancing with the other people who are also at the resto. It's fun to watch them. They're very different from how they are inside the hospital. As I start to feel weary, I glance at my watch to check the time. It's already past 11 p.m. I should go home now. I walk toward Christine and Louis to bid them goodbye. It's so hard to get near them because there's a crowd of people dancing and singing with them. Hey guys, I'll be going home first, okay? I say to them, slightly raising my voice. What? They ask in unison. The music is quite loud for them to hear me. Sorry, we can't hear you, Christine shouts for me to hear her clearly while pointing to her ears and the speakers. I lean my face closer to Christine's ear and say a little bit louder, I said, I'll be going home first. I point the way out of the resto. It's getting late. We still have work tomorrow. She nods at me and whispers to Louis what I just said. We'll stay for a bit. Take care, okay? Call me when you get home, she says and kisses me on the cheek. Be careful on your way home, Haley. Louis pipes in, and I nod at him. I order some food at the counter to bring back for my father. I'm not sure if he's eaten already, but I might as well have something for him. I take the path leading to my apartment. My eyes feel heavy, and I want to have some sleep. Reaching my apartment, I open and shut the door. The house is empty, and the lights are off. My father's not here? I look around to see if he's really not around or just sleeping in some corner of the apartment, but I don't see him. Where is he? I know he goes out to drink and gamble, but he always comes back home no matter how late it is. I'm starting to worry, but then I realize that maybe he's still having fun somewhere. I'm sure he can handle himself. He'll call if something happens. I shrug my shoulders and begin putting the food I ordered in the refrigerator. I'm feeling sticky and decide to take a quick shower before going to bed and dozing off.
Chapter 7. Sydney. I thought it would be just another fun game. I just wanted to see for myself how lucky he is and who would win between us two, but it turns out that he was cheating. He's just taking advantage of the people he's playing with, of their situation, and then he attacks. I watch as my men beat up Heraldo until he loses consciousness. I will not let this pass. Everything here is now a mess. The cards and chips are scattered on the ground, and there are broken glass and chairs. He was able to resist at first, but since he's alone, he doesn't stand a chance against us. The hookers have already gone out screaming in fear. I massage my temples out of frustration. I don't want this to get out of hand. Enough, I command after seeing him fall to the ground. Bring him to the mansion and lock him up in the storage room. A few hours later, the situation is more surreal. Shaking my head, I avoid the question. I want to take a shower. She just looks at me as I walk away. She never questions my personal business. She just lets me be, so I head to my room and remove my clothes to take a quick shower. I still feel angry whenever I remember what happened earlier. That stupid Heraldo, I mumble. After a few minutes, I get out of the bathroom and change into a plain black shirt paired with black pants. I head to our storage room, and I can feel the gush of anger rising in me. When I reach the room, I open the door and slam it shut. The man who tried to take my money and fool me is lying on the floor. My blood boils at the sight of his face. People of this kind should be punished, so they'll learn their lesson. So, Heraldo, I start as I approach him, do you now realize what you got yourself into? He doesn't answer and continues to groan. I'm a very reasonable man, Heraldo, but I hate it the most when people are taking advantage of others. I continue in a low, cold tone. Since when have you been doing this? I ask, but I still can't get a response from him. Sighing, I sit down in front of him and grab his face. I can feel my stomach twisting with anger and irritation at the way he is staying silent. Why did you do it? I ask, tightening my grip on his face. Why did you fool a lot of people, including me, and take their money? I'm now all sobered up because of rage. "Answer!" I hiss at him, but he still doesn't give me a response. I stand up and walk toward the table where our guns are placed. I grab one gun and start loading it while looking at his miserable state. My henchmen tie Heraldo's hands up on the ceiling, and now he's in a good position for some beating. I really hate people like him, and that's why I won't let him get away. He chose the wrong person to mess with. I'm getting tired just watching him, so I sit on a chair across from him. I look at his injuries, and he has a few bruises on his face. He won't die from them yet. They just gave him a little beating as a warm welcome to our place. I'm sorry, he mumbles between his groans. I didn't mean to. I thought no one will notice, and that it's okay because you look wealthy. That's just coins for you, he continues to explain. I smile as I cross my legs. You thought no one would notice? You thought it would be okay to fool people and steal their money just because they're rich? I chuckle as I close my eyes. I can't believe the audacity of this man. He did admit his wrongdoings, but he couldn't care less because he knows that we have money. Pathetic. I open my eyes and tilt my head. You did all of that for money? Just how greedy are you? I continue, irritation obvious in my tone. I got up from my seat and am now standing in front of him. My eyes are burning with fury, and I can feel my patience running out. I take out my gun from my back pocket and aim it at his head. Wouldn't mind, huh? I ask. So you wouldn't mind if I pulled this trigger on your head, right? I add and place my gun under his chin. Heraldo whimpers. I'm sorry. Please, he pleads. I promise. I wouldn't do it again, please. All right. You should have thought about what would happen to you once you're found cheating. I hiss at him. He closes his eyes, groaning and pleading for me to spare his life. Go to hell, I add, and pull the trigger. Ah, he shouts, and the air grows thick in the room. My gun is empty. I smirk at his reaction. A few moments after that, laughter broke the silence. We all burst out cackling when Heraldo shouts in fear for his life, or so we thought. Bwahaha! He's suddenly laughing with us. He is laughing. That's so funny, he continues. The noise he made earlier is merely an act. He knew all along that the gun I pulled out from my back was empty. Annoyance flows through my body as he continues to mock us. I tilt my head and one of my henchmen starts punching him in the stomach while the other is beating his legs with a metal bat. Ah, stop, he groans. Teach him a lesson, boys. Make sure you'll give him a good beating. Enough for him to beg for his life, I say as I make my way out of the storage room. I'm fuming. I need to cool down a little. I don't want him to have a quick death. Not yet. I'll make him suffer little by little.
Chapter 8. Haley. The sunlight pours in through my window and onto my skin, so I'm now awake even before my alarm rings. That was a good sleep, I say, sitting on my bed and stretching my arms. I had a good time last night and fell asleep easily. I go out of my room and wonder if my dad is already here. I can cook breakfast for us since it's still early. Looking around my apartment, I see no sign of my father. I head to the refrigerator to check if the food is gone. But when I open it, the food is still there, untouched. Where is he? He usually doesn't do this. He always comes home. I'm getting worried about him. I go back to my room and pick up my phone to contact him, but I can't reach him. I try it again and again, but the result is still the same. This won't do. Maybe I should try calling one of his closest friends. I scroll through my phone contacts and dial his number. Thankfully, he picks up the call. Hello, can I please talk to John? I ask. This is Haley, Heraldo's daughter. I introduce when I hear no response from him. Oh, yes, Haley, why did you call? He finally responds. I just want to ask if you're with my father right now. He hasn't been home since last night, and I'm getting worried, I reply. Heraldo? Oh, he's not with me right now. I'm sorry. My shoulders fall after hearing what he said. But we went to the CO casino last night. He probably slept there because he made friends with everybody, and he became quite famous. Don't worry, he'll probably be home later, he continues. I'm nodding as he speaks. Really? That's great. Thank you, I reply. It surprises me that my father became famous and made friends. Sure, anytime, he responds. After hanging up, I let out a long, deep sigh. It's a relief to know that nothing bad happened to him. Now that I know my father's whereabouts, I should go take a shower and head to the hospital. I'm about to go out of my room, but I accidentally brush up the small drawer, and a picture frame falls to the floor. Broken glass scatters, and I startle. Oh gosh. I quickly pick up the picture frame facing the floor to clean up the mess, but I stop when I see whose picture is in it. Dad, I mumble while slowly putting it back on top of the drawer. Walking toward the bathroom, I brush off the thoughts that are starting to invade my mind. I shower quickly, wear my scrubs, and head out of my apartment. I must focus on my work today. Dad will probably be home later. A few hours later, there is still no sign. It's already 7 p.m., and that means that my shift's over. I can now go home. I bid goodbye to Christine and Louie, who are still on their shifts. I'm looking forward to going home and seeing my father. Going back to my apartment, I'm thinking of what dish I should cook for dinner. I want to eat with my father, and I hope he hasn't eaten yet. It doesn't take long for me to reach the apartment, but I suddenly feel odd as I reach the door. As I open and close it, an empty and dark space greets me. He's still not home. Where is he? Why is he still not here? I'm getting worried sick and start walking back and forth inside the apartment. I'm trying to call him again, but he still can't be reached. Because of the thought that something might have happened to my father, I head out. I'll go to the casino where he went last night. Yet no one knows him. No one knows his name. But that's not possible. John said that my dad is famous and has made friends. The bouncers and staff should at least know him. Fear starts to embrace me, and I shiver. Thoughts of something bad happening to my father again pop into my head, and I try to shrug them off. No, maybe he just went with some of his friends. He just forgot to tell me. I keep reassuring myself and calming my nerves. I don't have time to have a meltdown. I need to find my father. I'm about to leave the place when one dealer approaches me and tells me that one of her colleagues might know where my father might be. But that dealer is taking a quick break. I'm feeling a glimpse of hope. I look for that lady dealer and find her at the counter. As I approach her, my heart starts beating fast. Excuse me, I say to call her attention. She looks at me, raises her eyebrows, and waits for me to say something. Yes? One of the dealers here told me that you might know where my father is. His name is Heraldo. Do you perhaps know where he is now, or who's the person he's last seen with? I ask desperately. The lady dealer's eyes suddenly grow big and she looks frightened. She doesn't answer and just turns her back on me. Please, I need to know where my father is, I plead. But the lady dealer just leaves, so I follow her. I continue following her wherever she goes, bugging her until she gives up. A few moments later, she finally turns to look at me. Follow me, she says. My face lights up hearing what she said, and I follow her. She takes me somewhere private, but we're still inside the casino. Your father, she says, looking at me seriously. He was invited by one of our regulars here to play poker in a private room. He has a lot of men around him with guns, and he looks powerful. But after a while, the hookers in their room went out screaming. We're all clueless as to what really happened inside, and all of the girls were threatened and told to shut their mouths. I shiver after hearing everything she said, and my eyes tear up. I can feel my knees losing their strength and my heart pounding so fast. Not to make you sad, but I think your father is dead. Sorry, she adds, leaving me clueless as to where my father is and in tears. I'm speechless and so scared that I'm not able to utter a word and ask her where I can find them.
Chapter 9, Tati Nam Tati, Sydney. Let's see how that bastard is doing now. After waking up and doing my morning routine, I head to the storage room to check if that man is still alive. I'm pretty sure he's been beaten up pretty badly by my men. He deserves it. The maids in the mansion greet me as I walk past them. I just nod because I'm in a hurry. Reaching the storage room, I open and shut the door. Heraldo's bruised and wounded body welcomes me. My lips curl up at the sight of him still hanging on the ceiling. "Well, well, how are you doing, Heraldo?" I ask, smirking at him. One of my men hands me a chair, and I sit, crossing my legs, and look at our guest. I feel no remorse at all. This is what happens to people like him. In fact, I haven't even started yet. This is just a welcome party for him. He looks at me with his eyes tearing up. I'm sorry. Please let me go. I won't do it again." Does he think I'll pity him? "Shut up," I say, walking towards him and slapping him. Just looking at him is enough to make my blood boil. I feel like I can kill right now. I really have no mercy toward people who did me wrong, so he should just accept his fate in my hands. I turn to look for a bat and grab the one being held by one of my henchmen. I start hitting him on the stomach, then on his legs, and finally on his feet. Throwing away the metal bat, I now feel like punching him, and so I do. I punch him and kick him continuously. Please, stop, please," he says, groaning from pain, but that's not enough to stop me. I walk over to the table, grab a gun, and point it at him before pulling the trigger. "I have a daughter, please," he says, pleading in pain. He's now crying, but I don't give a fuck. It boils my blood more to see his pathetic face. Can I speak to her one last time before you kill me? Please," he continues. Hearing that stops me. "A daughter, you say? You have a daughter?" I ask, as an idea pops into my mind, and curiosity rushes into me. "What does she look like? What's her name?" No, please don't do anything to my daughter. Please," he begs in between his groans. I chuckle at his desperate attempt to protect his daughter. "Don't worry, Heraldo," I say, looking at him and tracing the gun I'm holding. "I won't do anything to her. I just want to see what she looks like," I continue, reassuring him with a smile, an evil smile. Now, Heraldo, answer my questions." But his mouth remains shut. "Answer. Me," I say, gritting my teeth. I'm running out of patience, and I might shoot right at him this time if he won't answer me. Haley Luna," he says while tears stream down his face. "Please don't hurt her. Please." My lips curl into a smile, and I nod at him. I look at Tom, who's been at the corner all this time in front of a computer, and he nods at me. A few moments later, he turns the screen of the computer in my direction. And there it shows a picture of a woman, a beautiful one. Like Heraldo, she has dark ebony skin. Her big brown eyes are warm and compassionate, and for some reason, they intrigue me. Her face has a gentle smile, soft and kind. Everything about her exudes a certain perfection, from her flawless complexion to her graceful features. It's hard to believe that she came from this thief. I look back at Heraldo, who's now looking at the computer screen. "Is that her? Your daughter?" He nods weakly, still crying and groaning in pain from his bleeding leg. So this is Haley, No. I'm holding my chin as I smirk at the thought and look back at the screen. Pretty, very pretty. Please, Heraldo mumbles. All right, I'll let you speak to your daughter. His face lights up a little. We'll call her, but you need to turn your video off. Got it? Tom proceeds to get her information and we video call her. A few rings later, she picks up the call. It's on loudspeaker while one of my men is holding the phone near Heraldo's face. Speak, I mouth to him. Haley, it's Dad, he says weakly. Dad, oh God, what happened to you? I'm worried about you. Please go home now, she answers, turning her camera on, but she can't see us. A smirk forms on my lips as I hear her voice and see her face. It feels like an angel is speaking. She's pretty, and her voice is so soft and warm. I'm fine. Are you eating well? I can't go home for a while, okay? He starts to break down and cries again between his whimpers. Her daughter seems to notice the tone of his voice. Dad, what's happening? Are you okay? Dad, where are you now? Please tell me. I slightly raise my hand, making Heraldo look at the gun I'm holding. Dad, are you hurt? I will call the police now if you won't answer me, his daughter continues. I grab the phone from my henchman. Hey there. The other line is now silent. Since you have a pretty face, let me tell you a secret. You can't call the police. Why? Because they're on my side. They wouldn't do anything that's against me. So now, beautiful, will you still call them? Even if Haley tries to call the police right now, they will do nothing. I'm supplying their gear and weapons, so I have power over them. Who are you? What did you do to my father? Tell me! Easy there, beautiful. Your father's still alive. Didn't you talk to him just now? I ask, smirking. Who are you? What do you want? She asks furiously, but I can hear her voice shaking, which makes me bite my lower lip. Do you want to negotiate with me? There's a moment of silence before she speaks again, and she looks terrified. What do you want? We don't have money. What do you want from us? Oh dear, it's not the money I want. I already have tons of it. A grin starts to form on my lips. I want you. Are you willing to take your father's place? No, Haley, don't do it! Heraldo butts in. No, please. What's your decision, Haley? The time's ticking, I ask, ignoring Heraldo. Let go of my father. I'll go with you, she replies weakly. Good choice, I answer and hang up. Heraldo continues to cry in his weakened state. Blood is still gushing out from his wounds and legs. Get him down, I mutter, ordering my henchman. Call for Mrs. Fletcher and get his wounds treated, I continue, turning my back on them and heading out of the storage room. I can't wait to see you, Haley.
Chapter 10. Haley. It's just like any other day for me at work, except that I still have no idea where my father is right now. I'm taking a quick break at the nurse's station when I suddenly feel the urge to pee, so I head to the comfort room. After I finished my business and was about to go back to the station, I received a call. It's a video call. I pick it up hurriedly. My heart is pounding after I hear my father's voice. Dad, oh God, what happened to you? I'm worried about you. Please go home now. I can't see him. His camera's turned off, but mine's not. I can feel my eyes tearing up, and the heavy feeling in my chest fades. But something's wrong. Something feels wrong. When a man interrupts and calls me beautiful, telling me that calling the police will be futile, I confirm my suspicions. Who are you? What do you want? I ask, trying to appear brave so he won't think I'm an easy target. But my voice shakes a little, and I know he noticed that. A few moments later, we end up negotiating. I will take my father's place. I don't know what will happen to me, but I will do anything to keep my father safe. After that, the unknown man hangs up the call. I just find myself in the locker room, crying and devastated. I don't know how to feel. My father is alive. He is alive. But some unknown people have taken him hostage, and I don't know what they did to him. From the call earlier, I can hear my father groaning. He's in pain. Tears fall on my face continuously at the thought. I sit and curl up in the corner. I'm hugging myself and don't know what to do. Dad, I mutter in between my sobbing. Haley, what happened? Are you okay? I look up to see my supervisor with her worried face. She's sitting in front of me as she cups my face to wipe my tears away. I want to tell her everything. I want to ask for help. But I remember what the man said earlier. I feel so helpless. My dad, I say, sobbing. He's sick. He's really sick. I need to take care of him. I mumble weakly and continue to break down in tears. I need to take a leave. He needs me. My dad needs me. And I don't know when he will be okay, I add, looking at my supervisor's eyes and holding her hands tight. Oh, okay, Haley. Shh. Stop crying now, she answers, pulling me in for a hug and brushing my back. You can go home now if you want. Take a rest, Haley. No. I shake my head, tears still streaming down my cheeks. I'll finish my shift today. I don't want to feel guilty for failing my patients and leaving a lot more work for my co-nurses. Okay, stop crying now. But I can't stop crying knowing that my father is in danger. I can't. Throughout my shift, I'm spacing out from time to time, thinking about my father. I can't even plaster a smile on my face, and my patients begin to suspect something's wrong with me. Are you okay, Nurse Haley? The patient I'm visiting suddenly asks. I snap back to reality and nod at her. After a few hours, I finish my usual shift and start to look for my friends and our nurses, stationed to bid them goodbye. Haley, what's wrong? Christine asks, walking towards me. Nothing, I reply, giving her a weak smile. Stop it, Haley. You can't fool us. What's wrong? Lewis chimes in, standing beside Christine now. My dad's sick. I need to take care of him. What? What happened to him? Do you need some help? She asks. We can help you take care of him. Where is he? Can we visit? I keep my mouth shut, looking at them. Visit him? How I wish that was the case. I shake my head and give them a weak smile. No need. I'm okay. I promise. I can handle this. Thank you for the concern, guys. But they still keep on insisting that they'll go with me and visit my father, and I keep turning them down. I don't want them to get involved with this. Minutes pass, and finally, the both of them give up. Fine. Just call me when you need something, okay? She said, kissing me on my cheek. I nod at her and turn to leave. I feel completely exhausted. My body wants to rest, but my mind won't let me be. As I head out of the hospital, my phone rings. I look at it and see that it's from an unknown number. My hands are shaking as I pick up the call. Hello? Who's this? Haley, a man speaking on the other line. I immediately recognize the voice. Go to the alleyway near your hospital, now. I'm about to say something when I hear the beep of my phone. He has already hung up. Alleyway? I head in that direction, and it feels like my heart stops beating. I'm holding my breath and hoping that there are no goons who will suddenly pop out and hurt me. I grip my phone tightly, walking slowly toward the alleyway. As I reach the place, I can see a black car with 3 people waiting outside it. They're in suits, making them look intimidating. I stop in my tracks and take a long, deep breath before approaching them. My hands are sweating, and my legs are shaking after I see that they notice my presence. When I get in front of them, I look inside the car. I'm not sure which one of them I should be talking to. Do you have my father? I say, my voice shaking. They remain silent, and in one swift move, they surround me. I'm about to scream and run for help, but one man grabs me and covers my mouth while the other puts a blindfold on me. I wriggle, trying to get away, but they're so strong. "Get in," says one of them. I follow, my legs trembling. A few moments later, I can feel the car moving. I can't help but get scared. I'm with people that are strangers to me, but I need to endure this for my father. Please hang on a little longer, Dad.
Chapter 11. Sydney. At 7 p.m., a gray van will enter my driveway, carrying the blindfolded woman I plan to share my home with. The minutes are flowing by, but not as fast as I'd like. I make my way to the storage room where we're still keeping our special guest. I enter, only to see Mrs. Fletcher standing before Heraldo, hands on her hips. He's slouching over a plate of mashed potatoes and cold cuts, a sullen look on his face. "You haven't eaten anything all day, aren't you hungry?" she asks. I can tell that something's bothering him and it's not his wounds. "What's on your mind, Heraldo? Come on, you can tell us," I say in a reassuring tone. I'm pretty sure I know what's eating him, but I want to hear the reason straight from his mouth. His eyes dart to my face, then back to his food just as quickly. "Please don't hurt my daughter. I know I've wronged you, but there's no reason to drag her into all this." I hold myself back from laughing. Does he think he has any say in this situation? At least he cares about his daughter, so the least I can do is tell him exactly what's going to happen. "Your daughter's in good hands. Of this I can assure you," I say with finality, turning to Mrs. Fletcher. "Please prepare Haley's room so that it's ready when she arrives." She nods, and we leave Heraldo in the storage room. As Mrs. Fletcher heads to Haley's room, I check my watch. It's almost 7, so I take a few minutes to gussy up in the mirror. First impressions and all that. I peek out the window and see the van's headlights shining through the darkness outside. I hurry to one of the smaller dens on the first floor, where my men are supposed to bring Haley. I arrange some logs in the fireplace and set them ablaze. I hear the front doors swing open. Before long, one of the men I sent to collect Haley pokes his head into the room. "She's here, Mr. Sharpe." "Bring her in." He leads Haley inside the den. She's wearing a large wool sweater that's seen plenty of years on her body. A blue blindfold obscures her eyes, but her hands are unbound. I walk over to her at an even pace. Even though she can't see me, I don't want to rush into these things. She's here, and I'm savoring every moment. "Leave us," I instruct my people. He swiftly exits the room, closing the door behind him. Her body shifts, as if shrinking into herself, trying to take up as little space as possible. "Come, Haley," I say in a soft tone. I take one of her hands in mine and lead her to the love seat facing the fireplace. We both sit down, and she seems to relax a little as the warmth radiating from the fire reaches her. I reach both my hands behind her head and undo the knot of fabric keeping her blindfold in place. I remove it, and her eyes snap open, scanning the environment, before eventually settling on me. Who are you?" she asks meekly. "Hello, Haley, it's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Sydney, and I'm the one who took Heraldo." Upon the mere mention of her father, she begins to look around the room. Dad, are you here? Where are you?" When she sees that we're the only two people present, she looks to me again, her search for her father converting into a search for answers. "I'm sorry you can't see your father, but I swear to you he's in good condition. You're both under our care." She leans against the love seat, the relief sucking out all the tension in her body. "Sydney, may I call you Sydney?" I nod. "Why are you being so kind to me?" she continues. I ponder her question for a bit and decide to go with the simplest and most truthful answer. "I like you, Haley. Your father told me all about you, and I want us to get along." Just then, Mrs. Fletcher steps into the den, smiling at us both. "Apologies for interrupting, but Haley's room is ready," she announces. "Thank you. Haley, this is Mrs. Fletcher. If you ever need anything, never hesitate to approach her," I explain. I stand and pull Haley up with me by her hand. "Come, let us show you to your room. She obediently follows Mrs. Fletcher and me as we exit the den and climb the marble stairs to the second floor. We stop at her door and Mrs. Fletcher opens it for us. She gestures for Haley to enter first, which she does so reluctantly. As soon as she does, however, her eyes almost bulge out of their sockets. "This is—" she begins. I have to say, Mrs. Fletcher has really outdone herself. The room is in perfect condition, and most important of all, Haley seems to like it. "Well, I hope you enjoy your stay in your new room. Everything in here is yours, so you should feel at home," I tell her. She looks like she wants to say something, but the words aren't coming to her. "I'm sure you're tired, so we'll let you get some well-deserved rest." Mrs. Fletcher nods in agreement and heads out with me. "Good night, Haley. I'll see you tomorrow," I add with a smile and slowly close the door behind me. As curious as I am about how she'll adjust to her first night here, I know she deserves some privacy. This night alone is already a lot to take in. "Oh, isn't she just lovely? I can already tell she'll be a joy to share your home with," Mrs. Fletcher begins. We both stop at the second-floor landing. "I know," I say, agreeing with her, "and to think she's here because she's trying to save her father. She's the type to see the good in people." "I look forward to seeing where this will go. You should rest now," she says. "Good night," I whisper. Although I can feel myself getting sleepy, I know there's still one loose end that needs tying up. I visit Heraldo down in the storage room and see that he's eaten at least half of the food we left him with. "Well, I'm sure you'll be happy to hear that your daughter is fine. In fact, I think she's really liking her new room." He gives me a weak smile. "Thank you for being good to her. I'm not done." I cut him off, putting my hand up. "I'm letting you go, but I have something to give you before you leave." I pull out the cell phone I've had tucked away in my pocket this entire night and hand it to him. This phone only has one contact on it, Haley's. It'll be active tomorrow, and it will be the only thing you can use to contact her. It has a tracker in it, though, so we'll always know your whereabouts and what you're up to.
Chapter 12. Haley. Sydney. My mind echoes his name as my eyes drift open. Sunlight streams through a slit in the silk curtains. I sit up, feeling oddly good about everything. I haven't slept that well in a long time. I squint at the clock on the nightstand. I'm awake now because this is usually the time I get ready for work. I slip out of bed and into the slippers they left for me. I cross the sizable room and flick on the light switch next to the door. Sydney already made it clear that everything in here is mine, but it's going to take a while for it to fully sink in. It's by far the biggest room I have ever gotten to call my own. I look around, and a state-of-the-art air purifier sits atop the massive white dresser. Right next to it is a humming mini fridge plugged into the wall. I approach the neoteric vanity table, my disheveled reflection greeting me in the pristine glass of its massive mirror. I expect the drawers to be empty, but when I yank them open, eyeshadow palettes, vials of liquid foundation, lip liners, mascara, and copious other cosmetics clatter around inside. Not just any makeup. It's geared specifically towards my dark complexion, which means someone took special effort to pick these things out. Half the time, I struggle to find the right products in a store, so it boggles my mind at the assortment they've collected. It's the same deal with the drawer beneath it, except it's filled with foreign skincare products I thought only celebrities can afford. I shut the drawer gently, as if I just unearthed a trove of priceless jewels. I swing the door next to the vanity table open and discover a sizable comfort room. Every square inch of it is gleaming and spotless, and it's fully stocked with every toiletry I'll need. Saving the best for last, I throw open the doors of the walk-in closet. Designer clothes line the golden racks and cabinets, all ready for me to wear. My head spins with all the possibilities, so I throw on the most modest clothes I can find. I go back to the main area and pull back the curtains to peek outside. Sydney's house is massive, and a sea of perfectly manicured grass stretches as far as my eyes can focus. I can't let all this extravagance distract me. I need to know if my dad is all right. With some hesitance, I step out of my room and freeze at the sight of Mrs. Fletcher standing right outside the door. Good morning, Miss Luna. I was just about to wake you. We'd like you to join us for breakfast in the dining room, she informs me with a smile. Suddenly feeling rather self-conscious, I only nod in response. If you'd follow me, I can lead you to the dining room, she adds as she sets off. When we get to the dining room, I'm greeted by the sight of chefs placing streaming hot trays of food on the long table. Pancakes, waffles, eggs prepared in every possible way, bacon and breakfast sausages. An entire breakfast banquet is being put together before my very eyes. The aroma is intoxicating, making me desperate to just dig in, but I try to cling to my manners as I take a seat at the table. But my hunger eclipses any inhibitions I have, and I begin piling food on my plate. Mrs. Fletcher sits down and does the same. I pour maple syrup on my pancakes and have a bite. Good morning, you two, a familiar voice says behind me. Good morning, Sydney. Did you sleep well? Mrs. Fletcher responds, as my captor sits to my left opposite her. Better than I have in ages. He turns to me and cocks his head to the side with a smile. I trust everything is to your liking, Haley. Finding myself without words, I only nod again. I'm glad that I got a chance to satiate my hunger before Sydney showed up. Now I can pace myself properly and attempt to eat in a more dignified manner. We eat in silence for a while, then Mrs. Fletcher stands up and nods to Sydney and me. What a lovely meal. Should you two need anything, please do not hesitate to ask. She briskly exits the dining area, leaving me with Sydney. I turn towards him to ask about my father, only to discover that he's already staring at me. Sydney, I begin, trying to power through my fear. Yes, Haley, he asks, placing her chin on her interlocked hands, her eyes never once leaving me. How is my father doing? Is he all right? I ask. Thank you for reminding me. He fishes a cell phone out of his breast pocket and hands it to me. Your father's number is already saved in it. You may call him. I can't get my hands on the phone fast enough. I hit the video call button, and he answers on the second ring. Dad, I exclaim, my joy suddenly eclipsed by anguish as I see the bruises and wounds he's covered in. Haley, he begins, but stops as soon as he sees the tears streaming down my face. I'm all right, sweetie. I'll be fine. His assurances don't help in the slightest. I just wish I could embrace him and care for all his injuries, but I can't even do that. What happened to you? I ask, my voice cracking. You don't want to know, Haley, but don't worry about me. This is all my fault and nobody else's. I'm so sorry I've dragged you into this mess, and I'm never going to gamble again, he replies. You won't? I ask, the disbelief palpable in my voice. I mean it. You deserve that, he promises me. Where are you now? I'm at home and in bed. He pans the camera to show me that he's in his bedroom. I cringe at the wounds I see on his legs, but I don't bring them up. I glance up at Sydney and decide to end the call. Okay, I gotta go now. I just needed to know that you're all right. I love you, Dad, I say. Goodbye, Haley. Take care of yourself, he says, sounding sorrowful. Thank you. I hand the phone back to Sydney, still wiping my tears. To my surprise, he pushes the phone back into my hand. Keep it, it's yours. You can use the phone to contact your father. I know that you were the only one taking care of him, so I'm sending him a weekly allowance that should cover all his expenses, he explains. I sit back in my chair and look at her with disbelief. Why are you doing all of this for me? Sydney smiles again. I told you yesterday, Haley, I like you, and I'm willing to go to great lengths to make sure we get along. If that's the case, then thank you, I say as I get up and leave. There are so many thoughts running through my mind that I just want to lie down again. He waves goodbye as I exit the dining area, heading back to my room. I don't fully believe that he's doing all this purely because he likes me. There has to be more to this situation than meets the eye.
Chapter 13. Sydney. Instead of working, I scroll through multiple shopping sites for the latest fashion trends available. I spot an expensive yet cute outfit set that will look good on Haley, and I instantly add it to my cart, humming delightfully at the number of clothes that I plan on buying for her. Oh my God, these nightgowns would look amazing on her, I tell myself, checking out a couple of gorgeous nightgowns made out of light material. Before I can imagine how she looks in these nightgowns, I stop and compose myself from obsessing over her. Of course, it's a given, seeing how she is already gorgeous from head to toe, but nothing will come out of me being impatient with this entire ordeal. Other than that, she's still adjusting to life here, so I'll make sure to make her feel comfortable first before moving forward. I heave a sigh and go back to shopping, sinking further into my plush revolving chair and losing myself in the rows of dresses on the site before me. Not long after, someone knocks on my door, and I lazily push myself up, pretending to look busy by fixing the papers on my table. "Come in," I say after a minute of silence. I look up and see Haley, who's timidly standing by the door as she carefully enters my office. "Hi," she says, her voice small despite the radiant smile on her face. I feel my lips twitch into a smile. "Hello, are you doing okay?" I ask, motioning for her to come in and sit on the chair before me. She obliges, taking the seat. "So, what brings you here?" I ask her, trying to actually do work now that she's here. She stays silent for a while, her eyes hesitating. I feel my stomach lurch at the thought of her asking to leave, but then I keep my insecurities to myself, trusting that she won't do anything that displeases me. After a minute or two, she speaks up. "Since we're going to be technically living here, would it be all right if I get to know you more?" My ears perk up. "Sorry? You want to get to know me better?" I clarify, a rush of excitement coursing through me. She nods enthusiastically. I mean, if it's okay with you, of course. I wouldn't want to force you to tell me things you're uncomfortable about." I shake my head. "It's quite all right. Actually, it's been a while since I talked to a friend, so having you here is such a huge relief," I begin, leaning back again on my chair. Come to think of it, Mrs. Fletcher is the only person I share my thoughts with. "Oh, really?" she asks, her eyebrows raised. "Don't you have any friends, or—" I laugh, shrugging as I sigh. "Tom's my right-hand man, but I'm afraid he'd betray me. My secretary, Rachel, on the other hand, is a good friend, but I'm not too keen on sharing my secrets with her." "And Mrs. Fletcher's the closest thing you have to family, right?" I nod, slowly realizing that I'm starting to tell her what she wants to hear. "Yeah. It's been pretty shit ever since Dad passed away," I reply, smiling pathetically. Add to that the fact that I'm the youngest CEO of our family business, which makes everything all the more stressful. "You must have been pressured for a long time before getting to where you are now," she comments, leaning back on her own chair and bringing her legs to her chest. "It must have been tough." It was, but my father taught me everything I needed to know from a young age, especially since I'm an only child. Because of his line of work, Dad had a lot of enemies, and even those he thought to be his good friends turned out to be two-faced assholes who only wanted to bring him down after being so nice to them. I continue, a flash of Leroy's face making my blood boil. Despite the hardships, you loved your father very much, she muses, smiling sweetly. I think you're carrying his business quite well. She looks around the room, and it's really inspiring to see the fruits of your labor, seeing how you've built this amazing mansion. I feel my face go hot at the statement, and I clear my throat as I try to reply. It's nothing much. I just happen to like money, which is why I work hard as I please. That's still quite a good drive, she replies. After all, you can have anything you want with money, so I don't think it's such a bad thing to work hard for a good amount of cash. You're quite right about that, I nod, agreeing. Which is why I'm able to buy these things for you. I smoothly follow, leaning forward on my desk and showing her my phone. What? She asks, shocked. She takes my phone and scrolls through the shopping site, and I can only watch her in amusement as she looks back and forth between the phone and me. This is, she starts, unsure of what to say. I stand up and take my phone from her, scrolling up and adding another outfit for her. I lean on my desk and cross my arms over my chest. Nothing, Haley. You're going to be living here now, and I only want what's best for you, all right? I add, taking her hand and leading her to my office's balcony. What's mine is yours, so naturally I want you to treat this place as if it's your own house. My own house? She asks me. I nod, wrapping an arm over her shoulders and pulling her close. If you want to change anything, from the decorations to the room, just feel free to ask Mrs. Fletcher, and she'll take care of everything, I say into her ear, loving how she tenses up at the feel of my warm breath on her. Are there any limitations? She asks curiously, moving back a bit and facing me. There's a mixture of uncertainty and eagerness in her eyes. I reach out to pinch her cheek before moving a stray strand of hair from her face. Nothing much. Just don't go into the room, I reply, jerking my head toward a black door at the far corner of my room. That's strictly off limits because that's where I keep my business dealings. She nods. I understand. She walks back a bit and bows. Thank you for your kindness, she adds, leaving the room with a bashful smile. I feel giddy at just the sight of her smiling. I go back to my seat and take a sip of my coffee as I read the news on my iPad. However, my mood dampens when Leroy's face shows up. Upset, I grab my phone and speed dial Tom's number. He picks up on the third ring, and I immediately ask him to come over. Bring the materials. We'll go over them one by one. Leroy needs to be taught a lesson he'll never ever forget.
Chapter 14. Haley. I get a newfound excitement as I leave Sydney's office. Ever since I've arrived, the only things I've seen so far are the bedroom, the office, and a small part of the kitchen. So Sydney telling me to treat this like my own home is a huge thing for me. Time to explore until I drop, I say, pumping my fists into the air as I descend the grand staircase and walk toward the back door of the mansion. Upon opening the door, I'm immediately greeted by the smell of wood, mildew, and pine. I step outside, and my mouth gapes at the sight of the lovely garden behind the mansion. Holy fuck, this is so lovely, I think aloud, running down the steps and heading for the walkway. The garden expanse feels like an absolute dream, and all I can do is bask in its beauty as I roam around. I spot a massive greenhouse at the far end of the garden, and I happily make my way to it, greeting the busy staff and gardeners on the way. I arrive in no time, and to my luck, it's open. Pardon the intrusion, I say out loud as I enter, and immediately I'm in love with the place. The rows of flowers bring life to the room, and the hanging plants make it look more like I'm in a dream. To top it off, there's a sitting area, complete with 2 plush couches and a coffee table in the middle of it, which makes the place feel homier. I take my time admiring the flowers inside, bending down on each variety to give them a quick whiff before moving on to the next. It feels like I'm more of a VIP than a prisoner sent to stay here, I think aloud, admiring the roses lined up prettily near the entrance. I heave a sigh and head to the sitting area, sinking into the soft couch and laughing as I struggle to sit up straight. I suddenly think about how I have permission to comfortably live here, yet I do know that this does not come for free. Despite his kindness, I know Sydney has something he wants from me, yet I'm still too scared to ask. Whatever it is, I hope it's not too risky, I think to myself. Drawing my knees close to me and hugging myself tightly, I get lost in thought for quite some time, thinking about how my dad is doing and if he's remembering to take his meds or even pay the bills. However, I break free from my reverie and urgently stand. I realize there's more to this huge mansion, so I leave the greenhouse and briskly make my way back inside, but not before walking through the huge garden once again. A few hours later, I'm still exploring. I sit down and admire the music room and the instruments shining brightly, even when they're not being played. After a minute, I leave the room and hurry for the other areas, convinced that a day isn't enough to explore the entirety of the mansion. I go on with my exploration, and I briefly catch sight of some places that I'll be exploring more in the future, like the library, the outdoor and indoor pools, and the massive garage with at least 12 cars inside. Finally, I get to the center of the mansion and arrive in the spacious living room. Am I still in Cleveland? I ask myself as I enter the room, which looks more like those living rooms shown in movies, and less like an actual living room people have in their houses. I close the door behind me and kick my shoes off. I jump on the closest couch and heave a sigh of relief as my body hits the soft seat. This is heaven, I say out loud as I roll around the couch. I lift my head and spot the time on the clock. It's dinner time already? I exclaim, standing up and pressing my outfit down so that it looks decent for dinner. I hurriedly make my way to the kitchen, where the staff is busying themselves by preparing another full meal, like always. I greet the staff as I enter the kitchen and observe how hard they're working for a meal of only 2 people. Seems quite lonely to eat if it's just us 2, I think to myself as I sit on the kitchen counter, propping myself up in a corner that won't disturb the staff moving around. Ah, Haley, what a pleasant surprise. A voice greets me. I turn to look beside me and spot Mrs. Fletcher beaming at me. How have you been? Are you settling in well? I nod. I'm doing fine, Mrs. Fletcher, although sorry if I'm being a bother. You're not a bother at all, dear, she says reassuringly, taking my hands in hers. Oh, I utter, grateful for her hospitality. Well, if there's anything I can help with. Nonsense. You just sit tight until the table is settled, she interjects, patting my hands. Oh, but I want to help, I insist, standing from my stool. I want you guys to taste my food as my token of gratitude, I add, beaming at her, so she'd agree. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Fletcher is at a loss for words. Yet, judging by the look on her face, it seems like I did well in convincing her. She hesitantly agrees, and I give her shoulders a light squeeze. I won't let you down, Mrs. Fletcher, I tell her reassuringly, confident that my cooking skills will be enough to impress Sydney. A few hours later, it's over. That I did, I happily announce. I turn towards the staff and ask them to join us, earning weird looks from them. Why would you invite the staff to eat with us? They're always asked to eat separately, Sydney tells me, matter-of-factly. I shake my head and cross my arms over my chest, as I take my seat adjacent to hers. That won't do. It's lonely eating when it's just the two of us. So I'd like for them to join us, just like that one time Mrs. Fletcher joined us for breakfast. But you told me that this is my house too, right? And that I can do whatever I want, I ask, tilting my head for more effect. Surprisingly, his face grows red as he reluctantly agrees, allowing the staff to sit and dine with us. Satisfied, I mouth the words, "Thank you," and give him a smile. He returns it, and I feel warm at the gesture, slowly beginning to trust him.
Chapter 15. Sydney. Despite interesting developments, dinner goes quite well, all thanks to Haley's amazing cooking. I haven't eaten such a hearty and warm meal in ages, and while I am thankful for the kitchen staff and Mrs. Fletcher, something about Haley's cooking hits the right spot. "Was the food to your liking?" Haley asks toward the end of dinner. I chuckle, wiping my mouth with the table napkin on my lap. I lean forward and she inches closer to me. "This might be the best dinner I've had in ages," I whisper. Her eyebrows raise in surprise before giggling quietly. "How do you think Mrs. Fletcher will react if she hears that?" she whispers back. She doesn't give me time to answer before she smirks and goes back to finish the last bits of her meal. The rest of dinner goes by in a flash. By the end of it, everyone is already satisfied and full from the meals, and each one of them goes to thank Haley for inviting them to dinner. "I just like it when people eat well," Haley tells them reassuringly. "We should all eat again like this, right?" she asks, turning to me with expectant eyes. I'm taken aback by her sudden demand, but it won't do me good if I refuse her. After all, I did promise that she can do whatever she wants here in this house, so I answer, "Of course. Don't feel pressured to cook or do much, though. I'd feel bad." She laughs lightly. "You won't be pressuring me to do anything at all, so it's all good." I wouldn't be too sure about that one, I think to myself, laughing nervously. "In that case, would you mind meeting up after I get ready for bed? That's in about an hour." "Sure, is something wrong?" I shake my head. No, you don't need to be nervous, okay? We're just going to talk," I reply, placing a hand on her shoulder and giving it a squeeze. "You go freshen up, then let's meet in my study, okay?" Relaxed, she nods. "Okay, I'll be there. I'll be waiting." A bit later, it gets better. "Come in," I say. Haley enters the room as I'm pouring her a glass of wine. "Have you been waiting long?" she asks, taking a swig of the wine before slouching on the opposite couch. God, this couch is too comfy. I'm sinking into it. I chuckle. "Would you like to have something like that in your room?" She sits up abruptly, laughing nervously. "Well, wait, I didn't mean for it to come out like that." I wave a hand at her. "It's nothing. You can have anything you ask for." "Yeah, I guess so." I take one last sip of my wine before finally deciding to get serious. "On that note, how's your first day here at the mansion? Is it to your liking?" She perks up, excited. "Yes, I explored it earlier, and each part of the house felt separate from Cleveland. I actually wondered if I'm still here in this state." I laugh heartily. "That's too much of a compliment, Haley." She shakes her head enthusiastically. "Of course not. I'm just saying this mansion you own is amazing, Sydney. It's comfortable and warm." She takes another sip of her wine. "And despite being scared upon arriving here, I guess things worked out since Dad's okay now." I hum, "You must be a really good daughter to your father." She looks at me and shyly blushes. "Everyone says that, actually." "But you know everything comes with a price, and I think it's time we discussed that," I tell her. The air shifts and suddenly she is quiet. After a pause, she looks at me, determined. "I'm ready. What is it that you want from me?" I breathe in. Relax. She's indebted to me, so she'll surely answer yes, but I won't pressure her just yet. "One thing you must know about me is that I'm a typical hot-blooded male," I begin, leaning on my couch. She blinks, looking a bit wary. "Okay? I like women and doing things to and with women. And yes, this includes sex," I continue, "but not just the normal type of sex." What do you mean? She asks, tilting her head. I sigh, crossing my arms over my chest. I didn't expect to be this nervous when telling her, but it's probably because I don't want her to think of me as someone bad. Then again, I'm reminded of who I am and what I want, so I compose myself, determined to strike a deal with her. The type of sex and relationships I go after are those which you can call DS relationships. DS, she trails off, pondering my answer. Dom-sub relationships. It's where one of the parties acts like a dominator, while the other is to take the submissive role of the relationship. Oh, it's like one of your kinks? She asks. Not that I'm kink-shaming you, I'm just curious. She follows immediately. I chuckle, liking her reactions more and more. Of course not. I know you have no such intentions. And more or less, yes, it's like a kink of mine. She hums. Interesting. But isn't this kind of thing dangerous? I shake my head. DS relationships tend to be portrayed as dangerous by the media, but in reality, it's consensual and should be talked about seriously by both parties. A contract is involved, and the both of us will lay out foundations and ground rules for this relationship if we were to pursue it, I add her, hinting at the prospect of a contract she'll be asked to sign soon. I see. I can tell she's nervous, judging by how she's fiddling with her thumbs. I sigh and take the seat beside her, quietly asking her to face me. She looks at me, and I sigh as I run a finger on her delicate face, then rub my thumb over her lips, staring at them longingly. Are you surprised? I ask. It's not every day that someone asks you to participate in this, am I right? She nods, perplexed. I'm actually quite anxious about it. I cup her cheek, rubbing a thumb on her cheekbone. I know, which is why I'm giving you the rest of the evening to think about it. I stand and walk to the door, asking her to come closer. If you accept, you can have everything you want for free, and by that I mean anything and everything I can get you, I continue, reaching for her hand and giving it a squeeze. Sid! I know this is all overwhelming, but think about it well, I remind her, smiling and reaching over to give her a peck on the cheek. Go on now. I'll leave you to your own thoughts. I follow, sending her away and closing the door. I breathe out a sigh of relief and walk back to the couch. I pour myself another glass of wine to calm my nerves, silently praying that she'd agree.
Chapter 16. Haley. After that conversation, I can't seem to get Sydney's words out of my mind. I toss on my bed for what seems to be the fourth time tonight and heave a deep sigh. I'm not stupid. I had prepared for something like this, but I hadn't pictured, well, this. And a hopeful part of me wanted him to ask for something easy, like working for his company as an assistant, or even handling the mansion and assisting Mrs. Fletcher. Surprised would be an understatement if I'm being honest. Yet, it's not like I'm judging him for something he's into. After all, we all have our weird sexual fantasies, and I'm not the one to police them even if they're extreme. I roll to my side and grab my phone from the nightstand. I open the Chrome app and do my own research on dom-sub relationships. And I'm suddenly thrust into a rabbit hole of endless dynamics and possibilities for agreement. Most people involved in these relationships stress the importance of consent. I read off of the website. For the rest of the hour, I read all there is to know about the relationship. I'd be lying if I say I'm not scared. In fact, I'm anxious about the entire thing, and I'm still not familiar with how Sydney thinks. I place my phone back on my nightstand. I hug my holster close to me, snuggling it to my chest. It also won't be a lie if I say I'm not curious about this kind of thing. In fact, the mere thought of being dominated by someone in that way excites me in more ways than one. Why am I like this? I ask myself, burying my face in my bolster. Sydney's attractive face flashes in my head, and suddenly, all I can think about are his lips and how good they'd feel against my heated skin. I groan. This isn't something I should be making light of. Still confused, I finally find a comfortable spot to doze off on, and within minutes, I'm asleep. A few hours later, I'm ready to eat. Is Sydney still in bed, Mrs. Fletcher? I ask curiously as I take my place at the dining table, a stack of pancakes in one hand and a bear-shaped container of syrup in the other. Mrs. Fletcher shakes her head as she helps herself with some butter. Sid just had an early day today. It's tough doing business and all, she explains, smiling warmly. One of the kitchen staff nods, agreeing. Although his mood's been improving lately, all thanks to a certain someone, she says. If I may ask, who might this person be? I inquire, trying hard to keep my voice even. Some of the kitchen staff laugh heartily. Who else but you, miss? One replies, patting my shoulder. Mr. Sharpe's been quite pleased to have you here with him. I laugh nervously, but realize that I'm honored by the response. I should be disgusted by this man, but to hear that he enjoys my company makes me feel proud. He's treated you better than anyone else that comes around here, another kitchen staff member comments. You better make the most of it, miss. You're a rare gem. I smirk at the compliment, but still agree. I will. The conversation about us naturally dies down, and a new one starts as we eat breakfast. By the time breakfast ends, the staff cleans up while they ask me to just sit back and relax. Before I can head back to my room to shower, Mrs. Fletcher pulls me aside and leads me out of the kitchen. Just a moment, dear. Sydney asked me to give you this, she says, handing me a small envelope. Thank you, Mrs. Fletcher. Did Sydney say anything else? I ask, curious as to what she might have said to her most trusted confidant. To my surprise, she shakes her head. He only told me to hand you that. She smiles and pats my arm reassuringly, giving it a light, encouraging squeeze before heading back to the kitchen for cleanup. I stare at the small envelope in my hand and decide to open it on my way up the stairs. I unfold the paper, and the note is written with Sydney's scrawling penmanship reading, I'll be waiting for your answer tonight. I am looking forward to this. There's something about the way it's written that's making my heart thump anxiously, and I sprint to my bedroom before anyone can spot me. I close the door behind me and run to my bed, plopping on it as I reread the note. I heave a sigh and try to calm myself before standing up and walking to the desk. I take a look at the contract that's been given to me last night and absent-mindedly scan it once again. There must be a reason why Sydney's acting like this, and even though I want to deny the request, a part of me still wishes to help him take care of it. God, what am I doing? I ask myself, reaching out for the pen before me. A few hours later, I catch my breath. Contract in hand, I head for the study. I knock on the door thrice, and without waiting for permission, I enter the room. Good evening, Haley. Did you have a good day today? He calmly asks, smiling at me as I walk to his desk. Today was good. Thank you for asking, I tell him, returning the smile as I place the contract on his desk. I know what you called me here for, and I'm happy to tell you that I agree and have signed the contract. At these words, he lights up. You did? He asks, sounding surprised. I nod. I'm not lying if I say I'm not anxious, but I want to give it a try with you, I honestly reveal, determined to talk about the terms of our relationship as soon as possible. However, before I can even bring up the conversation, Sydney slowly walks up to me, his gaze piercing through me. He reaches out to cup both of his hands on my cheeks as he leans in for a kiss. I'm taken aback by the action, but return the gesture, angling my head well so that he can kiss me properly. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't attracted to him, and I'm too curious to resist. His hands leave my face and trail down my shoulders. He slowly unbuttons the first button on my pajamas and proceeds to pepper kisses down on my neck. Wait, I stop, gasping a bit as he teasingly nibbles on the lower side of my neck. He moves back and chuckles, stroking a finger on my cheek before closing the button once again. I'll let you rest first. The real thing will start tomorrow, he tells me, patting my cheek. He walks up to the door and opens it for me, his eyes following me curiously as I step out of the study. When he closes the door, I sink to the ground, hugging myself and feeling flustered and shy at the sudden developments. I want more, I think to myself, curious as to how this new arrangement will play out for both of us.
Chapter 17. Sydney. Rachel, are you busy? No, ma'am. I need you to make some purchases for me. Are you at your desk right now? I am. What do you need me to purchase? I'm sending you the pictures. Check your email, I reply, showing her 3 black dresses. Which outfit would suit Haley best? I recommend the second outfit, she answers, making a few clicks. Will you like me to order the latest black pumps that will go well with it? Yes, please, and some jewelry as well. Have them delivered to the mansion by 7 tonight. Is there anything else you'd like me to take care of? I hum. Please contact Mrs. Fletcher and ask the staff to prepare a 3-course meal, I instruct. Tell her she can prepare whatever she wishes, but I'd like a simple chocolate lava cake with strawberry syrup for dessert. Anything else? I'm sending you a site for bouquets. Please have them delivered at the same time as the dress. I breathe a sigh of relief, excited for what's to come tonight. The hours pass in a blur. Mrs. Fletcher, can you draw me a warm bath? I ask as I enter the mansion. Of course, dear, she replies, smiling as she walks with me back to my room. We enter the room and she heads for the bathroom immediately. I'm having a dinner date with Haley tonight, and I'd like to impress her, I admit. I see how you've been looking at her ever since she arrived, she points out. Now you're making me nervous, Mrs. Fletcher. I'm only teasing, Sid, she says, laughing heartily. She walks out of the bathroom, hands on her back and a knowing smile on her face. I'm happy for you, dear, she follows, taking both of my hands and giving them a squeeze. Thank you, Mrs. Fletcher. Now go and relax. I'll take care of everything else. She ushers me into the bathroom before closing the door on me. I smile to myself, grateful for Mrs. Fletcher's support. In no time, I'm naked and already plunging myself in the warm bath, sighing in relief as the water hits my skin. In all honesty, this setup isn't new to me. Yet Haley's been giving me all sorts of new feelings, and it's taking everything in me to not take pleasure in hurting her. I don't want to let these feelings go, and I most certainly want Haley to look at me and me only. I take my time getting ready. I dry my hair, positioning it with the smallest amount of gel, then I dab on some cologne. As I give myself a once-over on the mirror, someone knocks on my door. I let them in, and Rachel enters, iPad in hand as she stands at attention beside me. Everything you've requested has been fulfilled, Mr. Sharpe. Miss Haley is now on standby, she reports, checking things off of her iPad before showing it to me. I glance at the checklist and give a nod of approval. Good work. Kindly tell Haley I'll be right over, then you can go and rest. Of course, sir, she complies, leaving the room immediately. I make the final preparations for myself and head out of my room, feeling confident about tonight. I make my way to the right-wing terrace and spot Haley looking out into the garden. The sight of the tight-fitting black silk dress makes my heart ache, and the backless part makes her all the more alluring in my eyes. I hide a smirk as I walk up to her and place a hand on the small of her back, somehow startling her a bit. You look breathtaking, Haley, I compliment, angling my head over her shoulder and giving the side of her neck a light peck. You look fantastic yourself, she replies. I gingerly take her hand and lead her to the table. She's pliable. I interlock hands with her, leading her back to my bedroom. It's time for the magic to happen. Sydney. She trails off, gasping as I pull her up to sit, and her dress falls off of her body. She looks more vulnerable with her chest exposed, and it takes everything in me to not give in to my desires just yet. Beautiful, I compliment. For now, I want to focus on her.
Chapter 18. Haley. Last night was an incredible experience. I can't believe I put myself into a situation I never thought I would find myself in. Despite my euphoria, my body tells me otherwise. As I extend my arms to reach for her warmth, I find nothing but an empty spot beside me. A knock on the door interrupts my thoughts. "How are you, sweetheart?" Mrs. Fletcher smiles broadly as she gently opens the door. "Mrs. Fletcher, good morning." I quickly fix myself as she walks over to check on me. She smiles broadly and opens the curtains. She tries hard not to laugh. "I think it's past good morning, dear." "Is it that late?" The sun hits my eyes hard enough to make me jump out of bed. "I didn't wake you up right away because I didn't want to ruin your good mood," she continues with a smirk. "Just come down to the dining area and join us whenever you're ready." She hands me a set of silk pajamas. Everyone at the table grins as soon as I walk down the stairs. I'm sure they know I had a great night. Sydney doesn't let anyone else into his room besides Mrs. Fletcher, so I guess a juicy story was already told. Various cold cuts of meat, fruits, bread, and pastries are spread out on the dinner table. Fresh juices are on the side, along with the coffee machine. I'm struggling to decide what to eat first, but I believe drinking coffee first is better. "Come, my dear, we have prepared this for you," Mrs. Fletcher says as she sits at the other end of the table where everyone is chatting happily. As I take my seat, I fidget. "Come on, Haley, act normal. I can't believe how welcoming this household has been to me. I feel completely accepted, regardless of when I arrived. Sydney is so fortunate to be surrounded by such wonderful people. I'm calmly observing them as they share their stories. I have the opportunity to get to know them outside of their work. Sharing laughs and hearing their stories while dining fills my heart with joy. Thank you so much, Mrs. Fletcher, for that delicious meal." I then headed to my room to take a shower. Under the gushing warm water, the memory of last night lingers again. In my 28 years of existence, I have never before felt such extreme bliss. Sydney has been a surprise from beginning to end. Even though our situation is a bit unconventional, I can't deny that I'm enjoying myself. Is it possible that he stirs up something in me, unknown and unreal, only to become clear upon his arrival? My shower thoughts lead me to have never-ending questions, since everything is so new to me. After a few minutes, I'm out of the bathroom. I put on the silk camise and shorts Mrs. Fletcher prepared for me. I decide to go on another tour of Sydney's mansion to pass the time. I believe I only visited a fraction of it the last time I did this. I pass by Sydney's study room and check to see if it's locked. The door opens, and I enter. I glance at the black door, which Sydney mentioned not to enter, but I can't help but be curious. Its door is big and ornately decorated with brass knobs. I run my hands across the finely detailed, intricate design, enjoying every square inch of it. Just by touching the door, I can sense its weight, indicating that it's guarding something significant to Sydney. As I turn the knob, the door gently opens. The private room has a large antique hardwood table paired with elegant chairs. The huge fireplace is in front of a leather sofa and has an attractive wall-mounted mirror over it. Large, towering wooden bookcases surround the space, which is filled with numerous business and company names. As I browse the lower shelves, two brightly colored portfolios stand out among the basic black ones. I feel a squeeze on my chest as I open them. The first one, a red portfolio, has a thorough analysis of Sydney's previous submissives. He produced a detailed report with information on the names, ages, locations, blood types, and even first-degree relatives of the ladies he has met. The most recent entry was made just a few years ago. I continuously scan each page of the red portfolio, and it keeps on revealing more intimate information about these unknowing women. Shit, what did I get myself into? I immediately recall my earlier thoughts in the shower, bordering on romantic, and realize how silly I was being. I'm being kept here by this man, and though it's a nice place to live, I'm simply the means to an end for him, as if that isn't enough. The other portfolio, which is yellow, contains extensive material regarding a man named Leroy. Everything that I see as I browse the pages makes my stomach turn. It outlines a thorough plan that will be carried out on a specific day. My hands and legs are shaking, and my eyes are beginning to weep. Revelations of crime and brutality unfold in front of me, one page at a time. I try to calm myself down. The information and details I just read are overwhelming. How is Sydney able to act in such a way? A loud thud on the door echoes while I'm still deeply engrossed in the documents. Sydney bursts through the door in a rage, running. Who in the world gave you permission to enter this room?
Chapter 19. Sydney. The private room's door is slightly ajar, and I can see Haley standing by one of the shelves. I run to her, slamming the door open. Who in the world gave you permission to enter this room? Her face is expressionless. Did you completely forget what I said to you? I granted you complete freedom to use everything you need in this mansion, and all of the things you want, but in a flash. You forget the one thing I specifically instructed you not to do. I'm fuming with rage because I can't believe she would disobey this one thing. Upon my confrontation, she seems to be plunging into the abyss. I'm afraid she's already been exposed to the dark secrets I've been hiding in this chamber, and it's too much for her to bear. What the hell are these? Her voice is shaking, and she's fighting to keep her cool, but it fails her miserably. How could you keep these things from me? No, how twisted could your thoughts be? This is the reason I don't want anyone in this fucking room, especially you. The heart of this mansion is this private room. Everything vital, including the two portfolios, is stored in it. You are keeping too much from me, which is unfair on my side. You must be open with me if you want this to succeed. Her once meaningful eyes now simply reflect anger and disgust at me, and it hurts. Did I not let you know about this room? You should have stayed away from here in the first place. I'm furious as hell. We're in the middle of a heated argument where no one wants to back down. Mrs. Fletcher tries to open the door from outside as she calls for us to settle everything in peace. What are your plans for me? She asks. Are you going to treat me the same way that you treated your past submissives? I can feel my blood rushing through my veins. A detailed list of all of my previous submissives can be seen in the red portfolio, which I intend to use against them if anyone ever tries to use our interactions against me as extortion. It also contains records of instances in which previous submissives attempted to oppose me, and I recorded how I silenced them. Additionally, it details every sex act I committed while dating them so that I may better understand how far I can push myself. In-depth information on role play, BDSM, foreplay, and other topics are included. And what's going on with this Leroy? Sydney, for fuck's sake, what in the world are you thinking of with that plan? She continues to spew a slew of expletives. The yellow portfolio contains information about my arch nemesis. I have a carefully thought-out strategy for how I can shatter him to pieces and have him beg me for his life in return for what he did to my father. You should keep your mouth shut because clearly you have no idea how difficult it was for my family, how difficult it was to live in the hell Leroy has put us through. I swear I will create an ideal strategy to make life unbearable for the one person who wrecked my family and me. Well, does that also involve the intricate strategy to kill him? She says. This lets me know that she has been browsing the portfolios for some time. Get out of here right now! I signal her to leave by pointing to the door. What happened to make you into the monster you are now, Sydney? She's on the verge of weeping. Her words come off as sincere, and I can see that she's genuinely curious about how I came to be this way. You don't have the slightest right to invade my privacy, Haley. I'll keep whatever the fuck I want to keep private. Don't force me to change my mind about you, Sydney. Do not make me regret agreeing to the contract. She looks right through me and storms out of the room, leaving me furious. Everyone in the mansion runs toward the private room but hesitates to enter. I can see Mrs. Fletcher wants to approach me, but I think she's worried that it'll make things worse. I glance at her and nod. I look at the others and say, "It's okay, get back to work." I walk out and close the door behind me. I head to my room, leaving everyone looking nervous. I quickly take a shower, then pour some whiskey into my glass while staring aimlessly out the window. My thoughts are wandering. How is Haley doing right now? I want to rush to her room, but I need to make her understand how her actions hurt me. This leads me to think, when was the last time I got into a fight like this with my partner? All of the women I've dated were only my admirers, who were attracted to me because of my wealth and influence. I realize that I have never been with someone who cares about me. Each of them gives the impression that they truly love me, giving me their undivided attention and seeming completely subservient. But this only lasts until I learn their true intentions. Deep inside, I still worry that Haley could not be serious at all. I have this notion that the only reason she is with me is because of her father. I shouldn't anticipate anything more, but the last words she said before departing left a mark that gives me a ray of hope. I can sense her sincerity and genuineness. I hope I made the right decision when I made her come here.
I hope you're enjoying this production of Soft Wife Life. If you enjoy this audiobook, please consider liking and subscribing below. It's at no cost to you, but helps the channel so I can release more audiobooks like this. Chapter 20. Haley. I haven't left this room since that intense confrontation I had with Sydney. The information in the portfolios is so deeply ingrained in my memory that even now I shiver any time I think about any of it. I just don't understand how Sydney can be a wolf in sheep's clothing. Given these facts, I can't help but be concerned about the individuals that surround him. None of them is deserving of working under Sydney's direction. They appear to be completely unaware that the man they are providing services for is a sex addict and may perhaps be a killer. My mind keeps straying between the items in the portfolio when I hear a knock at my door. I glance at the time and realize it's already time for brunch. That must be Mrs. Fletcher. "Good morning, my dear," Mrs. Fletcher says as she kisses my forehead. "I'm worried about you because you haven't eaten anything since yesterday." Oh my God, these people know just how to make me feel good. I give her a hug. "I'm very sorry. I know I gave everyone a terrible time after the argument." She usually flashes a big smile, but not this time. "I completely understand. It must have been difficult, especially for you," she says as she sets down the tray table, which has a couple of toasts, jam and fruits, and freshly prepared coffee. She's right. I find it difficult to believe that everything Sydney showed me was just a front. Reality quickly snatched the euphoria I had just found. It's simply impossible to understand everything. Don't worry, Mrs. Fletcher. I will leave this mansion and pay whatever debts we owe to Sydney, leaving not a single cent behind. I don't want any of you to suffer the consequences. Mrs. Fletcher grabs both of my hands and squeezes them tightly together. I heard you two argue yesterday over the 2 portfolios you found in the private room, am I right? My eyes widen. Does she know what it contains? I am aware that you are having difficulty coping with everything, but don't you wonder what prompted Sid to do things he shouldn't have done? She goes on. Am I ready to hear what she has to say? I gather my strength to listen because I know it will be difficult for me to understand. I may not like hearing it, but I must at least know what the real reason is for this. She then reveals that even though it was said that his father died from a heart attack, Sydney is positive that Leroy was involved somewhere along the line. As a result of his actions, their businesses suffered substantial losses, wreaking havoc on the Sharpe's family business and empire. Even I cannot stop him from carrying out his plans to murder Leroy. In many ways, he trusts me with everything, and I cannot dissuade him from revenge. Despite my disagreement, I can understand where he's coming from, Mrs. Fletcher explains. Sydney must have been severely wounded by those experiences. No, I believe it permanently scarred him, enough to give him the anguish he needed to devise a faultless strategy directly aimed at destroying one man. I know you want to question me about the red portfolio, she says, referring to the file containing the names of his past subs, as well as other explicit information. That isn't just a fetish, Haley. It is the result of long-term trauma. My eyes widen. Is she implying that Sydney copes with this trauma by writing down erotic fantasies and sexual manipulations? I just don't believe it. I already feel lightheaded as she continues with the second revelation. Today, my emphatic nature takes in far too much information. I start to feel queasy as Mrs. Fletcher proceeds, so I cut in. I'm sorry, Mrs. Fletcher, but I'm starting to feel dizzy. I think it's because I haven't eaten properly since yesterday. I need to stop her from feeding me any further details. Oh, I'm sorry, my dear. I guess I talk a little too much. I'll just leave this breakfast tray here. Be sure to eat everything so you can regain your energy. She tucks me in tightly and exits the room with a worrying expression. I may not have gone through the same trauma, but I know growing up without a steady companion and parental involvement will somehow shape a part of anyone into who they are now. The revelations also help me gain a better understanding of Sydney. How naive of me to think that happiness can be found everywhere as long as you have the money. Sydney's life has pushed him to the brink of irreversible damage, and I can feel it as I hide my face behind the blanket. Now, I understand why Sydney acts and behaves the way he does. He's not a heartless monster. He's finding his own way of coping with what must seem like unending pain. I'm not sure how I'm going to face him after this. I simply saw the surface of his personality and overlooked the underlying problems. Sydney has been screaming for help, but from the outside, he's such a big, strong man that no one is noticing, not even me.
Chapter 21. Sydney. I lie in my bed with my head throbbing from last night. I blankly stare at the ceiling, feeling the guilt finally settling in after lashing out on Haley like that when I never even wanted to offend her in the first place. And things were already going so well, I mutter to myself, pressing my hands to my face as I heave a heavy sigh. I picture Haley alone in her room, probably feeling down and angry after that, and I feel all the more remorseful about what happened. I push myself off my bed with both hands. Now that I'm calm, I can finally think clearly about my next steps to mitigate the situation. I reach for my phone on my nightstand and speed dial Tom's number. I press the loudspeaker on the screen and wait for him to pick up. "Are you there, Tom?" "Sydney, is something wrong?" he asks, his voice laced with concern. "You sound tired. Did you have a long night?" I chuckle, feeling dumb. "I guess you can say that. But none of that matters now. Are you free?" "I have to fix your schedule before you leave for your trip, and I also have last-minute arrangements to take care of." I hear some papers rustling. "But I can squeeze in a bit of time for you. What do you need me to do?" I sigh in relief, thankful for a competent right-hand man like him. "I need you to make arrangements for Heraldo Luna to stay here while we're gone." "Why would you want him back after letting him go?" "Let's just say I did something stupid to offend Haley, and I want to get back to her good graces," I explain, not exactly keen on having him know the extent of my idiocy. In fact, I'm more level-headed than most people think, given that I have been trained to make important and mature decisions throughout my entire life, yet something about last night triggered emotions in me that are quite new. "I won't ask about it if you don't like to talk about it, Sydney," he says. "Please have him meet me in the study as soon as possible," I instruct, then drop the call. There isn't a moment to lose. It's time to bring Haley's trust back. Now, however, it seems that things are lackluster when it's quiet. Yet, this is a choice I have to live with for now since the clock is ticking, and it'd be too weird if I invite Haley to eat with me as if nothing happened. I read the morning paper as I sip on my first coffee of the day. So far, nothing interesting has caught my attention, so I quickly read the headlines and the latest business trends. Moments later, I finish breakfast, then place the paper on the table in case someone else wants to read it. I call for one of the kitchen staff to clear the table, then prepare to make my way out of the dining room. Suddenly, Haley shows up. I groan inwardly. I can tell she's staring at me from where she stands, and I try my best to avoid eye contact, but to no avail. I can never deny her presence, and so I take a good look at her as I walk, noting the dark circles under her eyes. I feel a twinge of guilt, but decide to keep my face neutral as she meets my gaze. "Hey," she starts shyly. "Good morning, Haley," I greet. "I have something to tell you later. Would you mind swinging by the office in an hour?" For whatever reason, this makes her light up. "Sure, I'll finish up breakfast immediately." "No, take your time, Haley," I cut her off. "You don't need to rush. I'll be waiting for you," I reassure her, patting her shoulder and feeling an electric rush upon contact. I look away and clear my throat. "Now, if you'll excuse me," I tell her, then head to my study, my face heating up at the small conversation. "Hello, Heraldo. I trust that you've been doing well," I greet him, shaking his hands as I lead him to the chair in front of my desk. He smiles weakly as he takes my hand, and I feel awkward talking to him like this, as if I didn't beat him to a pulp just weeks ago. "Better than ever, Mr. Sharpe," he answers, nodding enthusiastically. "I'm actually surprised that you called me back here, especially after what I've done." "I'm very sorry about it." He follows, bowing his head apologetically. I shake my head. "I'm sorry about that as well. I was too hard on you and was blinded by rage after, what went down before that," I reply. We engage in some small talk, asking back and forth about each other's daily lives. I can feel Tom looking at me with questioning eyes, and I ignore him, thinking that I'd explain myself to him once we're alone together. After a while, a knock comes on the door and Tom opens it immediately. As soon as Haley spots her father, her eyes swell with tears as she hugs him tightly. My heart aches tenderly at the sight, and I allow them to have a few minutes of privacy before I break the sweet moment. "I invited Heraldo to stay here for a few days since I'll be going on a business trip," I explained to Haley after they caught up. "In the meantime, Tom, will you assist Heraldo to his room to unpack and freshen up?" Tom nods and ushers Heraldo out of the room, leaving me with Haley. She walks up to me and smiles, her eyes a bit red from shedding tears earlier. "Thank you," she begins, genuinely smiling. I've been missing Dad a lot, and it's such a relief to see him doing okay, she adds, laughing. I shake my head. It's nothing, really. I just want to say sorry for last night, and I had no idea how to do it without feeling awkward. She laughs quietly, her cheeks going red. If it makes you feel better, we're the same in that regard. I'm sorry for disobeying you as well. I take both of her hands and squeeze them. From now on, I promise to let you in on everything, as long as it doesn't put you in danger. She smiles softly. I'd actually appreciate that, she murmurs, looking down on her feet. I let go of her hands and tell her she may go. I watch her as she leaves the room, a small smile playing on my face and my insides going crazy at the interaction.
Chapter 22. Haley. I enter my room to find my dad sitting on my vanity, admiring the jewelry and trinkets on it. He spots me and gets up from the chair, hugging me tightly. You have no idea how much I missed you, he says, squeezing me tightly. He breaks contact and looks at me up and down. He hasn't done anything bad to you, right? I laugh, waving him off. Of course not. In fact, he's been nice to me, I reply, smiling widely. Each day has been interesting, and for the most part, I haven't been bored yet. What sorts of things have you been up to while you're here? I begin telling him how I'm being treated like a princess rather than a prisoner. I omit the parts regarding my agreement with Sydney and disguise it as him asking me to be a part of her business venture. I also tell him how kind the staff is and how they've been helping me adjust well. Being here feels like a vacation, if anything, I finish. He chuckles. I'm glad to see you're doing fine, Haley. That's all that matters for now. He pulls me into a hug again, and I fight back the urge to cry as relief washes over me. You also look like you're doing well, seeing how you're so well dressed and sober for once, I tell him as I break our hug. He booms in laughter. That incident with Sydney was definitely a wake-up call, he admits, smiling sadly. Ever since then, I've stopped gambling and tried to quell my drinking habits while I looked for jobs. I feel my heart ache at his words. I'm glad it all worked out for you, Dad, I say wholeheartedly. Somewhere along the conversation, I think about how I can top Sydney's gift, since this means more than the outfits and jewelry he's given me. However, my dad breaks me off of my reverie as he informs me about work. Your coworkers have been wondering why you haven't contacted them lately, but I couldn't exactly explain the circumstances. That's it, I conclude, feeling excited. I already know what to do, I say out of context as I stand. I turn to my dad and take his hand, leading him to the kitchen to have a talk with Mrs. Fletcher, who politely agrees to take care of him. I thank her for her kindness and run to my room, feeling the adrenaline kick in as I scramble for my laptop and quickly make my way to the library of the mansion. Upon arriving, I take a seat on one of the desks by the printer and type in a letter, my hands moving faster than they ever did. I also write Sydney a message on my phone, asking if I can go outside to hang out a bit with some friends. I nervously stare at my phone, unsure of whether to send my message to him or not. It's a shot to the moon, but I'll take it, I mumble. Sending my message, I place my phone beside my laptop and continue typing, my heart hammering loudly inside my chest. To my surprise, Sydney replies immediately saying, "Sure, just take Tom with you." I beam in delight, happy that he readily agreed. I finish typing and then print out the letter before taking an envelope from the supply box. Time to give back to Sydney the best gift I can afford. As usual, the place is bustling with people, kids especially, and it takes me a while to get to my supervisor's office since my friends spotted me. They invited me to have lunch, and I readily agreed before excusing myself to enter the office. "Hello, Mrs. Torres," I greet, smiling as I take the seat in front of her desk. "Good to see you back, Miss Luna. Although you aren't in uniform," she notes, eyeing me from head to toe. "Is there something I'm missing?" "I'm actually here to hand in my resignation letter," I tell her, placing my letter on her desk. A silence follows after that, as Mrs. Torres reads through my letter. "Moving states?" she asks, citing my reasons for resigning. I nod, trying to act somber. "Dad's health will be better if we move somewhere that caters to him well," I lie. "I'm sorry if I didn't explain it sooner." No, dear. It's quite all right," she says, signing something on the letter and then taking out some files. "I'll be processing this with HR later, but for now, you can collect your things if you have anything left," she says, smiling. I nod, grateful for her understanding. I have nothing left to take anyways, so I guess this is goodbye. "It's a pity, though. You're one of our best nurses, but I hope you'll do well wherever you go," she tells me. I thank her once again and exit her office, finally feeling a weight leaving my shoulders. I walk out of the clinic and hurry over to Calico's Palace, where we'll be having lunch, shooting Tom a quick text while I do so. I head to our usual booth and order meals for them, hoping that they'd appreciate my treat after I disappeared for a while. 30 minutes later, they arrive, talking animatedly. I raise my hand to call them over, and they happily walk over to where I am, hugging me tightly. "Girl, you have got to tell us everything because there is no way you're wearing designer outfits all of a sudden," Christine says, observing me from head to toe as she pulls her food closer to her. Louis nods, agreeing. "Exactly, especially when you're usually meek with your outfits." I sigh, giving in. "All right, but you have to promise me you'll keep this a secret," I tell them, eyeing them nervously even though I trust them. As we eat, I tell them everything that's happened since leaving work, from my dad's mishap to having a contract, the business one, with him. "So, you're telling me you're now working with the Sydney Sharpe? He's the ultimate mystery guy," she exclaims, looking more excited than I am. "Hot, moody, and a badass." I laugh at her enthusiasm. "Yeah, he's pretty scary at first, but he warms up to you quickly," I tell them, delighted by their support. Moments later, however, our conversation is cut short by Tom, who saunters into the place saying that we need to go. Christine and Louis look at him, then back at me, their eyes wide and begging for more details. I shrug, apologizing for not telling more than I already can. I promise to meet them if I can again before saying goodbye, and following Tom out of the resto, although in the back of my mind, I can't exactly know when I'll be seeing them again. I guess I'll have to talk to Sydney about that.
Chapter 23. Sydney. A month ago, if somebody told me that I'll be this happy, I would have thought they were pulling my leg. Then, depending on my mood, I'd either ignore them, treat them to dinner, or have my men take care of them. I never thought I'd feel this way for another person. I've resigned myself that I'll most probably be living my life alone without any real relationships. But without any warning, fate brought Haley into my life. This morning has been a bit busy for me. After I woke up and took a shower, I was already so busy taking care of several things that I wasn't able to go down and join the others for breakfast in the dining room. Haley went out yesterday, and we haven't talked about what happened yet. Hopefully, I'll have some free time alone with her later. Mrs. Fletcher knocks at the door. "Come in," I tell her. She enters my office and brings in a cup of coffee and a grilled cheese sandwich, one of my favorites. She puts it on the table, and I thank her. "Haley's in the garden," she reports. "Rachel's also downstairs. Should I send her in?" "Yes, please. Eat well," she says, and then she leaves the room. I take a bite out of my sandwich and a thought crosses my mind. Even if only Haley and Mrs. Fletcher would be left in my life, I'd be happy and content. A few minutes later, Rachel comes in, dressed in her usual black mini dress and blazer. Her high heels click across the floor as she hands me a couple of folders. "Those are for your review and signature," she says. She has been under my employ for about 3 years now. Though I'm sometimes annoyed by her, I keep her because she's very efficient and professional. She doesn't ask many questions, and she gets the work done. I open the first folder and read through the document. It's pretty straightforward and doesn't need any revisions. Getting a pen from my organizer, I affix my signature together with today's date. The second takes a bit more time to go over. Some numbers need to be checked and make sure that they're correct. I open a file on my laptop to verify some values. I'm very meticulous when it comes to these kinds of things, and even though I know that Rachel and my other men can do this correctly, I still make sure that everything is correct. I'm done after a few minutes, and I sign the document. I return both folders to Rachel so she can do whatever she needs to do with them. "Rachel, can you help me pack my things for a business trip?" "You know what I need to bring." "It's the usual," I say. She looks at me with a frown, then she taps something on her tablet. "What business trip are you talking about?" she asks. "There's nothing plotted in your schedule for this week." I glare at her, and in an instant she stops talking. She knows she might end up unemployed if she continues to question me. She grabs one of my suitcases and starts putting in the essentials. I stand and go to my closet, open it, and take some shirts and pants. There's some kind of awkward silence as we pack. Thank goodness that Tom enters a few moments later. Rachel asks him to take over packing with the excuse that she needs to do something else. "How did your little field trip with Haley go last night?" I inquire. "You haven't talked to her yet?" he asks. "It was okay, but I'll let Haley tell you all about it since I'm not privy to everything that she did." I nod and make sure that all the necessary equipment that we need is in the bag, including the ammo. This is the moment I've been waiting for. Finally, we have the chance of bringing Leroy down and avenging my father. Haley knocks at the door and peeks inside. Immediately, we close the luggage, and I instruct Tom to handle them. She enters with a big smile, and she comes near me. I find her very cute, but I try to hide my feelings in the meantime. "Hello, Haley," I greet her. "Do you need anything?" She sits on one of the chairs and looks at me, still smiling. I'm a bit puzzled, but I wait for her. "I just want to update you on how my day yesterday went," she says. "I'm glad you allowed me to go out. Tom and I went to the hospital." Then after that, I also passed my resignation letter. They were very sad to see me go, but they wished me luck in my new endeavor. I told them I'll be moving to a new state. That's why I needed to let go of my job, she continues. I didn't see this coming. I'm surprised, but pleasantly so. No one told Haley to do this. I didn't even make hints for her to submit her resignation. The action came from her voluntarily. She's indeed very different. I haven't met anyone like her. Even though I want to jump for joy because of her news, I conceal my feelings. I take a few deep breaths to calm myself. "Good for you," I reply. "Now you're truly free to do anything that you want in this mansion. You don't have to worry about anything anymore." There's silence between the two of us, and I restrain myself from pulling her into an embrace. "Is there anything else that you want to tell me?" I ask. She shakes her head before standing up. I thought she was going out of the room, but her next action catches me off guard. She tiptoes and gives me a quick kiss on the cheek. "Good luck on your business trip," she mentions. "Please take care, and I'll see you when you're back." She exits the room and disappears while I stand frozen in my place. I feel my ears starting to warm, and Tom looks weirdly at me. He also doesn't understand what just happened. I shrug at him and give him a smile.
Chapter 24. Haley. After lunch, Sydney and Tom go to the airport for their flight. I don't know anything about their trip, except that he told me that it was for business, and I didn't ask further. Rachel also left the house after finishing some paperwork, as she doesn't have anything else to do while Sydney isn't around. Before they left, Sydney explicitly told me that I can do anything that I want inside the house, and if I need Mrs. Fletcher's help, I just need to tell her. But under no circumstances can I leave the house, especially since there's no one to escort me. I agree, telling him that I have no plans of going out as I want to spend as much time as I can with my father. He smiles at my answer. "I'll see you soon," he said. Yesterday, he put his number as well as Tom's in my contact list, just in case I needed to call or send them a message. However, he put it under the code name 1 and 2 for safety reasons. He also mentioned that I can't share the numbers with anyone. I'm almost ready to turn in for the night when I suddenly had an urge to send Sydney a message. Picking up the phone from my side table, I open the messaging app and choose Contact. 1. Hey, I just want to check up on you and see if you're doing okay. I hope that everything's going well on your trip. I'm about to sleep now. See you when you get back. The message is sent. For a while, I wait for a reply, but I realize that I don't know exactly where Sydney went, so I don't know the time difference. Also, he might be busy. I put the phone back on the table, and I lay my head on the pillow and close my eyes. I wake up the next morning. Making my way to the bathroom, I take a quick shower and put on a casual dress. I've got lots of plans for my dad today. Downstairs, I enter the kitchen and see Mrs. Fletcher cooking and overseeing the other staff. "Hello," I greet them. "Would you mind if I help out? I'd like to prepare breakfast for my dad this morning." "Good morning, Haley," Mrs. Fletcher replies. "Of course you can. What do you have in mind?" I take one of the aprons and put it on top of my dress so that I don't stain it. I discuss with Mrs. Fletcher what I want to cook. She agrees with me and tells me that the ingredients I need are in the pantry. Once we're done cooking, I go upstairs to the room where my dad is staying. "Wake up, Dad," I nudge him. "It's time to eat breakfast." His eyes flutter open, and it takes a few seconds before he realizes that it's me. "I thought I was dreaming," he whispers, "but thank goodness you're truly here." He gives me a tight embrace, and I try to keep myself from crying. We head down together to the dining room, and Mrs. Fletcher smiles at us and serves us coffee. I put sugar and milk in my dad's cup just the way he likes it. I have prepared buttermilk pancakes, sausages, and over-easy eggs. We also have butter, fruit jam, and some maple syrup. He takes a few pieces of each and eats heartily. "I missed your cooking," he tells me. "I tried to cook this when you were gone, but it's just not the same." "Well then, take advantage now and eat as much as you can," I answer. My heart is bursting with joy. My dad is the only family that I've ever known since I can remember. My mom left us when I was still small, and because of that, my dad has been different ever since, but even though it was hard, he still raised me on his own. And now that he's sober and cleaning up his act, it's even better. I wish I could spend more time with him, that it's going to be like this every day. "So, what do you want to do after breakfast?" I ask him. He shrugs. I think for a few moments. I can give you a tour of the house so that you can also see it for yourself. Then you can choose the activity that you want to do. Does that sound good?" I offer. He agrees, telling me he just wants to make it up with me after all these years and do anything together. We're almost full to the brim after breakfast, so it's indeed a good idea to walk around the mansion. I give him a tour around the mansion, pointing out the library, offices, gym, game room, and lounge to name a few of the rooms. Then we proceed outside where we walk the grounds. We first go to the garden, where I show him the different plants and flowers being grown and propagated. We also see the courts, where Sydney usually plays basketball when he has free time. There's still a lot more that we haven't seen since the property is massive, but we're already tired, so we decide to stay by the pool. We swim for a bit and have BBQ for lunch. When it got a bit hot, we go back inside the house. I call the other people in the mansion, and we set up the karaoke. I tell everyone that they need to sing at least one song, and they all agree. We sing our hearts out while munching on chips and soda. Everyone is having so much fun. We continue playing games like charades and Pictionary. It's like we're one big happy family. In my entire adult life, I think this is the first time that my dad and I bonded for real. I used to think that this was impossible, that it was already too late to mend and build our relationship. But I guess things do happen for a reason.
Chapter 25. Sydney. This is the day I've waited and prepared for my entire adult life. When we got word that the location of one of Leroy's drug lairs had been confirmed, I immediately mobilized my men. We need to strike while the iron is hot, so there's no time to waste. I set arrangements for a flight to New Mexico, where the drug lair is located. I didn't tell anyone of my plans except Tom. The men I'm taking with me are my most trusted, but I'll be briefing them en route. My phone beeps and I check it. It's a message from Haley. I open it since it might be an emergency. I smile despite myself. The message is short and sweet. I want to send a reply, but I need to focus on our goal right now. Tom looks at me weirdly, so I put my phone back in my pocket. "What?" I ask him. "Nothing," he replies. "Is everything okay? Is that a message from Haley?" I nod. I'm not going to lie to Tom. "Sydney, I'm not going to tell you what to do, but you know how important this trip is. You've got to focus," he says. He's right. Right now, we only have one goal, and that is to eliminate Leroy. Once this is done, I can focus on the better things, and that includes Haley. When my father died, I knew it wasn't from sickness or any natural cause. They drugged him so that it would appear like he had a heart attack and died. Leroy's always been jealous of my father's success. There have been many times when Leroy tried to betray him. Unfortunately, my father's very forgiving. He's always treated him as a friend, maybe even as a brother. I may be my father's son, but I'm not like him. I don't forgive, and I don't forget. Even if Leroy's my godfather, I've already sent word to him that I want to meet with him and discuss business. He agreed to see me tomorrow. We go inside the house where a security detail ushers us to the garden and tells us to wait for Leroy. If you're just an innocent passerby, you wouldn't suspect anything of the house since it looks ordinary. Even inside, there's not a hint that they use this for their illegal drug operations. "Sydney," Leroy shouts as he walks toward me. He gives me a quick hug, which I awkwardly return. "How have you been?" he asks. "How's the business?" "I'm good. Everything's good," I answer. We engage in small talk for a few more minutes, but you can feel the tension in the air. I know that both our men are ready to pull the trigger at any moment. I don't see any other way to this confrontation. All I know is that it will end with Leroy being dead. Finally, I can't take it any longer. "You killed my father, Leroy. How could you? He treated you so well, and that's how you repay him," I shout. He looks taken aback, but he tries to keep his composure. "Sydney, if I were you, I'd be very careful with the things that I say," he warns. "That's a very serious accusation, and in case you forgot, you're in my territory." In one swift move, I pull the gun from my side and shoot it at Leroy. Too bad for me. He's still got quick reflexes, and he's able to dodge the bullet. Chaos ensues afterward. Gunshots and shouting erupt everywhere. The once peaceful aura of the garden we were standing in instantly becomes ground zero for the battle. One of their mistakes was that they let us come in with our weapons. They didn't even search us. They were too proud since they thought they could handle us. That will be their downfall. I'm going to fight even until death. No matter what happens to me or my men, Leroy will suffer and perish. Suddenly, I feel a sharp pain in my right arm. I look at it, and I can see the blood starting to flow from the wound. Someone shot me, but I don't mind what I'm feeling. This injury will not hinder me from reaching my goal. The fighting continues, and my men overpower Leroy's. He also sustained some injuries and is already handicapped. I take the chance, and I'm able to pin him down. I point my gun at his head. I've waited for this moment ever since you killed my father, I say. Sidney, please, he begs, don't do this. I'm your godfather. We're practically family. I laugh at his words. You should have thought about that before you drugged and murdered Henry Sharpe. I cock my gun, my finger poised at the trigger. In just one tiny movement, Leroy's life will end. Without warning, images of Haley flash through my mind. I can see her smiling at me, making me remember my promise. I close my eyes and take a deep breath. Tom, call the police, I order. He's shocked for a moment at my command, but he follows. Well, what happened to the great Sidney Sharpe? Have you gone soft? Leroy taunts me. He laughs while he rains insults at me, but I don't listen to him. A few minutes later, the police arrive. Please arrest that man, I tell them. Aside from using this house as an illegal drug lair, he's the one who murdered my father, Henry Sharpe. The police officer seems confused. I'll have my lawyer bring all the necessary paperwork and file the charges against him, I add. They understand and they drag him toward the police car to take him to the station. I close my eyes and take a long, deep breath. After 5 years, it's finally come to a close. I can put this chapter behind me.
Chapter 26. Haley. My heart is full and happy today. Of course, the main reason is that I got to spend quality time with my father. I've always dreamed about going on vacation with him, and somehow this was one step closer to that. Maybe one day we can go to the beach and do water activities, or hike a mountain if he's up to it. These are the moments I'll forever keep in my mind and cherish in my heart. In some twisted way, I have Sidney to thank for paving the way for this to happen. I know he cares for me and will do anything in his power to make me happy. Because of that, I want to give something back. Not only to Sidney, but also to the people working here in the mansion. They do their best to make sure that all of our needs are taken care of, and it's not even part of their job description. I want them to feel appreciated that, in a way, they're also part of the family. I'm glad that they agreed to relax and chill with my dad and me. It's more fun playing games when there are a lot of participants. While everyone is busy playing charades, an idea comes to mind. Discreetly, I wave to Mrs. Fletcher, and we go to a corner of the room where it's a bit quieter. Is something wrong, my dear? She asks. No, not at all, I say. But there's something I want to do, and I need your help with it. I'm here to help. What is it that you're thinking? I explain to her that I want to prepare a feast for everyone tonight as Thanksgiving for all of their service. She readily agrees, and we quickly plan a menu for the dinner. It's good that the supplies are always fully stocked, so we don't have to worry about anything. We start our preparations. I've missed working in the kitchen, so this is therapeutic for me. Back when my dad and I were still living in our apartment, I would cook during my day off to relieve my stress. Mrs. Fletcher catches me smiling while I'm peeling the carrots. You seem very happy, she says. Your smile reaches your eyes. It looks good on you. I try to hide the embarrassment that starts to flood my face. Well, all of the things that's been happening these past few days have contributed largely to the way I feel right now. I reply. She starts making the dough for the pasta. We work in amiable silence for a while, busy with our tasks. You know, I haven't really thanked you, she remarks. Thank me? For what? Sydney grew up before my eyes, so I know him very well. I've never seen him this happy, and it's all because of you, she explains. I frown for a bit. Is he really happy? I rarely see him smile, I argue. Sydney is different from most of us. I guess it's because of things he experienced since he was a child, she narrates. He's got his own way of showing happiness, and that's through gift giving. That's his love language. I used to think he just liked spending money because he has lots of it, but now I know that it's his way of showing what he truly feels. I reach out to Mrs. Fletcher and squeeze her hand. The food on our menu is simple, but Mrs. Fletcher and I make sure that we make everything with love. We peel, cut, knead, saute, and bake. We talk about a few things while we're cooking, and she even shares with me some tips. I like being around her since she's like a mother to us all. She takes care of us and fills us with love. Maybe this is how it feels like to have a mom, something that I've never known. I know my dad loves me, but there's a void that can only be filled by a mother's love. We're so lucky that Mrs. Fletcher is here for us, for me. A couple of hours later, we're done with the cooking and just in time for dinner. Mrs. Fletcher helps me prepare the table, and we use the trolley to move all of the food from the kitchen to the table. Once everything is ready, I go back to the room where everyone is, and I call their attention. They stop playing and look at me while they wait for what I'm going to say. I hate to break up all the fun that you're having, but it's time that we pause from all the activities and head on to the dining room as dinner will be served, I announce. Everyone looks surprised, but they start to move toward the dining area. When they see that all of the food is already prepared, they can't believe it. You did this all by yourself? One of the security personnel asks. No, I reply. With the help of Mrs. Fletcher, of course. Oh no, Mr. Sharpe will kill us if he finds out that we forgot about our responsibilities and let Haley do the work, one of the cooks adds. I'll make sure he never finds out, I assure them. Come on, let's all eat before the food gets cold. Since we won't fit sitting around the table, we serve the food buffet style, and everyone can just get what they want. Oh my gosh, this is good, Haley, another staff member says. I nod in appreciation. I'm glad they like what we prepared for them. If Sydney's love language is gift-giving, mine is acts of service. Maybe that's why I became a nurse. We all enjoy the feast, eating food and talking with each other. The phone rings and Mrs. Fletcher excuses herself to answer it. A few minutes later, she returns looking distraught. She walks toward me, and I get a very bad feeling about this. In a very serious and concerned tone, she says one word. Sydney.
Chapter 27. Sydney. I fall on a chair right after the police car where Leroy's riding drives away. The adrenaline that courses through my body finally goes down, and the stress, worry, and tiredness come crashing down. I wince at the pain from my gunshot wound. Tom rushes to me. You're hit, he states. We need to get you to a hospital immediately. I nod in agreement. He seems surprised that I relented almost immediately, but he waves it off and scurries off to get a car so that we can go get medical help. The Sydney, before meeting Haley, was so stubborn that I know I would have refused what Tom suggested and insisted that we go home right away. While in transit, I try to close my eyes and relax even just for a bit, but I think of Haley and what her reaction would be. I know she'd insist that I be looked after by a doctor, and she wouldn't take no for an answer. That's why I immediately obliged. Even when she's not with me, I still want to please her. We were in the hospital for a few hours. Doctors and nurses looked at the wound and patched it up. They also put a cast on my arm so that it'll be immobile while it's healing. Once we were discharged from the hospital, and my lawyer assured me that I'm no longer needed here to pursue the case, I decided that we were going home. "Call Mrs. Fletcher at home," I ordered Tom. "Let her know what happened and that we're arriving soon." I can't wait to see Haley's smile again. Tom goes out of the car first. He greets them and proceeds to take all of our things back inside. Other men from the team help him. I take a deep breath and open the door. Haley smiles when she sees me, but her expression suddenly changes from joy to worry when she notices the cast. She runs toward me, and in a few moments, her arms are around my neck. The moment I learned about the incident, I couldn't stay still. "My mind is filled with gruesome scenarios of what might have happened to you," she whispers. I take her face with my uninjured hand. "Don't worry about me. I'm all good." We enter the house, and I can see that they're gathered in the dining room. I know this was because of Haley. Everyone greets me, and I nod back. She tugs at me, worry still etched on her face. "Sydney, have you already forgotten what we talked about a few days ago?" she asks me. I don't want to discuss these things in front of others, but I know she won't let it go easily. "Everyone, please continue eating," I say, "but excuse Haley and me for a while as we need to discuss some things. We'll be back shortly." I lead her to my study. Once we're inside, I lock the door behind us. There are a lot of things that I want to do with her, but I know she wants to know everything right now, so my desire will have to wait. What I didn't expect is that Haley starts to cry as she sits on one of the chairs. I feel a bit of panic as I try to calm her down. "I'm sorry," she stammers. "I just get emotional sometimes, especially if it concerns the people that I care about. Can you tell me what happened on your trip? I thought it was for business." I hand her a glass of water. I tell her a summary of what happened. "I know we've discussed this before, but the opportunity to at last put an end to Leroy presented itself. I couldn't let it pass. I had to bring justice to what happened to my father," I start. "That's why Tom and I, together with the rest of the men, planned out this operation quickly. We can't lose Leroy again. So we went down to one of his lairs. Of course, fighting ensued. That's why I got shot." I continue. I close my eyes as I imagine the last minutes of our confrontation with Leroy and his men. I had my gun pointed at him, Haley. The power to end his life was in my hands. All I needed to do was to pull the trigger and he'd be dead, I narrate. But then your face flashed in my mind. I saw your sweet smile. At that very moment, I asked Tom to call the police instead. I look at her, and I can see that she's stunned at my revelation. A few seconds later, a small smile starts to spread on her face. "I think I may have become soft," I confess. "It must be your fault." I turn on the television in the study, and there's a news report about the drug lair raid, including the arrest of Leroy concerning his involvement with the death of my father, Henry Sharpe. She looks at me. "I didn't know about all of this," she admits. "I'm sorry." "Don't be," I assure her. "There's nothing to worry about. It's all over now. I can finally put this chapter behind me." I smile despite everything that's happened. "There's that elusive smile that I've been told about," she says. "You should smile more often. It suits you." "Have you been talking with Mrs. Fletcher about me?" I jokingly ask. We laugh for a few moments. I've never felt this light before. The weight of pursuing Leroy has been lifted from my shoulders. "Come, let's go back downstairs and join the others. I'm quite hungry," I tell her. "Oh, I hope you enjoy the food," she answers. "I helped Mrs. Fletcher in preparing it." We walk back to the dining room and continue our dinner feast with everyone. I'm happy to be home.
Chapter 28. Haley. Beep, beep, beep. The sound of my alarm clock startles me. I almost jump out of my bed. I immediately reach to my nightstand, to stop the seemingly never-ending sound of the alarm clock. It's 6 a.m., I utter. I can barely recall how I got to sleep last night. I rub my eyes, trying to wake myself up. I bury my face in my hands and repeatedly mumble 2 words to myself. Just friends. I take a deep breath and head on to start my day. After breakfast, I visit Sydney in his study to see how he's doing. There, I find Rachel standing next to her. They seem to be discussing something important. I let myself in, and even before I get a grasp of what they're talking about, I interrupt. Rachel, kindly cancel everything he has for the day, I blurt out. Rachel and Sydney simultaneously look at me. They were in awe of what I just said. Sydney stands up from his squeaky swiveling chair. He's about to say something, but I interrupt him again. Will you live a life, even just for once? I cut in. Suddenly, the room goes silent. They exchange glances. Sydney sighs as a sign of defeat. Do what she says. Cancel everything I have for today and reschedule my meetings, he commands. Rachel nods and scribbles something in her notebook. Then she leaves the study. Enjoying my victory, I sit on the couch across from her table. Sydney closes the door and sits next to me. So, what do you have in mind? What do you want to do? He asks, leaning so close to me that I can smell his minty sweet breath. Movies, I reply. We'll have some popcorn and drinks, I add, avoiding direct eye contact. He smirks and leans back. Okay, I'll ask Mrs. Fletcher to arrange everything, he agrees, smiling. I almost spit the drink out. I'm about to laugh so hard, but I hold it. I carefully sneak my right hand into my back pocket to get my phone. I pull it out, and I lean away from him to capture this rare moment. The camera snaps. Hearing that, Sydney turns his head towards me. His eyes look mournful, a surprising amount of emotion for such a manly man to display at a movie. What's that? He asks. His face changes, realizing what I've done. Nothing, I replied defensively. It's not nothing. He mimics my voice. Show me your phone, he demands playfully, trying to look intimidating. No, I reply teasingly. He leans toward me to get my phone. I lean away from him, holding the phone further away. Give me that, he says. No way, I say while laughing. He continues to grab my hand to get the phone, but all his efforts seem futile. I continuously tease him, moving my hands further away. He eventually finds a way to get it from me. He stops reaching for it and tickles me instead. I'm very ticklish, so I wrap my arms around my waist to protect myself. Stop, I say it repeatedly. Here's my phone, please stop. I add, laughing. He stops and gets my phone. Actually, this isn't a bad shot, he admits. I know, I reply. Look at my nose. It's so red and stuffy. He starts laughing at his own picture. We try to catch our breath after having a good laugh. You were right. This is fun, he says, turning his head toward me. I told you so, I reply, and turn my head to him. I'm surprised to see his face is close to mine. We find ourselves just looking at each other, enjoying the silence. I was about to break the silence between us, but I suddenly feel something warm press on my lips. My eyes close, and I grab his face and deepen the kiss. He moves closer to me, and it seems we both want this. I stand up and sit on his lap. I can feel his hands all over me. I let out a soft gasp as he kisses my neck while moving his hands from my butt to my waist. He continues to move his hand up until it reaches my back. Suddenly, he pulls away. Do it, I say in a soft voice. It's okay. Without hesitation, he kisses me harder and removes my shirt. After we're done, I'm aglow. He wraps his arms around me, and it feels almost tender. I bite my lip, wondering if I'm reading too much into it.
Chapter 29. Sydney. Gasp. I open my eyes and it feels like I'm in a different place. This is not my room, I say to myself. I look around and I see Haley. We're in her room and she's hugging me, no, snuggling me. Though I'm wide awake, I stay in bed for a while, looking at her peaceful face. She seems to be having a good dream because I see a curve on her lips. I take a deep breath. You always surprise me, Haley, I whisper. I navigate my hand around my side of the bed, looking for my phone, but I can't find it. I turn my head toward the nightstand, and I check the time on the clock. 7 in the morning? I'm surprised how I managed to sleep that long. I haven't had a good night's sleep in a while. Needing to start my day, I carefully move Haley to her side, and I slowly sit up. As I lift the blanket, I see her wearing a loose shirt and bikini-cut panties. I find myself staring, feasting my eyes on the sight of her sexy dark legs and curvy body. I slightly bite my lips. I can't help but recall our steamy night. I'm sitting on the bed recreating in my mind what happened last night, how it started in the theater, how many times we did it there and here in her bedroom. I snap out of my daydream and cover Haley with the blanket. Hello, he answers. I have a job for you, I say immediately. I want you to get Haley's friends. Tell them that they'll stay in the mansion for a while. I can hear soft chuckles on the other line. The lone wolf has finally softened, eh? He replies with a mocking tone. Just do your job, I order in a cold, monotone voice. With little irritation, I press the end call button and carelessly drop the phone on the table. I pick it up again to call Mrs. Fletcher and ask her to prepare for brunch. As usual, Mrs. Fletcher obeys with no questions or side comments, unlike Tom. Fucking Tom, I utter. I can't help but feel irritated by his remarks. The lone wolf has softened, I say to myself. Have I gotten soft, I ask myself. Should I be bothered? Before my thoughts go any further, Mrs. Fletcher knocks on the door. Everything is ready, she says, and I nod in agreement, acknowledging her. Good morning, she says, smiling. Good morning, darling, her father replies. Did you have a good sleep last night? You look thrilled today, he remarks. With a smile, she answers him. Yes, Dad, I had a very good night's sleep. It's indeed heavenly. Then she looks at me, smiling, a sign of satisfaction from last night. Well, that's good to hear. You seem well rested, he comments. Well, you might want to know I'm also in a good mood, he adds with a suspenseful voice. Everyone at the table stares at one another, waiting for him to cut the crap and get on with it. Ahem, he clears his throat. I got a call from one of the places I have applied to, he explains. Everyone at the table is happy, especially Haley. That's good to hear, Dad, she exclaims and walks toward Heraldo to give him a hug. It's nothing special, it's a pizza place, he says. Oh, Dad, it's still wonderful news, she replies and hugs him tighter. She kisses her father on the cheek. It seems she's really happy with the news. The sight of her being this happy makes me feel warm and fuzzy inside. He hugs her back and turns his head to me. Sydney, thank you for letting me stay here, but I'll be going back to my apartment. Everyone pauses. No, I insist for you to stay, I reply. To be honest, I could care less, but I want Haley to be happy. He shakes his head. No, I should start doing things on my own. If I am to stand on my feet, I should do it right, he says firmly. I notice that while Haley looks happy for her old man, she's not putting up an argument. I figure that if she's satisfied with the change in events, I am too. We all nod in agreement. Haley reaches out to her dad and hugs him. I am so proud of you, Dad. Well, if you insist, I will have my men drop you off at your apartment, I reply. Haley returns to her seat and starts unwrapping the utensils wrapped in a napkin. I'm going to miss you, Dad. I will be lonely without you here. You won't be. Sydney is here. Haley and I exchange glances. Even before he can reply, a sudden giggling sound resonates in the room. We all turn our attention to the door. We see Haley's friends coming in. "It looks like you won't feel lonely at all," Heraldo remarks. Haley's eyes widen, seeing her friends in the mansion. "Christine, Louis!" She excitedly stands up and welcomes her friends with tight and warm hugs. The two drop their luggage on the floor to catch Haley's hug. They exchange pleasantries, expressing how they miss each other. Then their conversation becomes inaudible to me. They all seem very happy, giggling and slightly jumping in excitement. I manage to smile, seeing Haley this happy. Her face brightens, and her giggles resound. What a pleasant thing to hear. After I realize I've been staring, I turn away, only to catch Heraldo looking at me. I grab my spoon and start eating as a defense. He leans forward. "I know this may not be enough for everything, but I just want to tell you, thank you," he says with sincerity. "No need to thank me," I say, and continue to eat. Haley looks at me, our eyes lock, and we exchange a brief smile.
Chapter 30. Haley. "Haley, dear," my dad interrupts. "Let them have breakfast," Sydney reminds me, chiming in as well. I was too stunned by the idea of my friends being here that I totally forgot about asking them to eat. "How rude of me. Come and join us for breakfast," I say, laughing. I smile, a wordless thank you for Sydney. The silverware clangs, and the room is filled with chatter, mostly by me and my friends. I constantly check on Sydney, seeing if he's okay with things like this. Whenever I look at him, I see him looking back at me. He's always so reserved that it's tough to tell what he's thinking, but I wonder if he is bored. Suddenly, Sydney stands up and excuses himself. "Well, I need to go first. I have some matters to attend to. Christine and Louis, is it? Enjoy your stay and make yourselves at home." He wipes his mouth one last time, then sets the napkin over his plate. Sydney walks past us and nods as a sign of goodbye to my dad and a smile for me. I stare at him as he leaves the dining room, trying to guess what he is thinking. I can't help but reminisce about the wonderful time we had in the movie room and my bedroom. I allow my thoughts to take over me until Christine snaps me out of it. "Haley." I snap out of my short-lived daydream. "Huh?" I say. "You did not properly introduce us to him," she points out. "Oh," I exclaim. We'll do that later." It slipped from my mind. How about a house tour first? They nod, and we excitedly get up after excusing ourselves. As we walk around, the two are in awe of how big the mansion is. "Look at these big paintings," Louis exclaims. "I only see big ones in museums," he adds. Christine is gazing up and thinking out loud. How many cleaning ladies are needed to have this place spotless? "Too many to count," I reply with a smile. They look at each other and laugh. "How much would they pay for me to clean this place?" she asks as we walk through the hallway. "Girl, stop it. They will not hire you," Louis interrupts. "First of all, you clean poorly," he adds, humor in his voice. We continue with the tour and check out all parts of the house except for Sydney's study. I know how much he likes his space and privacy. Besides, he has a lot of work to do since we were preoccupied with something else yesterday. "Can he really stay there for the entire day?" Christine curiously asks. "Well, he has a lot of work," I say. "Would you like me to show you my room?" I ask to change the topic. Louis and Christine both exclaim in unison, "Yes." We hurriedly head to my room. Upon opening the door, Louis and Christine are amused at how pretty and ornate my room is. "We could fit 3 people here," Louis exclaims. "Look at the size of that bed," Christine comments. Louis, she urges him. "Come take a picture of me here. This is going on my social media account," she excitedly demands. She stations herself by the vanity mirror. It has a gold lining, which is indeed a chic design, and will make an adorable profile picture. She also takes a picture on the floor, appreciating the white fur carpet. It probably reminds her of her dog, Chi-Chi. "Let me see," she asked Louis. "Ah, it looks like Chi-Chi is beside me on this one." She shows us a part of the carpet that has a crumple. "It's my turn," Louis says, and sits by the blinds. I can't blame him for the choice of location. The window and the blinds really make it look like he is in a 5-star hotel somewhere outside the country. He likes things like that. The sound of the camera continues to snap. They go by every corner of my room, taking funny and random pictures of themselves. I can't help but laugh. Oh God, how I miss laughing like this. My eyes are teary and my stomach hurts. They notice that I'm laughing too hard, so they drag me to the bed and take pictures of us. After we're done, we lie down for a while, continuously laughing. After our laughs subdue, I think of something else. "Do you want to see your rooms?" They look at each other, eyes wide. "Let's go." From my bedroom, we have to walk a little. Their bedroom is in the western part of the mansion, while mine is located in the eastern part. Their rooms are across from each other. One has a garden view, while the other has a view of the garden and the pool area. "So, here are your rooms. You choose which one is yours." They go in and out of both, comparing, but finally come to an agreement. "How about you settle yourselves in, and then I'll meet you by the pool area in 30 minutes, I suggest. "There's a pool here?" Christine exclaims. Louis hurriedly runs from his room to Christine's. "Yes, there is a pool, a huge pool. It's my view," he says excitedly. They high-five each other, and my heart flutters at the sight of that. "So, see you in 30 minutes?" I ask to confirm. Together, they fire back. "Hell yeah." "A little more on the left," Christine instructs. "Well?" a familiar voice says. "Dad," I call out. "I have to go. I don't want to be late, and they asked me to come fill in my paperwork for my new job. I'll be back later. I'll see you." He waves goodbye. I wave back and throw a kiss out in the air. "Goodbye, Mr. Luna," Louis and Christine say. After a short while, we hear glasses clinking. I see Mrs. Fletcher and another helper bringing us drinks and snacks. "Oh, Mrs. Fletcher, you didn't have to," I say. "Sydney told us to give you and your friends drinks and snacks," she replies. "Oh, thank you," I reply. Then Mrs. Fletcher leaves. I'm touched by Sydney's thoughtfulness. He brings my friends here and allows us to have a mini vacation in his mansion. I lay back on the float, smiling. "You seem to be happier," Christine comments. She's on a float too, next to me. I turn my head to her. "What?" I ask. "I mean, look at you. You smile more, you laugh more, and you look peaceful. My gut is telling me you are in a good place right now. What is making you this happy and this pretty, I don't know. But whatever it is, you have to keep it, girl," she remarks. I'm happy, all thanks to Sydney. I turn my head towards the window of his study room, suddenly having the urge to see him.
Chapter 31. Sydney. I just want things to get done quickly and go home to see Haley. I'm now on my way to get interviewed this early in the morning, so I can go back earlier. It's going to be a hectic day since I have to attend a lot of meetings, sign contracts, and manage the business, as usual. Then I need to make time for this matter with Leroy to end things. Haley, for sure, is enjoying her time with her friends right now, and I couldn't be any more jealous. I hate being stuck here with work. A few minutes later, I arrive at the broadcasting station and straight away go inside to be interviewed. "Good morning, Mr. Sharpe. This way, please." I follow the staff who leads the way toward the studio room where I'll be interviewed. The moment I take my seat, the host introduces me and proceeds to ask questions. Can you tell us what's the deal between you and Mr. Leroy Michaels? There's nothing for me to hide or lie about Leroy, so I start answering the questions being asked. I tell her everything I know about Leroy's illegal drug lair. Mr. Leroy Michaels is denying that he murdered your father. What can you say about this matter? The host asks. I smirk and give out a little chuckle. No matter how many times he denies it, the truth will eventually be revealed. I'm working with my lawyers and some of the people I hired to gather evidence against Leroy. I won't stop exposing what Leroy did to my father and that he killed him. I'll prove that he didn't die because of some illness. I'll make sure that Leroy will pay for everything that he did. I can finally end things with him by disclosing all his dirty secrets. I'm certain that I'm a step closer to sending him to his demise. It's my pleasure, I reply. After the interview, I hurriedly head home to see Haley. I want to check on her and her friends to see if they're doing fine. I suddenly miss her so much. The sight of her can surely relieve the tiresome feeling that I have. Upon arriving at the mansion, Mrs. Fletcher greets me and says that Haley is at the pool, playing with her friends. I decide to check on them quickly before getting on with the next item on my agenda. As I near the pool area, I can hear their laughter and can tell they're having so much fun. It makes me want to join them and leave all my work to just enjoy the day there with Haley. As the pool enters my view, I immediately see Haley wearing a sexy two-piece bikini, emphasizing her curves and great body. I'm in awe. She looks stunning. I didn't even notice that I stopped breathing for a moment. The sight of her is sublime. My lips curl into a smirk. The memory of our bodies touching one another flashes in my mind, and I suddenly feel hot. I'm starting to recall what happened between us, but a laugh snaps me back to reality. Hey there, Sydney, says Christine with a flirty smile on her face. Louis just offers a friendly grin, raising the glass of juice in his hand. I smile politely back at him and nod at Christine, turning to look at Haley. She's smiling brightly at me like a ray of sunshine. What a sight to see. Sydney, she says, nearing me and giving me a peck on the cheek. She looks delighted to see me. She probably knows about my busy schedule, so she's happy to see me here right now. Well, I feel the same too. We've watched your interview. You did great, she adds. Thanks, I just told them the truth and everything I know, I reply. She hands me a glass of juice and drags me toward the table near the pool. We talk for a bit until I remember I have to work. I gotta go. There's still a lot I need to do. I just passed by here to check on you guys. Come on, Sydney. Stay a little longer. Haley wants you here. Christine pleads while glancing at Haley with her goofy smile. You're all she's talking about all the time. Sydney this, Sydney that. Anything related to Sydney, right, Louis? Don't deny it, Haley. Haley's expression quickly turns uncomfortable as she shakes her head. What are you talking about, Christine? Stop talking nonsense. Don't mind her, Sydney. Louis and Christine chuckle as they show me a video of Haley talking nonstop about me. I smile as I watch it. She's incredibly adorable. I suddenly want to kiss her. I'm about to say something when my phone rings. Hello, who's this? I answer and excuse myself from Haley and her friends. It's one of my clients, and she's asking me to postpone the meeting and reschedule it for another date because she has some things to do. I catch a glimpse of Haley having fun with her friends and smile. Spending time with her for a while will be fine, right? I'll stay for today. Sure, I'll just have my secretary inform you when the meeting will be rescheduled, I reply to my client. After hanging up, I immediately dial Rachel's number to inform her and reschedule my meetings. Will do. I'll send you a copy of your updated schedule in a while, she says. Sydney, come on, stay for a while, Louis and Christine shout. I turn to look at them and see Haley smiling as she takes a sip from her glass of juice. I can't help but smile back at her. I'll join you for today, I reply, walking back toward them. I go to my room to change into my swimwear and then join them. The pool is instantly filled with laughter as we enjoy the day.
Chapter 32. Haley. She's here. I can see her smiling widely, and my heart is fluttering with joy. I'll go take a bath now. Christine's voice snaps me back to reality. Same. I'm getting hungry, Louis says. I turn to look at them and nod. They start to make their way out of the pool area, leaving me and Sydney alone. I'm looking at the glass of juice in my hands and playing with it. I don't know if I should talk first. My heart suddenly starts beating fast. Are you having a good time? Sydney prompts, making me turn to look at him. He's smiling softly at me. I remain silent for a while, looking at him and wondering if I should tell him what I'm feeling. I think that his question is more than just wanting to know if I'm having fun right now. It's more than just that. I'm looking forward to this moment, for us to talk. Maybe this is it. Maybe it's the best time for me to tell him what I really feel. Yeah, I'm having fun, I answer, nodding at him. But it feels weird, I add, looking at him intently. I'm waiting for him to say something, but it looks like he's letting me say everything first. It feels weird because I'm actually having fun. It's weird because I'm enjoying my stay at your place. My captor's place, I continue. He's still looking at me softly and gently nodding with every sentence that I utter. You know, Sydney, I still can't forget the root of this all. You did something bad to my father. You hurt him. You took me here in his stead. I can clearly remember it all, so having fun here at your place feels wrong. But I can't help it, and am still enjoying my stay here. He walks toward me, and now we're closer to each other. As I look at him, he takes my breath away. I'm happy, but confused at the same time. That's what I really feel, I continue, and I look down at my feet. I know and I understand Haley. His voice makes my insides shiver. He places his hands on my chin and lifts my head, making me look him in the eyes. I know that I did something terrible to you and your dad, but believe me, I'm now trying to change my wicked ways. I want to prove to you that I'm not that Sydney anymore, he continues. My heart is suddenly filled with joy. My eyes are starting to tear up, but I'm trying not to cry in front of him. Don't overwork yourself, Sydney. Be kind to yourself first, I reply, smiling at him. I don't want him to be too busy trying to be kind to others, while he still can't be kind to himself. He chuckles softly and nods at me. Do you know what my favorite spot in the mansion is? I want him to know the place I feel most comfortable here. You tell me. You didn't even try to guess, huh? I ask, laughing at him. It's the garden. The garden. He looks surprised to know that it's my favorite spot. Yeah, are you not aware of how beautiful your garden is? It's so calming. Now that you say it, I do think that the garden is a pleasant place to be, he says, with his lips curling into a smile. Let's go, he adds. Where to? To the garden, of course, he replies, grabbing my hand. We dry ourselves and put on our robes. You know what? When I was a child, I used to hide from my father here in the garden, he suddenly says. I turn to look at him, and he's looking at the flowers in front of us. He's smiling, but his eyes are screaming with longing from his childhood days. Is he telling me about his childhood? This is a first. He goes on to talk about his past. Most of it includes his father and Mrs. Fletcher. They're quite close given that they've been living together for a long time now. I'm happy to know that he has such fond memories and learn that he was a stubborn and spoiled kid. He's an only child, so maybe that's a given. I'm thankful to know that he was still able to enjoy his childhood living in a huge mansion, even without siblings. It can be hard not to have people around. I continue to listen to his stories eagerly, looking at his handsome face. I laugh and smile with him as he talks, enjoying the moment. This is exactly what I want to do with him, listening to him, walking in a beautiful garden and admiring the flowers. This is also the first time he opened up to me willingly. I feel like I've grown closer to him now that he's telling me things about his childhood. It feels as if he's now trusting me fully. It makes me feel like I'm with him during those days of his childhood. He's got so many stories to tell, and I'm not complaining. I'm also glad to see this side of him. He's so chatty, and I'm enjoying listening to him. The Sydney I'm with now is completely different from the Sydney I first met. Do you know that Mrs. Fletcher once slipped on the pool because she was trying to catch me, but I was faster than her? He says, chuckling at how playful he was before. And I used to pretend to sleep at night whenever she was checking up on me in my room, he adds. I can't help but laugh at his stories. Looking at him now, he looks so innocent, like a child. There's something vulnerable in his expression as he talks about his life, his memories. I just want this moment to last.
Chapter 33. Sydney. I want to make sure she'll be safe. Haley's been going out and driving by herself, which concerns me. Even though Leroy had been arrested, I can't help but think about Haley's safety. I'm pretty sure he still has people to move for him outside the prison. This won't do. I should get her a personal driver, I murmur to myself. Right. I probably should hire one, I add, nodding as I pick up my phone to dial someone. Tom, I want you to arrange a screening interview. I'll be hiring a new personal driver. What for? He asks. It's for Haley, okay? No more questions, just do it. After talking to Tom, he quickly arranges everything to find the best applicant as Haley's chauffeur. Applicants start to show up in an instant, and in the past few hours, I've been screening them. But they're all the same. They don't have what I'm looking for. Tom, can't you find other applicants who are more qualified and skilled? All of them are just a bunch of plain drivers. We're not playing games here, okay? Do you get me? Whoa, okay, calm down. There are a lot of people who want the spot. I'm having a hard time filtering them out. I sigh and shake my head at him before massaging my temples. This is stressing me out. I keep going on like that, screening the applicants and finding the one who's the most outstanding among them. I just can't settle with someone who can drive. I need something more. The screening goes on until finally someone catches my attention. There's one person among all of these applicants who I think is the best among them. Hugo Tate, I mumble. Call him right now and ask him to report to the mansion, I tell Tom. I don't want just a driver for Haley to keep her from getting tired of driving all by herself. I want someone who can also protect her when I'm not around, and this man, Hugo Tate, is the most suitable one. He's a professional driver who has a background of working for a prestigious family before, has a clean and outstanding record, but most importantly, he has impressive skills like self-defense. I probably should hire him. Mrs. Fletcher, please call Haley and everybody here, I say. I plan to introduce the new personal driver to them. When everyone's already gathered, I introduce them to Hugo. This is Haley. She will be the one you're working for. You'll be her driver, so be ready whenever she needs you, I explain, placing my hand on Haley's back. She turns to look at me with a confused look. Sydney, can we talk for a second? Sure, I reply, and she grabs my hand and leads me to her room. What's up with that? She asks as soon as we are inside her room. What's up with what? That, she replies, pointing at the door. The personal driver. I don't need one. I can drive perfectly by myself. But I want you to have one. But I don't need one, she insists. My brows start to furrow, and I'm telling you that I want you to have one. She can just go wherever she wants, whenever she likes without getting tired from driving, and it's for her to be safe. Why can't she understand that? It's not a big deal to hire one. I have the money to do so. I notice that she still wants to say something, but in the end, she concedes to what I want. Fine, she says. She knows that she needs to obey what I want. It's not as if I'm doing it with bad intentions. I'm doing this for her own sake. Good, I reply, and I kiss her on the cheeks. Walking down the stairs, I can see her and Hugo walking around the mansion. She's probably giving him a tour of the area. I stop in my tracks to watch and listen to them. Haley looks so serious while she talks about the rooms. I find it very attractive. This right here will be the room and where you'll be staying, she says, pointing to the quarters of our helpers and staff. Upstairs are our rooms, and it's off limits, she continues. Their tour continues with Haley telling him the things he should know and the rules he should follow. It's not long until they notice me watching them. Hey, I greet them. She smiles at me. You don't have meetings to attend? She asks. I shake my head at her. I'll be in the kitchen. Tell me if you're done with your little tour. She nods at me and proceeds to tour Hugo around the mansion. I make my way to the kitchen and grab something to eat and drink. Everything seems peaceful now. I hope this will last. Hugo Tate, I murmur to myself. He has a great personality and is skilled, but I'm feeling that something's off. His face seems familiar. I shake the thought away. Maybe I'm just overthinking. In a short while, Haley enters the kitchen and approaches me. What are you thinking, she asks. Did you notice something strange about your driver? Tell me even if it seems stupid. Why ask? You're the one who hired him, right? She asks, teasing me. Don't tell me you did not check him thoroughly? That's so not you, Sydney. Of course I did, you silly. But the feeling that something's off is still lingering in me. I just can't point out what it is. It's still too early to tell. Just tell me right away when you notice something's not right about him, okay? She nods at me and goes on to take some food from the fridge.
Chapter 34. Haley. I just finished eating brunch, and now I'm thinking of what to do next. I'm usually hanging out by myself, talking to Sydney, Mrs. Fletcher, or my friends. But right now, it seems they're all busy. I'm looking around the kitchen when I notice the flower vases. Oh no, the flowers are wilting already, I mumble. I have to do something about this. They don't look pretty anymore. I go out to pick some fresh flowers. But as I enter the garden, I'm in awe of the scenery. I walk toward the bench where I usually sit to admire the flowers and completely forget about the reason why I'm here in the first place. I look up at the sky and close my eyes as I feel the breeze of the air. This is so therapeutic for me. It's so calming. I stayed like that for a moment until I finally decide to finish my business here. Picking up the scissors and basket, I walk around to look at the flowers and decide which I should cut. How do I do it again? I'm trying to remember how Mrs. Fletcher taught me. Oh, right. I should cut the stems at an angle, I mutter, and cut the flowers, placing them in a basket with a satisfied look. I continue walking around the garden, looking for other flowers that I can pick. There's a variety of flowers here, making it hard for me to choose. I just want to sit and admire them. They also smell nice. It's making me want to just lay down on the grass and appreciate this place. Miss Haley. I stumble upon hearing someone call my name and immediately turn to look who it is. Oh, Mr. Hugo, I say, placing my hand on my chest. I feel relieved that it's him. I thought it was someone else. Lately, I've been feeling like I'm being watched by someone, and I'm so close to thinking that I'm just paranoid. Sorry, did I startle you? He asks, smiling at me shyly. Oh no, it's okay, I answer, shaking my head and composing myself. What are you doing here, by the way? Nothing much. I'm just walking around. It's so beautiful here in the garden, he replies. Oh yeah, what a coincidence to see you here. What are you doing? Picking flowers? He asks, looking at the basket I'm holding. Yes, it's for the flower vases in the kitchen. I noticed that the flowers have already withered, so I'm going to put in new ones. He nods at me and smiles again. I'm really surprised to see him because he doesn't usually wander far around the mansion, but he's not forbidden to go here anyway, so I probably should let him have his time here. So I'll go. How are you and Mr. Sharpe? He cuts me off. We're good. Why do you ask? Nothing. I just want to check up on you guys, he replies, scratching the back of his head, making sure the ones I'm working for are fine. Oh, okay, I say, awkwardly smiling at him. Thanks for your concern. Do you like it here? My brows raise as I hear his question. Why is he asking this out of nowhere? I'm planning to go back inside the kitchen and arrange the flowers, but it seems like he's keeping me from doing so. Hugo asks one question after another. I find it odd because he's not the chatty type. He doesn't talk that much, especially when Sydney's around. Maybe he's comfortable with me. It's not a problem for me to talk casually with the people here in the mansion. I'm happy whenever they're trying to be close to me. Hugo and I are now sitting on the bench since our talk is taking so long. He's just got a lot of questions, and I'm answering him as long as it's not too personal. How is it working at the Cleveland hospital? His question makes me frown. How does he know that I worked at that hospital? It was fine, I answer, despite my confusion. How about your father? Do you think he will be okay alone? Why is he asking about my father now? It's a little bit creepy. How does he know? Sydney wouldn't disclose such things, right? I probably should go now. I still need to arrange these flowers in the vases and get ready for supper. I excuse myself. I'm not sure if I saw it right, but I saw his face grow dark the moment I turned my back on him. Something feels wrong, but Sydney hired him. I shake off the thought and walk back inside the mansion. I eat dinner, and then I clean up the table. Afterward, I look at the flower vases that I had arranged earlier. Beautiful, I whisper, satisfied with my work. As I go upstairs, I start to prepare for bed. It's been a tiring day, and I just want to lay on a soft mattress. I need to go get some water, I mumble to myself, getting up from my bed. I immediately head down to the kitchen to get something to drink. A few minutes later, I make my way back to my room when someone from the garden catches my attention. It's Rachel and Hugo. They seem like they're talking about something serious. What are they doing here in the middle of the night? And what are they talking about that they can't wait for tomorrow? Questions start to pop into my head after seeing these two people in the garden. I decide to watch them a little more from afar when I suddenly felt shivers down my spine. I shrug off my thoughts about why Rachel is there with Hugo. Maybe Sydney told her to go there and deliver some orders to him. I should go to bed now and stop overthinking things.
Chapter 35. Sydney. We can provide the best guns you'll need for the training camp. I'm now having a meeting with an important client that could be one of our big deals. He's thinking of making my company their supplier for the police training camp that they'll be doing. It'll surely bring in a lot of money once I'm able to close this deal. That's why I'm doing my best here to convince him that my company is the best for their training camp. I can't fail with this one, and I think that he wants us to supply them. I just need to persuade him a little bit more to sign the contract. I smile at the thought and continue to convince the client. There's no other company that has the latest guns like us and can supply the amount you need. He nods at me and continues to flip the pages of the proposal paper I've shown him. You're really good with this, huh? He asks, smirking. I'm really impressed. Well, then sign a contract with us. It's my pleasure to do so. I admire you and trust your company. I can now be at ease that my men can train with the best guns you'll be providing. He goes on to compliment me and spout nice things about the reputation of my company. After a few minutes, the contracts are now signed, and he's officially one of our clients. Thank you for trusting me, I say, shaking hands with him. As he finishes reading over the documents and arranging them, I discreetly check my cell phone. I check to see if there's a message from Haley, and there's one. I'll be visiting my dad and maybe taking him out for dinner tonight. Don't worry, Hugo will be driving me to my dad's place. Eat dinner. Don't skip meals. I smile after reading her message. She never fails to make my heart flutter. I turn back to my client with a bright smile. He starts to stand, then hesitates. Since I'm not from around here, can you recommend a good restaurant? Or perhaps we could call it a business meeting, while I learn more about your company. The only person I really want to eat dinner with is Haley, but that's already off the table. I may already have this client's signature, but that doesn't mean that he can't still lead to new business. I'm free. I think dinner will be fine, I say to him. His face immediately lights up as if he won the lottery. Does he badly want to take me out for him to be that happy? Weird. He just grins at me and leads the way to our table. We order our food even though I don't really care what we eat. All I can think about is that I'd rather be with Haley. As we dig into our dinner, he continues to ask questions, and I answer them all. He's mostly asking about work and some personal stuff like my favorite food, hobbies, and places. It feels like I'm filling out a slam book. He's got so many questions like he's been prepared for this moment. I'm getting tired of this. I just want to quickly finish this dinner and go home. I'm starting to have a weird feeling about this man. Come to think of it, I was supposed to be free today, but Rachel suddenly told me that I have an important meeting with this client. Lately, I've been noticing unusual things, but I'm just shrugging them off. Maybe this is just my overthinking ass. Hey, Sharpe, Earth to Sydney! The voice of the man in front of me snaps me back to reality. Oh, right, I'm still having dinner with him. Why is he so slow at eating? Oh, sorry, I just thought of something, I reply. Come on, it's just us two. Forget the business and relax, he replies, making me raise an eyebrow. This man's got some nerves. It's weird how involved he wants to be in my life. I didn't mind a dinner to celebrate our successful business arrangement, but it's crossed into a creepy place, and he's asking things that no other man needs to know. Calm down, Sydney. He's now a client. You need to be nice to him. I try to compose myself again and smile at him. Excuse me, I'll just go to the washroom, I tell him. I just want him out of sight, even just for a short time. He's draining my energy so much and so nosy. Yes, I know what to do. Don't worry, I'm sticking with the plan, I hear him say as I near our table. He's talking to someone on the phone. Hey, I call out as I take my seat. He looks startled. Hey! You have something important to do? I ask. Sorry, but I heard you saying something about sticking to the plan. His gaze starts to wander. He can't look straight at me now. What's happening? I was just asking. Something wrong? I ask. No. Yeah, you're right. I have something important to do, but of course, I wouldn't want to run out on you. I snort at what he says. I wouldn't mind you leaving. I actually want you out of my sight already. I want to tell him that, but I stop myself. You can go if it's really important. Don't mind me, I reply, faking a smile. He insists on staying with me and continues to blabber about things again. This is too much. I just want to go home. Is Haley having a good time with her dad? I hope she's eating well.
Chapter 36. Haley. I tap on my phone to make a call and begin doing my makeup while doing so. Patiently, I wait for the other line to answer, and after 3 rings, he picks up. Dad, are you free tonight? I immediately ask, happy to be talking to him again. Of course, he answers almost immediately. Is something wrong? He follows, sounding worried. I giggle as I put on some blush. I just want to go out and have dinner with you. How does 7 sound? 7 sounds lovely, Haley. I'll be done working by the time we're going out. I clap my hands together. Perfect. I'll swing by your place to pick you up with Hugo, I reply, packing all of my necessary makeup in a small bag for me to take tonight. Who's Hugo? He asks. Another one of Sydney's men? Kind of. Sydney actually hired him for me since he thought I needed a personal driver, I explain. I'll tell you everything over dinner, so please finish on time. Don't worry, Haley. I'll be ready then, he promises. I'll get going now. Good luck with work, Dad. I'm cheering for you, I say before ending the call. I get up and walk to my closet. To pick out an outfit for dinner, I go with one of the many dresses Sydney has given me and pair it with simple pumps. I give myself a final look in the mirror as I fix my hair. When I'm done, I grab my clutch with my necessities and leave the room. I make my way to the grand living room downstairs and wait there in the meantime. I shoot Sydney a message, telling him I'll be off for dinner now before calling Hugo. He picks up on the first ring, like the punctual man he is. Hugo, where are you? Just strolling around the mansion, miss. Is there something you need? Yes, I actually need a lift to go to my dad's workplace. Then I'll be taking him out for dinner afterward. Of course, miss. I'll prepare the car right away. I'll tell you once we're ready to go. I thank him and relax a bit, scrolling through my social media feed for good restaurant options. I should treat Dad to something casual tonight, I say to myself, picking a good restaurant just downtown. After some time, I hear someone approaching. I get up, expecting Hugo, but I see Rachel looking at me with a stoic expression. Miss Luna, good evening. Mr. Sharpe asked me to accompany you tonight in his stead, she explains. Shall we go now? Sydney was supposed to come? I sent him the message to explain my plans, not imply that I expected him to come. The whole thing confuses me a little, but I don't think too much about it. I nod, taking my clutch from my couch. Has Hugo finished preparing the car? I ask her, following her out of the house through the main entrance. Yes, she answers shortly. The car pulls up front, and Hugo comes out to open the door for the both of us. I quietly thank him and enter the car, with Rachel following me after. I give him the instructions to head to my dad's workplace, and he obliges, driving away from the mansion and into the cool evening. Good. I'm quite done with my work already. I hear a bit of laughter on the other side and some papers being arranged in a rush. I'll meet you in front of the store, so message me when I should go out. I sigh, smiling at how my dad seems to be enjoying work. Okay, I will, I tell him, ending the call as I settle into my seat. We turn the usual road going to my dad's workplace, but heavy traffic meets us, seeing how it's rush hour. How is it always rush hour at any given moment? Hugo muses to himself. I'm sorry for the hold-up, miss. I know you'd love to see your father soon, he adds, looking at me in the rearview mirror. I shake my head. It's fine. I would have asked us to leave earlier if I knew it'd be like this, I reassure him. I look out the window and notice that the traffic isn't budging at all. I heave a sigh and decide to watch some videos on my phone to pass the time. While we wait, I mostly keep to myself, enjoying the silly videos on my phone. From the corner of my eye, I notice Rachel shift in her seat, looking quite uncomfortable. Are you all right? I ask her, concerned. She nods. I'm all right, just a bit lightheaded, she informs me. taking a small candy from her purse and popping it in her mouth. I'll just doze off for a bit if that's okay with you. Of course, please. Take all the rest you need. I'm sure Sydney wouldn't want you getting sick as well, I urge her, allowing her to rest. She gives me a small thank you, yet before closing her eyes, she turns to me while rummaging through her purse. Would you like one? She asks me, holding the candy up. I look at the pink treat and look back at her face expressionless as she holds it up in front of me. Candies aren't exactly my favorite thing, but I'd like to get along with Rachel. I'd love to, I finally say, not wanting to sound rude. She smiles as I take the candy, and before she dozes off, I eat it, allowing the sweet taste to settle on my tongue. After a few more minutes, the traffic starts moving again. I sit up attentively, putting my phone back inside my clutch after looking at the time. We make a few more turns, yet somehow the drive seems to be taking longer than I expect. Are we almost there, Hugo? I ask him, looking out the windows. Yes, miss, he answers shortly. In fact, it's just right ahead, he tells me. I perk up, and sure enough, my dad's workplace is already within sight. That's good. Just drop me off in front of the building, I ask him, getting ready to leave. I'm afraid I can't do that, miss. That'll cost me a ticket, so I'd have to turn to the other street since this is a one-way road, he explains. I hum, agreeing. All right, I drawl, feeling fuzzy. Please hurry. Of course, he replies, picking up speed. I roll the candy in my mouth, hoping to arrive soon. Yet, for some reason, my vision starts to get blurry, and my head grows heavier with each minute passing. As I struggle to keep my eyelids open, I notice that we rush past Dad's workplace. I try opening my mouth to say something, but my jaw goes slack and my body becomes numb. In an instant, darkness takes over me and I drift off to a deep slumber.
Chapter 37. Sydney. With a tired sigh, I exit my car and head straight for the mansion, finally glad to be back home. Some of the maids greet me upon entering, and I greet back, happy to be seeing familiar faces again. Welcome back, Sid. I trust that your trip was good? Mrs. Fletcher asks, approaching me with a quiet smile. I hummed, shrugging off my coat and handing it to her. It was so-so. Business as usual. I look around, hoping to see Haley. Is Haley home? I'd like to see her. Mrs. Fletcher shakes her head. Haley isn't home yet. I'll send word to her once she comes back. I nod, agreeing. I'd like that very much. Now I'm off to put my things away. I start walking up the grand steps. In this empty space, my dress shoes click loudly, Haley's absence being more apparent now. You look tired, she replies. Why don't you head up to your room? I'll bring you up a cup of tea and help you get settled. I pause, thinking it over. The macho man in me wants to object, but the idea of a nice, relaxing cup of tea does appeal to me. I'm exhausted, and I can't pretend otherwise. I'd like that, I admit. I appreciate it, Mrs. Fletcher. I head for my bedroom. I open the door, and the familiar sight immediately eases me. I let out a long sigh as I flop down on the plush bed after kicking my shoes off. This is heaven, I say, my voice muffled by the sheets. I allow a bit of time to myself, sinking on the sheets. Soon I hear her footsteps out in the hall as she draws closer. In the doorway, I hear her call out a greeting, and it takes everything in me to peel myself off of my bed. You seem to be almost dozing off there, she comments. Yeah, I'd like to nap a bit while I wait for Haley, I reply. I reach for the cup of tea Mrs. Fletcher offers, blowing across the surface to cool it. Speaking of Haley, has she been getting along with everyone? If you mean the new driver, then yes, she is. She's a natural at making friends. I hum. She does have quite the talent for that. I smile to myself, remembering how Haley has been acting around me, and the mere thought of her smile makes my heart flutter easily. I hide my reaction, taking a tentative sip from my drink. I actually saw them talking in the garden last time, she says. Hugo is kind towards Haley, and being the warm child she is, she'll reciprocate such kindness. I know. It's one of the things that makes her admirable, I murmur, settling back down on the bed. A few seconds of silence pass. She glances around the room. Is there anything else you'd like? Can you hand me my phone? I need to make a call, I answer, gesturing to the dresser behind her. She turns around, retrieving the item. Then she steps closer, passing the phone over. Ring for me if you need me, she says, patting my head like she always did when I was a child. I give her a smile, quietly thanking her as she leaves. After she's gone, I tap my phone open and dial Haley's number. Something about the mood makes me want to hear her voice, even if it's just for a little bit. I bring my phone close to my ear, and to my surprise, it goes straight to voicemail. She must be enjoying her time with her dad, I think, placing my phone on the table beside the tub. Deciding that I'd call her again later, I set my half-drank teacup on my night table, nestling back into the bed. She isn't normally like this, I mumble, tapping on her contact ID. I put my phone on the loudspeaker as it rings, slipping on a pair of comfortable pajamas as I try to call her. To my dismay, she doesn't pick up again, my chest tightening at thought of her absence. Anxious, I tap another contact on my phone. Come on, Rachel, pick up, I beg, pressing my phone closer to my ear and gripping it tightly. When the call goes straight to voicemail again, an ugly feeling settles at the bottom of my stomach. Not even Rachel is picking up. What is going on? I ask myself, immediately dialing the last person I can think of. Blessedly, Heraldo picks up after the second ring. Heraldo, it's me, Sydney. Sydney, good evening. How are you doing? Not good. I'd like to ask if Haley's still with you, I ask him, trying to keep calm. Haley, no, I haven't seen her tonight. My heart drops and panic slowly settles in. What do you mean by that? She never arrived to pick me up, he relays, now sounding on edge. I waited for her at my workplace, but when she was running late, I decided to wait for her at the coffee shop near my place. My heart is sinking as he continues. Even then, she never arrived. I just assumed she canceled and went out with you, he finishes, sounding somber. After hearing everything, I leave my bedroom in a hurry, rushing downstairs with Heraldo still on the line. Tom! Mrs. Fletcher! I call out, running to where they usually stay at this time of evening. I find them lounging in the sitting room, chatting animatedly. Tom, Mrs. Fletcher, I say again, walking up to them with my heart hammering loudly inside. Sydney, is everything all right? Tom asks, walking up to me with a concerned look on his face. I think Haley might be missing, I blurted out immediately, not knowing how to keep calm. I hear Heraldo talking loudly over the other line, his voice panicked, and rightfully so. I turn away from both Tom and Mrs. Fletcher momentarily. Heraldo, I'm sending some men to pick you up soon. Will Haley be all right? He asks, immensely worried. I gulp. Something about this entire thing does not feel right, but I do not want the one family in Haley's life to panic. Yes, I will make sure to bring her back, I promise him, trying to keep my voice stable. I end the call, then make 2 more calls to Haley's closest friends, Christine and Louie. Surprisingly, and despite being worried for Haley's well-being, they seem to take the news well, immediately agreeing to be transferred to somewhere safer. After everything calms down, I give Tom and Mrs. Fletcher a hard look. We have to find her, immediately, I tell them, and a burst of anger suddenly surges through me. Whoever took her will be sure to pay.
Chapter 38. Haley. I feel myself slowly coming to my senses, squeezing my eyes at the sudden flash of light before me. Slowly, I open them, my vision cloudy and my head still spinning. Where am I ask myself, confused. I look around and sure enough, it's not somewhere I recognize. I'm in a warehouse and the place is deserted. I try to move, but realize that my hands and feet are tied tightly behind the chair. More than that, my mouth is muffled by a cloth. the feel of the fabric uncomfortable on my skin. When I start feeling more awake, I look around frantically, an ugly feeling settling in the base of my stomach. It doesn't help that it's nighttime, and while the place should be tucked somewhere deep in the woods, I can't help but feel that something bad will come out at any moment. I fight back a sob. Who in their sick mind would be so cruel to do this? I think to myself, slowly struggling with the ropes on my wrists, but to no avail. From the corner of my eye, I spot a bit of movement and realize that Rachel has been there all along. If Rachel is here, then shouldn't this be Sydney's doing? I think to myself, anger bubbling inside me. What kind of sick joke is he pulling right now? In my mind, I can only assume that this is one of his dom sub kinks. Oh, I know that I had said I was willing to be part of it, but this seems a step too far. If he has needs, he should talk to me and not do whatever this is, I mentally carry on, thinking of what I'm going to say to Sydney once he comes out from wherever he's hiding. I quietly begin struggling, moving my hands in a circular motion, feebly attempting to break free from the ropes. But no matter what I do, they don't budge, leaving me feeling more and more helpless with each minute passing. Soon enough, I give up struggling and settle into the cheap plastic chair I'm sitting on. To my surprise, a door from the top bangs open, and in comes Hugo, looking calm as he descends the steel stairs. Finally, the jig is up, I think to myself, ready to face Sydney. Both he and Rachel approach me, and when he stands in front of me, he yanks the cloth away from my face quite forcefully. "What?" I begin, noticing the darkness in both Rachel and Hugo's eyes. He cuts me off before I can finish. "Took you long enough to wake up," he says, his tone quite icy. "Guess we didn't expect you to get knocked out for more than 2 hours." "Seems like that candy worked well," she comments, smirking. "Although I prefer to not sacrifice myself like that again, Hugo." He hums, crossing his arms over his chest. "It was a small price to pay for this, Rachel. You know that better than anyone," he says, looking at her with pride in his eyes. I look between the both of them, feeling a pang of dizziness hit me once again. It's all too much, my head screams. "I don't get what you two are saying," I mumble, just loud enough for the both of them to hear. "Oh, don't act like such a wide-eyed recruit, Haley," he says, rolling his eyes. "In case you're still clueless, you're being held hostage." "I know that, but why?" I ask them, bewildered. I look at Rachel for support, but all she does is look away, not wanting to meet my eyes. Hugo, on the other hand, begins to cackle, the warmth of his voice gone. "My dear, there is no peace in Sydney's world." He brings a hand to my chin and tilts it upward, smirking gleefully. "And knowing that he has you for a plaything now makes carrying out these kinds of plans easier." I narrow my eyes, hurt by his betrayal and furious at him, regarding me as a mere plaything. "What plan? What do you want with me?" "Rachel, should I really tell her?" he asks, stalling. "Your call, Hugo. Frankly, it wouldn't really matter," she replies, looking at me from head to toe. "She'll be gone once we're done here," she adds, sighing tiredly, as if she's the one tied down right now. He shrugs. "Fine by me." He turns to me again, looking down at me with those unrecognizable eyes. "You're here to bring Sydney out to me because I have a score to settle with him." "A score?" I ask him, unsure of what to think. "You see, I'm actually Leroy's son. Estranged son," she corrects him. "Will you shut up? I'm trying to explain here," he shoots back, looking pointedly at him. When they finish staring each other down, he reverts back his attention to me. his eyes angrier. As I was saying, I'm Leroy's estranged. He pauses to give Rachel a look. Son, all I've ever wanted was to rule on top of the world with him. Yet look where I am, working undercover as a fucking driver for his arch nemesis when I should be spending my time doing something else. He continues, poison dripping from his tone. Thankfully, I have an excellent record, albeit fake, and I was able to infiltrate Sydney's mansion like that. What do you even gain from this, Hugo? Is it really worth deceiving Sydney? I ask him, overwhelmed. Unexpectedly, he grows quiet at the question. A beat passes, and he comes closer to me, taking a fistful of my hair and yanking it back as he stares straight into my eyes, my face reflected on them. I want to prove to my father that I am worthy of being his son and that I will avenge him from that prick, he explains, his voice dangerously low. All of this will be worth it if you fucking cooperate and let me do as I please. But, I begin, he cuts me off, shoving me backward and pushing me and the chair on the floor. The shock of the impact makes me cough out, and all I can do is stare at him with all the disgust I can muster. Rachel walks over to me and pulls me back up, grunting. It's a pity you were his plaything, she says, now looking remorseful. I would have loved to have you working under me. Why would I want to work with the likes of you? I spat. I look at Rachel and give her an icy look. And you? Aren't you supposed to be working for Sydney? He trusts you, Rachel. At these words, Hugo laughs, clapping his hands loudly. Oh, Haley, you have much to learn if you want to keep staying by Sydney's side, he comments. A pause. Then he adds, smiling nastily, that is if you survive to do so. I feel a shudder run down my spine. Rachel has been in this with him for as long as he's been working at the mansion. I suddenly remember seeing the both of them talking in the garden, looking secretive and familiar as they converse. And while the memory seems so distant now, something about recalling it makes me sick to my stomach.
Chapter 39. Sydney. Everyone in the room has something to say. Their voices are all piling up on top of each other, towering into an unstable mess. I can't seem to make sense of a single word. All right, enough! I scream, my voice stern, but I know I can't hide the fear. I don't think I've ever acted like this in front of my men. Everyone else in the room looks at me with blank stares and blinking eyes. They can't seem to figure out what to do. I'm finally able to let out a deep sigh, letting my breathing grow steadily back to normal. You're all acting like we haven't done a rescue mission before, I continue. Now, I let a beat pass. What do we know so far? We've tracked down the car they used, Tom replies. And? I raise my eyebrow, partially hopeful, partially aware that his statement might be a dead end. No luck. I knew it. It's practically in the middle of nowhere. He hands me the iPad he's been scribbling on since the meeting started. On the screen is a map of town. I zoom in to see his markings on the location of the vehicle. What's close? I ask, zooming in and out, moving the map left and right, keeping my shaking fingers preoccupied. I've never been this tense over a mission before. Usually I'm just excited to grab a gun and let loose. But this is different, I think. This is much closer to home. A single stone unturned, a single wrong move, or a single bad idea could mean the end for Haley. I'm not ready to risk that, and I'm not ready to think about it either. I shudder as I try to shake the thoughts away from my head. We have a warehouse, boss, a voice from the corner of the room adds. I see someone hunched over a table with just a single fluorescent lamp lighting him overhead. He's tracing every possible path on a map spread out over the table, circling every possible area where Hugo and his cohorts might be. About 2 kilometers from the car. Thanks, Jerry, I nod. That's one of Leroy's, Tom realizes as he looks over my shoulder and finds it on the screen himself. Bingo, I say out loud. What do we have? I ask, handing Tom back the tablet before I start pacing around the room. I can't stop my feet from doing a light jog, just to shake the nerves off. Good nerves, though. Nobody around for miles, Tom says. We've already surveyed the area before. It's going to be an easy pickup. How easy? Very, he grins. Let's hope that's the case. I return his look. 2 entrances, he comments as he scrolls through the notes he has on the screen. A large warehouse, but not large enough to house a lot of goons. I have a feeling we won't need much to overpower them in terms of number, he continues. Everyone else listens intently, hands already drawn to whatever they have in their pockets. I suddenly think about how proud I am of my men, how they're always ready and willing to fight for me. I've trained them well and given them all the resources they need to succeed. I hope this mission won't be the one where they fumble. We can easily hide a truck or 2 near the back of the warehouse, someone suggests. Why stop there? We need to surround the place. Who cares if there are 10 or 100 men in there? Yeah, the more of us there are, the easier this mission will be. I agree. What do we have for ammo? Unlimited supply. Tom smirks. We won't go easy on them. Don't worry about it, boss, he assures me, and successfully so. He squeezes my shoulder as our gazes lock on one another. I only give a nod and the faintest smile as a reply, and I'm confident that he knows exactly what I mean, albeit I can probably never find the words to tell him myself. So that's settled then, I say as I head over to my desk with extreme confidence in myself and them. I feel like I can eat the world raw. But the cocky grin on my face disappears and flushes down the drain as soon as I pull on the drawer where I keep my gun. There is a note, go alone or else. I suddenly feel weak again. My knees shake, forcing me to sit back down on my chair and roll back until the wall stops it on its wheels. My breathing goes back awry, like I can't control it. Tom must have noticed how pale I look as I feel the blood escaping me. Anything the matter, boss? I can't force a response out of my throat and only hand him the note. He sees it too, on the piece of paper not larger than your average sticky note. The handwriting. It's something the 2 of us have seen for days and years on end. Rachel? He mumbles, as flabbergasted as I am. I can only nod back. Fuck, he says through his teeth. I can't fucking believe she'd do this. Neither can I think to myself. Who can? I say out loud. I have to go alone, I announce, not meeting anyone's eyes, although I know all of them are on me. Are you fucking serious? They'll hurt her. I almost whimper, but I bit my lower lip to hold it in. I don't want to show even 1 more ounce of weakness to my men. My men. I'm so sorry I'm acting like this, I think. It's a shame you have to see me so weak and scared. Then that only means we have to be even more prepared, Tom says, and calls the men into a huddle as they start revising our plan. Okay, here's what we're going to do. A single tear escapes my hold, and I immediately wipe it dry before it falls further down my cheek.
Chapter 40. Haley. It's a mixed bag of emotions inside of me right now. I'm scared, of course. Who wouldn't be scared? A couple of weeks ago, I would never have thought of myself in this situation. Hell, even just yesterday morning, I wouldn't believe it if I was told I'd be here. But the thought of Sydney being here for me soon, rescuing me, is what keeps me calm. So calm, in fact, that I even have the guts to smile at my captors. What are you so happy about? A provoked goon asks me. You're ground meat once the boss decides what to do with you. He pulls my hair back, almost snapping my neck. And I just wish I'll be the one who gets to do it. I guess this is what comes with being linked to one Sydney Sharpe. Oh, Sydney, I can't help but sigh as I talk to myself. Where are you? I know you're coming, but could you get here faster? It feels like an eternity, and the itch in my back that I can't reach with my tied-up hands is not making time go by any quicker. I try to wriggle against the back of the chair, only slightly grazing it against the itch. I give up with a sigh, trying to make myself believe that if I only ignore it, the itch will go away. Rachel provides the perfect distraction as I hear her enter the warehouse. "Any sign of rescue yet?" the goon asks, releasing my hair. I still feel the strain in my neck. "None," she laughs, walking toward me. I meet her fiery gaze with one of my own. I think our dear Haley here has been left to dust by the ever-so-tough Sydney Sharpe. She tenderly runs the back of her hand against my cheek before giving me a huge slap across the face, the sound of her palm hitting mine echoing through all four corners of the large and empty space. "Where is he, Haley?" she taunts. "Does he not care about you anymore?" It's so easy for him to find someone new now, isn't it? A new side chick like a new piece of meat. He knows you bitches can't resist everything he has to offer. I glare at her, but only realize that behind her threatening words is self-pity. I can taste metal in my mouth. Must be blood from the slap. She bends down to look me straight in the eye. I take the opportunity to spit at her a mixture of literal blood, sweat, and tears. She doesn't react at once and only smiles devilishly, wiping it all off with her handkerchief. "You keep that up, and I'll be doing much worse to you, with or without instructions from Hugo." "How did you end up like this, Rachel?" I ask, the disgust in my voice evident. "Don't act like you know who I am. You don't. But I know how Sydney has treated you even in the short time we've been together. It was nothing but kindness, Rachel. He was so good to you." A chuckle escapes her lips. Growing into a maniacal laugh, she poises herself to give me another slap. I try to act unfazed. I know she's only acting this way to get a hold on me, to tell me that she has more power over me in our current situation, but I'm not giving her the satisfaction. She lifts her hand, but retracts it with a sigh almost immediately. "If only you knew," she says through her teeth. "Knew what?" "How much I love him." The confession comes at me as a shock. Stunned and unable to think of anything to say, I only continue staring at her with wide, unblinking eyes. She takes this as her cue to continue. "Well, loved is more correct now, isn't it?" What was only a few seconds ago a tall, proud, and composed Rachel starts transforming right before my eyes. Her shoulders begin to hunch, and I can see the anger in her eyes. He was my best friend, and I thought that I was his, but I was wrong. So wrong and completely stupid for thinking otherwise. She starts pacing around. All those years since I confessed my feelings for him in high school. He gave me nothing, even when I stayed by his side all this time, even with me knowing every dirty little secret he has, this life of his, how dark and gruesome it is. Other people would have run away. Her voice shows the tiniest sign of a tremble. "I never knew this is how she feels." "But you didn't?" But I didn't. She wipes her cheek and straightens her back. She shoots me a look as sharp as a laser pointer. That should have been more than enough. But that's good, isn't it? I try to sound as genuine as I can. That only means he values you, sees you as a friend, as someone important. He doesn't want to treat you as just some other girl he can play with. That's a good thing, isn't it? He respects you. I continue and look at her with furrowed brows. The truth is, as much as I hate her right now, I can't help but feel for Rachel. I can't imagine being driven to the point of craziness, to be able to do a thing such as this, all because of some silly, unrequited crush. But I know she can't see the same, just how pathetic and sad this all is for her. She takes a few careless steps towards me, almost as if she was drunk, swaying side to side. With a swift move, she grabs my hair into a ball in her fist. Her open mouth is suddenly only an inch or two away from my ear, and I can feel her hot breath sending tingles down my neck. "What do you know?" she whispers. Another loud crack runs through the warehouse as her palm hits my left cheek. I can only see a cloudy figure moving away from me. I blink as quickly as I can and dart my eyes left and right. The slap must have done quite a number on me, and my vision blurs.
Chapter 41. Sydney. You're not serious, are you? It's true, boss. Our men just got word of it. You mean to tell me we unknowingly hired the son of Leroy Michaels as Haley's personal driver? I don't know if my voice is able to show how dumbfounded I am by this new information. And to think I'm getting all of this just as I'm supposed to head on to the warehouse to rescue Haley. Well, when you put it that way, Tom begins. Jesus, Tom, I groan under my breath. What am I supposed to do now? I feel defeated, done for. This mission has just gone from difficult to outright crazy. Who knows how good Hugo is? Who knows how much backup he has in the middle of the woods? I can't help but imagine the worst to come, and I'm not even halfway out the door. But Tom just grabs me tightly by the shoulders and glares at me with laser-like eyes. Snap out of it, he says, and I immediately understand that too much is resting on my shoulders for me to act like this. Okay, I let out a deep breath. Just be ready for the signal, I add before I rev my car out of the driveway and head on to an uncertain end. Fuck, I mumble. It's a hot night out, and even with the car windows down, I can feel my neck start to grow sticky from the sweat. I keep praying that I make it in time, that they haven't done much to hurt Haley just yet. It's weird of me, I know. I almost never pray. I guess it's because I know I always get the job done. I never really had any doubts, but with this mission almost certainly being life or death for Haley, I can't afford to mess this up. I keep my eyes peeled for the turn out of the highway, which I find out to be an unsuspecting rough patch in the road, almost covered entirely by bushes and without a source of light in sight. The trees become too thick for my car to pass through, and I can't do anything but make the rest of the way on foot. My right hand is clutching on tight to a tiny flashlight, my left all curled up into the brass knuckles I keep in my car's glove compartment, perfect for situations just like this. It's not that difficult a path to the warehouse. The tracks, probably from Hugo's men, are still fresh on the ground. Not that secure of a safe house, is it now? I mumble. Stupid Hugo, I think to myself, like a child taunting a playmate. With very deliberate steps, I keep walking for a couple more minutes. The tracks seem to be keeping me on the right path, and I try to count the minutes until I'll finally be able to rescue Haley. Fuck you, Hugo, I say under my breath. You can tell him that to his face. It comes from a voice I'm sure is right behind me. I don't even get enough time to turn my head around. I'm immediately swept off my feet by the burly figure and thrown in the back of a pickup truck where two other men share the responsibility of tying me up as tight as they can. It all goes by in a blur. They strip me of my flashlight, my brass knuckles, and any other objects in my possession that I could possibly use as a weapon. Really, my belt too? I object sarcastically, wriggling my hips to give them a hard time taking it off. They only shrug and reply. Pervs, I continue with a spit in their direction. With my eyes covered, the brutes manhandle me, pulling me off the truck and pushing me here and there as we walk on what feels like soft, grassed land. We must be at the warehouse, I tell myself, trying to paint an image of the surroundings in my head. They push me onto what feels like a wooden chair and tie my hands behind me as they strap my ankles to the wooden legs. Finally, they take off the piece of cloth covering my eyes. Hello, Sydney, Hugo greets me in a voice that sounds like a weak impression of Anthony Hopkins in that cannibal movie. Cut the crap, Hugo, I reply. Sydney? I recognize that voice. I suddenly realize that Haley is beside me, her limbs restrained as much as mine. Her eyes remain covered by a thick black fabric wrapped around her head. Haley, I whisper. Are you okay? I ask, trying to wriggle free of my bonds. Did they hurt you? From the bridge of Haley's nose, I see tiny teardrops just waiting to fall off. It's okay, Haley, Hugo interrupts before Haley could answer. None of you are getting hurt. He pauses and continues with a smile. Yet. Let her go, Hugo, I demand, but he only responds with a soft chuckle. How long have you known Sydney? He asks. Not long, I suppose, considering that you let me get away with this little plan of mine for far too long. Who could have imagined that the man who brought my father down wrapped around my little finger just like that? You're not as sly as they say you are, Sydney Sharpe. Let her go, I repeat. My teeth are already worn from rubbing against each other in my rage. If this is about your father, then this is between you and me. Oh, it's not just about my father, Sydney. His voice goes darker. His face turns blank, almost unblinking. This is so much more than that. Let her go. I'll think about it, he says with a sudden laugh. I might just revel in this success for a little while longer. Oh, if only the people who doubted me could see me now. It doesn't take long before Hugo leaves us alone. A stupid thing to do, in my opinion. And I'm quickly able to take the blindfold off of Haley's face, pulling it down with my teeth as I carefully reach over with the limited mobility that both of us have. It's so nice to see you. Her face transforms into the most genuine expression of joy. It's so nice to see you, too. I can't help but return her energy, and it's true. This is probably the happiest I have ever been. And all in one piece. She starts laughing at my joke with tears falling down her cheek. You're so stupid. Let's get you out of here, I whisper in reply.
Chapter 42. Haley. I'm hungry, I cry out loud to one of Hugo's men still left with us. He doesn't move an inch. Hey, I shout. I'm hungry, I repeat when he finally turns his head to look at me. Cut your crap. He goes back to whatever it is he's doing on his phone. Just get us a pizza or something, and I'll shut up. He doesn't stir. Please, I beg, making the most annoying toddler-like cries I can force out of my throat. What if we don't get you anything and you still shut the fuck up? A different goon screams back, audibly clicking the safety lock on his gun as if taunting us. Who's out with the van anyway? One of them asked loudly. I think Josh is driving. Can't you have him pick it up and just bring it back here? You're hungry too, aren't you? A bit. Their rambling conversation goes on for another minute, with the men arguing about whether or not giving me what I want is a good idea. But with luck, they finally give in. From memory, I give the man the number to my dad's pizza place. I'm lucky he's annoyed enough at me to just place the phone between my ear and my shoulder. Make your order quick. I can't do anything but pray. My dad answers the phone as I grow more nervous with each unanswered ring that goes by. Hello? I can recognize the confused voice anywhere. Hi, I start. I'd like to place an order for pickup. I raise my eyebrow at the thug, as though asking if I'm saying the right words. He only nods silently. I'm sorry, but we're not available for Yes, thank you. I think me and my boyfriend would like a ham and bacon pizza. I cut him off, hoping that my dad will take the hint. Silence from the other end of the call. Yo, I call out to Hugo's men. Do y'all want anything? You must be hungry from watching us. I let the words roll off my mouth as clearly as possible without being too obvious. Haley? It sounds like my dad is in tears. Yes. I stop for a beat. Maybe another one with anchovies. What can I do? Do I tell Tom? I'll tell Tom. Can we pick it up in 20 minutes? Yes, I'll tell them immediately. All right, thanks. I smile at Hugo's henchman as he takes the phone away and silently goes back to his corner, leaving me and Sydney alone with only hopeful prayers that Tom and others can successfully go ahead with the plan. Sydney explained to me that they just need a way in, and my dad's pizza place was the perfect cover. Now, with someone on the way to the restaurant, Sydney's men can hijack the van and make their way in smoothly. Like a Trojan horse? I ask. Like a Trojan horse. But our Trojan horse seems to be getting more wooden as the minutes pass by. How do you think they're doing? I whisper in Sydney's ear for what feels like the 15th time. His reply doesn't change. Trust Tom. And without fail, we hear the screeching of vehicles and the breaking of glass just a few moments later. Sydney, who's been freed from her restraints, gives one clear order. Stay here. Easier said than done, I think to myself, though being tied to a chair certainly helps with just keeping put. With all the struggle going on around me, I keep my eyes closed, bracing myself for whatever violence and bloodshed might occur. I keep hearing the grunts, the screams, the sound of metal thudding, and the occasional gunshot. But the noise ends quickly, and suddenly, I'm scared to find out who's left standing. Opening one eye at a time, I find Hugo and Sydney circling each other. I immediately see the blood pouring down from Sydney's brow, staining his skin. But it's Hugo who seems to have taken more damage. He's limping, almost unable to take steady steps. You'll never be your father, Hugo, Sydney taunts, spitting blood in his direction. Right now, he wouldn't want such a pathetic thug like you. I don't hear what Hugo replies, but his face shows defeat. His downfall becomes inevitable as Sydney delivers one final blow, and he drops to his knees before hitting the ground face first. It's almost cinematic, really, the way he brushes his fists and turns to me, the dried blood on his face marking a successful bout. But his grin quickly turns into an open mouth as he realizes before I do what's about to happen. I don't even recognize the arm suddenly wrapped around my neck. Don't do anything stupid, Rachel. Or what? She pushes the gun to my temple. I can't do anything but scream for help. Shut up, she orders me. Put the gun down, Rachel. Sydney continues making his way slowly to us. Rachel locks her arm tighter around my neck, and I can feel myself starving for air. I loved you, she mumbles. I loved you, but you didn't accept it. You didn't want any of me. Well, now look at what you've done. Look at what you've made me do. I didn't know you felt that strongly. Don't be stupid. Rachel's voice echoes across the empty space. You knew, of course you knew. With shaking hands, she goes back and forth, pointing the gun at my sweaty forehead and then at Sydney, who's still inching his way towards us. I had no choice but to side with Hugo. At least he showed me the appreciation that you never did. But I do appreciate you, Rachel. I haven't even realized how close Sydney is to the two of us already. He's able to gently grab Rachel's hand and steer her clear of any chance to blow my head into pieces. I'm able to let out a deep sigh of relief, but what I'm not ready for is Sydney grabbing Rachel's face, nesting her cheeks in his palm, and looking deep into her eyes as though in them is the lost city of Atlantis. I can't explain the feeling in my gut when Sydney pulls Rachel close and rests her head on his shoulder. Their arms lock around each other's waist, as Sydney leads her further and further away from me. When our eyes meet, I catch Sydney's eagle-eyed gaze and realize that this is part of his plan. I stay still, unaware of what's to come next. The two of them remain in their position, and I fight the urge to run in between them and push them apart. I'm only able to fight the nagging voice in my head when I hear police sirens from everywhere. The red and blue flashing lights permeate the warehouse, filling the walls almost like a club. The whir of a helicopter closing in becomes louder and louder. It's so loud that I can hardly hear Rachel cursing Sydney to death as he pins his former secretary down, waiting for the police to finally take her away.
Chapter 43. Sydney. Haley's still crying, endlessly wiping away the tears, trying to catch them before they even have the chance to fall from her eyes. I feel nothing but sadness and guilt as I watch her being asked questions by the police. There's anger in me, too, I guess. It's anger from a lot of things. But anger at myself, mostly, for bringing her into all of this. Haley was probably having such a peaceful, normal life before she met me. What on earth could she have done to have the fates make us run into each other? I want to run to her, wrap her in my arms one last time, and tell her that she's free. I don't want to keep her from living a normal life anymore. I don't want her to feel trapped in this relationship with me. And I almost do, but she catches my eye while the cops seem to be telling her something. She clutches tightly onto the blanket wrapped around her shoulders and blows me a kiss. A kiss. After everything that she's been through, Haley still has something in her to blow me a kiss. I don't know. I hope it's not stupidity. Did she hurt her head? Get brain damage? But the thing is, I know I'm in a precarious enough position to not question it. I smile and blow a kiss back. She tries to make her way toward me once the cops get through with asking her questions, but they lead her immediately to an open ambulance where I see Heraldo waiting for her with open arms and a smile on his face. I have no plans to intrude, so I sit by, waiting for my turn at questioning. But before anyone in uniform can get close to me, the god-awful pair of Hugo and Rachel pass me, their hands cuffed behind their backs. The police are leading them toward a squad car that should have their names embossed on the seats. "Hey," I call at one of the cops, "can I have a minute alone with that asshole? But keep him in his cuffs." Without a word, the policeman pushes Hugo, a frown firmly planted on his blood-stained face, toward me. 5 minutes, the cop says, mostly to me. Enough time to kill him, I say with the tiniest hint of sarcasm. "What do you want, Sydney?" he asks. "What do you think I want, Hugo?" "Oh, cut the crap." His voice is low and resentful. I don't sense anger in him any more than I do exhaustion and pain. "You win again. You must be happy." "I definitely am, Hugo. I definitely am." I take the moment to bask in the glory after having defeated both father and son. "But I take it you're not feeling the same way." "Don't be fucking stupid," he sighs. "I guess you're right. I just wanted to do right by the family name, find success in whatever it was Dad always wanted for me. Get revenge." "At me?" "At you, of course. He's a legend, Sydney." "Was," I repeat. "You took that from him. You can be the same." "I'll never be at his level." He looks dejected. He was right when he told me that. "You know." I try to find the right words to say. It's difficult, really, almost impossible to act like the bigger person and try to console the man who, just a couple of hours ago, was responsible for traumatizing the love of your life. How do I say this? I shrug. You shouldn't live the rest of your life seeking the approval of one man who you know will never give it to you. If he didn't want you in the first place, why even bother? I continue. He avoids my gaze and seems to think about it for himself. He stutters for a moment, unable to make a cohesive response. Stop staying under your father's shadows, you know what? I grin. Come talk to me once your sentence is over. A confused smile creeps across his face. You're serious? I guess I am. I don't know what the hell is coming out of my mouth. I suddenly want the ground underneath us to crumble and swallow us whole. Hugo Michaels, the son of the man who killed my father. What the hell am I doing offering him my help? But when I think of it, I see a lot of myself in him. Both of us just want to do right by our families, no matter how fucked up we might get. Hugo just got the shorter end of the stick. The cops take him back before he can say another word. He turns his head one last time, looking at me with eyes that I realize are filled with tears. I give him a nod. They push his head down as he goes into the back of the squad car without any objection. And as the flashing red and blue lights grow further and further away, I think of when I'll be able to see Hugo Michaels again, hopefully, as a changed man. "Sidney Sharpe?" I hear a voice call out to me. It seems like I'm the last one on the interview list, and the cop asks me a ton of repetitive questions. I start to give out answers that sound rehearsed and scripted. All the senseless blabber and questioning continue as my eyes wander off to look at everything around me. The warehouse is ruined, totally collapsed under itself. The rest of Hugo's men are being carted off, their hands cuffed behind their backs. There's Tom, rounding up the other men, making sure everyone's all accounted for. I see blood on almost every one of their faces. Then there's Haley and her dad, sitting silently in the back of an ambulance. "This is too much for her," I say out loud without much thought. "What was that?" The cop responds without looking at me, scribbling something in his tiny notebook. "Nothing."
Chapter 44. Haley. The cops escort us all back home to the mansion. It's a quiet ride in our car with Tom in the middle of me and Sydney, all sharing the tight space in the back seat. I want to say something. Should I say something? I glance at Tom, who's only sitting with his back straight up, hands on his shoulders, and gaze straight out front. He doesn't seem to notice me looking at him, or if he does, his unresponsiveness only tells me that he doesn't want to talk. I get it. I mean, who would even have the energy for small talk after everything that's happened tonight? But more than Tom, it's the lack of anything from Sydney that's really getting to me. I wonder how he's feeling. I want to ask him if he's okay, but his head is pressed against the window as he stares silently out into the night sky at each street lamp that we pass. I close my eyes and count the seconds until we arrive at the mansion. Tom stays behind to talk to the cops. I follow slightly behind Sydney, too nervous to brush his shoulder as he walks inside without a word. He stops just before reaching the second step of the stairs. He opens his mouth slightly, as if thinking about what to say. Just blurt it out, I think to myself. If you won't say something, then I will. Just give me a sign, Sydney. Anything. But I'm all bark. The truth is, I don't know what to say myself. I'm only hoping that Sydney knows what the hell he wants to do, what he has to do. "I'm gonna bed," he says. I try to hide the disappointment on my face. "I'm so tired." He chuckles, probably to ease me of any worry. "I still have a lot of work tonight and tomorrow, so..." He trails off and I nod profusely to tell him that it's all right, that I understand, that I can't thank him enough for what he's done to save me tonight. Good night. My room suddenly feels like a large empty cave, like my voice can bounce around the walls. What's scary is how the walls feel like they could come crashing down at any moment. What's scarier is how, for just the tiniest bit, I wish they would. I strip naked and throw my dirty, tattered up clothes across the room. I grab a long silk robe from my closet and carefully put it on as my body just now realizes how much every joint of mine seems to hurt. I can't even throw myself on the bed from how much my back is starting to hurt. Dropping myself slowly, lifting my feet carefully one after the other, I finally manage to lie down, my legs propped up on a stack of pillows. My body doesn't seem to want to have anything to do with sleep. I can't even force my eyes shut for more than a few seconds, and I don't think it has anything to do with the fact that Sydney's face keeps popping up out of the darkness whenever I do. "Oh, Sydney," I mumble, turning on my stomach and burying my face deep into my pillow. I try to scream, but only a hoarse air comes out of my throat. "What should I do?" I ask no one. My life has changed so much since you came into my life. I can't even begin to tell you how much I care for you, how much I appreciate you, how much I stop myself before I say it out loud. "Jesus Christ," I whisper. It takes every bit of strength in me to throw my legs off the edge of the bed, push myself up, and make my way out of the room. The stuffy air in the cave seems to be getting to me, and I decide to grab something in the kitchen to perk myself up. A tiny noise seems to grow louder with every step I take. Peering in from the open doorway, I see Mrs. Fletcher cleaning up the last bit of kitchenware over the sink. Like a ray of sunlight on a rainy day, I squeal her name, almost making her drop the steel pot she was cleaning. "Do you want to wake up the whole house?" she says, chuckling as she invites me in for a hug. It takes me a few wobbly steps to get close to her. "Are you still hurt? Do you need anything?" I shake my head with pursed lips, but she seems to be reading my thoughts. She pinches my cheek. "I'll make some tea for us." It doesn't take long before she places a tea set for two, complete with a plate full of cookies on the kitchen table. She carefully helps me sit down as she takes the chair directly beside me. She silently prepares 2 cupfuls of the light green liquid, putting sugar in hers and cream in mine. I only watch with a smile on my face, imagining this to be how a mother would treat a daughter of her own. She hands me my cup, and it tastes like home. "Now tell me," she says, before taking a bite from a cookie, "what's going on between you and Sydney?" I shake my head profusely. "Nothing's the matter. What do you mean? I notice her grin and a sideways glance before I can even finish my sentence. "How did you know?" I concede. "A feeling." She sighs and straightens out her nightdress before speaking, as though finding the right words to say. "I don't think I ever told you how I almost quit working for this family many years ago," she says after a while. "But, oh, when Mr. Sharpe left us." She pauses. "Well, I just couldn't. No, I just couldn't leave Sydney alone. I mean, who was going to take care of him then? He needed a family more than ever. But I guess I can circle back to that retirement plan now." She smiles at me. "It's been very different since you've arrived here, Haley. I hope you know that." "Different?" "When the time comes that I'm not around anymore, I know that you'll always be there for him the way that I was, and I trust with all my heart that he'll be the same for you." The two of us spend a few more minutes chatting, finishing up our cups of tea before the drowsiness finally hits me. "Thank you." I hug Mrs. Fletcher as tight as my sore arms can allow. "Thank you, Haley." As I head back to my room, the thought of going to Sydney's room crosses my mind. More than a thought, I don't even remember how I'm suddenly in front of his door, my fist ready to knock. But something holds me back, and when I finally make it back to my own bed, I somehow fall asleep the moment I close my eyes.
Chapter 45. Sydney. It's not a challenge avoiding Haley considering how big the house is. No, I take that back. That makes me sound like a complete asshole. It's not that I'm actively trying to avoid her. I've just got a lot on my mind and on my plate for the last couple of days, that's all. But maybe it's also because I really didn't want to confront her. Not yet, anyway. The past couple of days alone has really been such an eye-opener. I can't help but shake the feeling that Haley's problems are all because of me. And those feelings are nothing but the truth. If I hadn't met her, and if I hadn't kept her here against her will in the first place, maybe she'd be living a different life right now. Maybe it'd be happier than what she has with me. It would definitely be more peaceful, that I can guarantee. Maybe it's me, I tell myself. People around me just seem to keep on getting the worse end of the stick. I think about Rachel, and how I practically pushed her to become the bad guy in our story. Maybe if I paid more attention to her and really listened to how she felt, I think, but I shake my head at the thought. I realize that I can't keep blaming myself for someone else's lack of self-control, but the thing that keeps biting at me is how I essentially never noticed. Was it me? Or was Rachel just that good at playing the villain? I put all my trust into her, almost as much as I trusted Tom. Maybe I shouldn't trust anyone at all, I say to myself. Even Tom? I can't help but say aloud. I wonder how he's doing. We haven't really gotten a chance to talk lately, aside from the regular checkups and updates. Besides, it's not like he's one to pour out all his feelings over a bottle of beer or two. "You're not being yourself," he said to me the other day. "What do you mean?" I tried to read the expression on his face, but there was none for me to even catch a glimpse of. "It's just that you've gone soft," he replied. "Jesus, Tom," I say to myself, snapping me back to reality. "What the fuck does that even mean?" I'm not soft. I'm as tough as I was since the day my father carried me in his arms. I don't know what's gotten over me. Maybe it's the sense of hurt in my pride, a bruise in my ego. But nothing stops me as I head on over to a club I haven't been to since Haley started living with me. The guy at the front door greets me with a knowing nod. "Haven't seen you in a while." I only respond with a nod back. It doesn't take long before the women in shiny bikinis with straps as thin as floss come walking toward me. "Hey, sexy. What do you want?" Care for some loving? And it doesn't take long before I set my sights on someone. She's unassuming, exaggeratedly chewing a piece of gum and staring at me with half-closed eyes, like she doesn't even want my attention. Little does she know that's exactly how to get it. Or maybe she does, and the whole vibe is just her shtick. Who knows? Who cares even? Certainly not me, as I carelessly return her kiss like a complete amateur. Hoping that I haven't made a fool of myself just yet, I invite her back to the house. She readily agrees before I can even ask her for her name. She goes by Candy, she tells me on the quick ride home. I step on the pedal as hard as I can, partly to impress her and partly so that I won't be forced to make small talk. It all moves too fast for me to remember anything, but a couple of minutes after the two of us are on the bed, her on top of me, her lipstick smudged and stained on my chin, I purse my lips tight and turn away. "Anything wrong?" she asks, making herself comfortable as she leans back on my pillows. "No, it's just," I stammer. I can't believe the thoughts forming in my head. It's Candy right in front of me, Candy on my bed in her skin-tight clothes just a stretch away from tearing into pieces, Candy ready for the non-committal, no-strings-attached type of thing that I've always been after. But why is Haley still running around in my head? Why is she the one I want to kiss, to hold, to have here beside me right now? I wouldn't treat her the same. I would treat her gently, softly, with as much care as my hands can give. All I want is Haley. The thing is, I don't know if I can have her back. I feel like I've ruined it all somehow. I feel like there's not much room for second chances. "Yo," Candy says, snapping her fingers in front of my face. "I'm sorry, I can't." "Can't what?" She goes back to exaggeratedly chewing gum. "Can't do this. There's someone else I love, and I feel like I messed up. I'm sorry." "Huh?" she replies nonchalantly. I'm partly surprised at how indifferent she is to the whole thing. "You mean her?" I turn around to where Candy's finger fitted with long, glittery pink acrylic nails are pointed. I feel the blood getting drained from my face as I realize who's been in the room all this time. I can't believe I haven't noticed Haley. I'm such an idiot, and now she's seen me make out with a random-ass hooker from God knows where. How pathetic. How sad and pathetic, Sydney. You can't make an even bigger fool of yourself right now, I tell myself. Haley. I start, but words are escaping me. Nothing I say can get me out of this mess, and I deserve every possible repercussion that's about to happen to me. Haley continues to sit quietly as the tears uncontrollably fall down her face. She gets up without a word, walks away without even so much as looking at me, and slams the door shut behind her. Am I still getting paid for this? Candy says in between her loud chews.
Chapter 46. Haley. My room doesn't feel the same as I storm through its doors. It was a safe space from all the craziness once, but now I feel like I'm trespassing in a stranger's home. I dash back and forth, corner to corner, like a whirlwind, stripping the room of everything that's mine. According to Sydney, technically, everything in here is mine. But why should I believe anything he has to say now? The one thing I thought was absolute turns out to mean nothing to him. A fabrication spewed from his lying lips, which are now exploring another woman's body. I pick out 2 duffel bags and a suitcase and pack them full of my clothes. I can't possibly bring every garment and footwear in this room, not that I'd even want to. I want to leave as much of this place behind as possible. Before I know it, the bags are full and I'm hauling them out the door. I don't bother double-checking. Sydney can keep whatever's left inside. Maybe he can pass it all down to the poor girl he decides to toy with next. Even with the bags weighing me down, I speed walk my way out of the mansion. I don't want to risk bumping into any of the staff I've grown fond of. It'd make saying goodbye all the more painful. I leave through one of the back exits and make a beeline for the driveway. I can already see Sydney's numerous drivers standing at the ready with their assigned cars. They all straighten their postures upon seeing my approach. I choose the closest driver, who looks rather nervous as I drop my bags next to the car. Take me back to my apartment. I'll tell you the address, I say, my voice unintentionally adopting an authoritative tone. The driver scratches the back of his neck, unsure of what to do. He adjusts himself and clears his throat. No can do, miss. I haven't received the green light from Mr. Sharpe yet. As I open my mouth to protest, the driver's ham radio crackles to life. He unclips it from his hip and brings it close to his face. Come in. Do as she says. Take her home. Sydney's voice blares through the speakers, muffled by the electronic squelch of interference. I turn in surprise and cast my gaze upward to the massive second-floor window, where I see Sydney watching us from above. We lock eyes for a moment. I frown at him, and his brows merely furrow in concern. Whatever, his silent stare will have to serve as our anticlimactic goodbye. The trunk door slamming shut beside me knocks me out of my stupor. The driver has already loaded my luggage. All that's left for me to do is climb inside, and this will all be over. I mutter my address to the driver as he jams the keys into the ignition. I sit in the middle of the passenger seat and train my gaze straight ahead. I almost wish that they blindfolded me again. The car starts, and we slowly pull out of the driveway. I shut my eyes, trying to disperse the pool of tears clouding my vision, and lose myself in the gentle rumble of the sedan. When I open my eyes again, the beautiful feat of architecture, with its massive pool, wonderful garden, and fantastic staff, the place I thought would be my new home, is now nothing more than a pale dot in the rearview mirror. I come face to face with our front door and brace myself for whatever state I might find the apartment in. I peek under the welcome mat and find the familiar glint of the front door key just where my dad always leaves it. I swing the door open, expecting, even looking forward to the apartment being in disarray. To my surprise, however, everything is still neat and tidy. There aren't any plates in the sink, rotting trash to throw out, or stains that need scrubbing. I didn't expect my dad to maintain cleanliness, but I guess everyone's already changing around me. I'm the only one who hasn't. I don't have the task of cleaning up after my dad to distract me anymore. The tears from earlier return, but now there's no one to witness my pain. My old bed calls to me. I'm not tired, but I find myself retreating into my old room and flopping into my old bed. It creaks beneath my weight, and the mattress isn't as soft, but a sigh born from a familiar comfort escapes me. Tears flow out of my face and stain my pillow without any sign of stopping. What's wrong with me? I'm free from the man who kidnapped me and the insanity revolving around his life. I almost died for crying out loud. I should be happy. Now, I get to live a normal and quiet life with my dad, who doesn't even gamble anymore. I have everything I can possibly need, so why am I still upset? Any reasonable person wouldn't be behaving this way. What's making me so miserable? The only people I need to care about now are my dad, my friends, and my patients. Yet, I still feel that I'm missing something or someone. There's a void inside me that needs filling. I realize where this emptiness is coming from. It's the feeling I get whenever Sydney isn't by my side or sleeping beside me after a night of passion. Except now, it's amplified 1,000-fold because I know that I don't have him to sate those desires and soothe the aching longing I'll never be free from. I'm falling for my captor. I bury my face in the pillows once more, both in shame and sorrow. Am I supposed to feel this way toward my captor? I ask myself out loud. Though my voice is muffled by the pillows, the one in my head is as clear as ever. No, I shouldn't feel this way about the man who captured me, yet I do anyway. The sound of the front door opening resonates through the thin apartment walls. I quickly push myself into a sitting position. "Haley?" My dad's voice rings out from the living room. Before I rush out to greet him, I take a second to make myself look presentable in the mirror. My eyes are thankfully not very red. I emerge from my room, a fake smile plastered on my face. "Dad," I squeal in delight, rushing to embrace him. "I saw your shoes by the door. I thought you'd be with Sydney," he says as he wraps his arms around me. Hearing his name makes my heart ache, but I push the pain down and hug him tighter. "Oh, we're just spending some time apart," I lie. Sad as I may be, I'm happy to be with my dad again. All that matters now is that I'm free and my life can finally return to normal.
Chapter 47. Sydney. I find myself in the boardroom. People are talking, but I can't really understand them. I tilt my head to each side so people will assume I'm listening. I keep on pretending to make sense of what the guy in front of me is talking about. Is this a new project? Investment? Taxes? I can't really tell, and I don't really care. I turn my head toward the window. How long has it been, I ask myself? Days, weeks, months? I continue to ponder. I'm not sure how long it has been, but for me, it feels like it has been an eternity. I keep doing the things I used to do. I'm present in everything. I attend meetings, join social gatherings, and I party where I force a smile and laugh on occasion. It feels like I'm there, but at the same time, I'm not. "Sydney!" someone calls out. I snap back to reality and realize that everyone in the room is looking at me. Hmm? I ask, since I have no idea what is going on. Eric is asking what you think about the presentation, she asks. I flip the pages of the binder, trying to get an idea of what to say. I can see the people around me exchanging glances, confused. I open my mouth, but I can't find the right thing to say. The person who asked me the question must take pity, because they saved me from disgrace. Why don't we sleep on it? I'm sure that Sydney will be able to come up with a decision by then. This matter is indeed very important, she says and forces a smile. Then they all walk out of the room. If people would ask what's wrong with me and what's keeping me distracted, I would say I don't know to keep me safe from unreasonable follow-up questions. But the truth is, I know what has been troubling me. I want to see her badly, but I don't know how or what I should do. This is a first, I whisper. I let out a deep sigh and lean back. I feel hollow, unmotivated, and at some point, heavy. This is all new to me. As I continue to torture myself asking questions, I grab my phone from the table and stare at Haley's picture. That's my screensaver. You changed me, I whisper. You have given life to this heartless man. Suddenly, I find the answer to my questions. I glance at my watch, and it's 1:15 noon. I stand up immediately and grab my coat. I carefully walk up to Haley's apartment, not putting into account if she's even there. I didn't use the elevator to lessen the chances of us bumping into each other. I just want to see her, even a glance of her, I say to myself. My heart is racing when I reach her floor. I'm not quite sure if the stairs or the idea of seeing her is what's making me breathe faster. I hide behind the wall covering the stairwell. When I take a peek, I'm surprised to see Haley walking toward the elevator. I immediately pull myself backward and hide better. She is waiting for the elevator door to open when I take a peek again, and I see her carrying a white tote bag. Groceries, I whisper. I notice that she changed her hair, curlier this time, I think. It suits her. She looks fresh. She must be getting a lot of sleep. I feel ecstatic after seeing her. It has been a while, and I truly miss her. From what I'm seeing, she looks better, happier. I can't help but wonder if not being with me is what's best for her. Ding! The elevator door opens and she walks in. I climb down the stairs, wanting to see more of her. I'm now only a few steps behind Haley as she walks to her favorite store. It's just 3 blocks from her apartment. The door chimes when she opens it. Hi, Julio, she greets the old man by the counter. Oh, hi, Haley, he greets back. The sweet mangoes are fresh. You should get some, he remarks. Oh, I will, she enthusiastically replies. I grab a basket to be less suspicious. Considering the lot area of the store, the chances of her seeing me here are very likely, so I make sure that I'm more than 5 steps behind her. I grab a can of milk, pretending to be reading its labels. I'm trying hard to figure out what she'll have for dinner, so I let my guard down and a familiar voice calls out my name. Sydney? It startles me, so I drop the can of milk on the floor. Haley, look who's here, Heraldo shouts. I find myself in an awkward position after I bent over and caught the can before it hit the floor. I raise my head, and I see Haley walking toward Heraldo and me. I slowly correct my posture and fix my clothes. My face turns red with embarrassment. Hi, I say in an awkward tone. I see her forcing a smile. Hi, she replies. I'm surprised to see you here. I mean, this is not near your neighborhood, and I know you don't do your own shopping, she continues. I smirk. You caught me red-handed. I'm here to see you, I say awkwardly. I take a few steps forward and swallow my pride. I came here because I wanted to ask you on a date. Haley and Heraldo exchange glances. They are surprised after what I just said. I take a deep breath and continue. I'm hoping we could talk. I just want to explain everything to you and be completely honest with you, even for just this one. For the last time. Silence grows between us. She's thinking. From the looks of it, she won't agree to see me for dinner tonight, and I can't blame her. Sure, she answers and nods. My eyes expand after I realize she agreed. But instead of eating at a fancy place or any other place, we will have dinner at our apartment, she adds. I'm more surprised that she suggested having dinner at their place. We can have it anywhere, as long as I'm with her. Sure, I nod. Is 7 good? I ask. Sure, 7 is good, she confirms. Or you can wait, and we could go back together. She adds. I nod in agreement and smile. I'll wait outside, I reply. It's great that I can have her cooking for one last time, I say to myself.
Chapter 48. Haley. My keys jingle, the door creaks open, and the groceries rustle in my white tote bag. Come in, I say, inviting Sydney into our apartment. He hesitantly enters the room. Make yourself at home, I add, pointing to the couch. My dad and I go straight to the kitchen so I can start cooking. He drops the grocery bags on top of the counter and finds his way to the refrigerator. Sydney, can I get you something? He asks. Anything will do, Heraldo, he replies with his usual tone. I realize I miss hearing his cold, confident voice. The bottles rattle inside the fridge. He takes 2 bottles of beer and cranks them open. As I unpack the groceries, he and Sydney drink beer in the living room. Though our apartment is small and the counter is not far from the living room, I can't really grasp what they're talking about. Suddenly, the telephone by the coffee table near the kitchen rings. My dad puts his beer on the table and grabs the phone. Hello, he answers. Oh, from the tone of his voice, the phone call may not bear good news. Okay, bye, he finally says and puts the phone back. He says something to Sydney, picks up his beer, and walks toward the kitchen. He enters and sighs. It's the pizza place, he says. Why, what's wrong? I ask while washing the vegetables I need to chop. Dale called in sick. Someone needs to cover his shift, and the store asked me to do it, he explains. Will you cover for him? I ask. Yes, another shift would mean additional income for me, he reasons with me. You just came from your shift. Will you be okay taking another? I reply. I wonder where all these questions are coming from. My dad is not a kid anymore, and surely he can manage another shift. Another shift won't hurt, he answers. I pause for a while and eventually nod in agreement. Well, I guess. We should have dinner first, I say. My dad tilts his head to the left. I can't. My next shift starts in 10 minutes. I should get going or I'll be late, he explains. Oh no, I'll be left alone with Sydney. My dad leans to kiss me goodbye, grabs his jacket, and closes the door behind him. As the door closes, silence fills my apartment. I thought this would be awkward, but thankfully it's not. Surprisingly, his presence in my house is comforting. Just looking at him sitting in my living room, behaving and entertaining himself by looking around my ceiling for, like, the 100th time, makes me realize how much I miss him. As I transfer the casserole to a plate, I can't help but think of the things we did together, all the simple and the wild stuff we did. Dinner is ready, I call out after setting the table. He stands up, brings the bottle with him, and places it in the sink. He washes his hands and sits across from me. All that we can hear for a while are utensils clanging. I look up and catch Sydney looking at me. He wipes his lips with the napkin and clears his throat. I miss you, Haley. He says it so unexpectedly that I almost choke on the broccoli. He takes a deep breath. I really miss you, Haley. That's why I went to the store today, he remarks. I clear my throat. Do you remember the time I left? I ask, and his face turns pale. The memory is still fresh, and it still hurts, terribly hurts. How could you? I continue. We keep still for a while, and he lifts his head. I'm really sorry. I'm terribly sorry, Haley. Nothing happened between us that night. I chickened out. I know that doesn't change anything. I'm really sorry, Haley. He leans forward and takes a deep breath. I love you, Haley. I have never felt this for anyone. I have kept my distance from you because I thought it was what's best for you, he continues, looking uneasy. I kept my distance because I didn't want bad things to happen to you again. I thought that keeping my distance was what's best for you. I tried to forget you. I did everything I could to get you out of my system, but I couldn't. I look at him and was about to say something, but he's not done. I partied, I drank, and I even tried hooking up with other people. But I can't get over you. I'm always thinking about you, how you smell, and how I feel whenever I'm with you. I love you, Haley. I'm hopelessly in love with you. Let's scrap the contract we signed. Let's throw it out the window. A lot of things have happened, and a lot has happened between us. I'm willing to leave my past behind and have a new life with you. I don't care about anything else. All I want is you, he finishes with a shaking voice. He sounds so sincere. I can tell that he said everything from the bottom of his heart. He means it. He loves me and wants to be with me. I also want to be with him. A life with him is the best thing I can ask for. But am I willing to take the risk? Loving him would also mean loving his past, what he was, the people he was involved with, being hunted by people who hate him, and his business. Am I ready for all that? I place my spoon on the table and take a sip of water. This is a lot to take, I reply. I need to think about this, to think things through before I give you my decision, I continue. He seems disappointed with my response, but he still nods. He understands that I really need to think things over. After that, we finish our meal in awkward silence. Thank you for the nice meal, Haley, he says before heading out of the apartment. Sure. I force a smile. We stare awkwardly at each other for a while. I step back and stare at my foot. He takes the hint of what I just did and walks out, closing the door behind him.
Chapter 49. Sydney. Beep, beep, beep. The sound of my alarm clock begins to ring. Ironically, I was up minutes before my alarm clock rang. I turn it off and allow myself to stay longer in bed. I feel my soft linens, caressing them like a child making snow angels. I don't know, but I feel weird today, a nice kind of weird. I abruptly sit on my bed, ready to start the day, like a child ready to play with her new toy. Rachel, Rachel, I call out in the air. I call out again, but this time my voice is a little louder. Suddenly I remember what happened and realize that Rachel is gone. She no longer works for me. She's the best at what she does, and I don't think there's someone out there who can replace her. I sit for a moment and sigh. I grab my laptop and start to go through my emails. I begin checking the applications for the position Rachel vacated. None of these can match Rachel, I bluntly remark. I lie down back and take a deep breath. A thought crosses my mind. She may have not done what she did if only I appreciated her more. If only I had been a better friend, she may still be here today. I can't help but be a little sad about that thought. I ponder a little and suddenly think of an idea. I hurriedly leave the comfort of my bed and get ready to see someone I would have never expected I'll visit. I glance at my watch. It has already been a few minutes. I continue to look around for the third time to entertain and pass the time. This place actually resembles what you see in the movies. I turn my head to the guard behind me, and I was about to ask him something when... Buzz! The door on the other side of the glass window opens. People are coming out, and finally, I see Rachel. We stare at each other as she sits across from me on the other side of the glass window. She grabs the phone on her right, and I pick up the one on my side as well. You look good in orange, I tease her. Sorry, bad joke, I add and smile. She looks confused, but then lets out a small smile in the end. It's fine, she replies. I'm surprised to see you here and how you're treating me, she continues. I'm also surprising myself these past few days, I answer. Sydney, about what happened, I interrupt her before she could say anything else. No, I wanted to talk about… She interrupts me back. No, Sydney, please allow me to say my apologies first, she says with a sincere tone. The look in her eyes is the same as how mine was after what I did to Haley. I nod and let her continue. She clears her throat and takes a deep breath. I'm really sorry, Sydney. I'm sorry for getting involved with Hugo and for everything that you and Haley had to go through. I know that no words can take away the pain or the trauma. I wish I could turn back the time to change what happened and not let Hugo get the best of me and be corrupted by his hate and frustrations, she explains, holding back her tears. I smile. I'm sorry too. If only I appreciated you more and treated you more than just a secretary, no, showed you that I really do see you as a friend, we may not have gotten into this situation where I get to see you behind this glass window, I reply. No, Sydney, there's nothing that you should apologize for. This is all on me. This is my fault, she says. I shake my head slowly. Then we're both at fault. Our faults are on a different level, but we both have something that we should be sorry about, I respond and smile. She smiles back. Thank you for coming all the way here and understanding me, she says while smiling. She takes a deep breath and continues. Just so you know, I'm more than willing to serve my sentence here and pay for what I have done. And I know this may be too soon, but I do hope that you can find it in your heart to forgive me, and maybe we can still be friends. I smile back at her. Of course, that's why I'm here. I want you to know that you have a friend waiting for you out here. She smiles and cries at the same time. She bows her head, hiding her tears from me. We stay quiet for a while. I allow her to cry, and later we talk a bit more. I continue what I was doing before I left. I open my laptop on my desk and browse the applications sent. Suddenly, I see a familiar name. Haley, I utter in the air. The similarity of their names gives me a good feeling about this applicant. I look at this as life's way of joking with me. I laugh at the idea and decide to ask her to come for the interview today. She responds that she's available, so I give her the address to my main office before heading there. Buzz, the front desk lady, intercoms to me that the applicant has arrived. I tell them to send her to my office. In a little while, I hear footsteps approaching and 3 knocks at my door. Come in, I respond. As the door swings open, I look up to see the applicant. I abruptly stand up and some documents I'm holding scatter about. Haley!
Chapter 50. Haley. My heart is beating fast. I'm feeling a lot of emotions right now. I'm excited and at the same time nervous. I take a deep breath to pace my heartbeat. I can't help but smile whenever I recall what happened last night. I finally get what I want the most. Sydney wanting to be with me. I always knew that I wanted him. I want to be with him no matter what. And being here would mean I'm all for it, all the way. I just hope he didn't have a change of heart overnight. When this thought crosses my mind, the more nervous I become. The front desk lady calls out my name and tells me to head to Sydney's office. I take a deep breath and calm myself. I get up and grab my bag. As I take slow but big steps toward his office, my nervousness disappears. And now, all I feel is excitement. I knock 3 times. Come in, he says from the other side. Before I swing the door open and get into character, I take a deep breath. The door clicks and creaks open. Haley, he exclaims. I compose myself and close the door behind me. He hurriedly walks toward me with a confused look. What are you doing here? Why are you here? I have an interview any minute now and you have a lot of questions. I cut him off. He pauses for a while. Come in, have a seat. Can I offer you anything? He asks while glancing at her watch. As I move closer to him, he opens his arms for a hug. I extend my right arm, correcting him. I don't hug my bosses, especially a potential employer. He looks so confused. I have an applicant arriving any minute now. Yes, shall we begin? I interrupt, and enthusiastically walk toward one of the chairs in front of the presidential table. It takes more than a minute for him to understand what's going on. Oh, I'm sorry, miss, he asks. Just call me Haley, I respond. I'm sorry, Haley. I have mistaken you for someone else very dear to me. He's finally getting into the character. He clears his throat. From what I see here, you have impressive credentials. Tell me, why did you apply for this position? I want a career change. I believe I can do well as an executive assistant since I did well in my previous job. I had a client who's just like you, I answered, teasing him. Oh, from what I see, you have a good chance to be hired, he replies. I raise my hand like a kindergartner in school. Can I ask a question? He drops my file and crosses his hands together on the table, signifying that he's all ears to my question. I lean forward, making sure that he has a view of my cleavage. What should I expect going into this job? He stares at my front for a moment before replying. Well, you do need to set up meetings and arrange them according to significance or urgency. What else? I tease him by exposing my breasts more. He gulps. Well, you will be with me most of the day during office hours or probably even after. We have a lot of things to work on, you know. I have a big company and there's a lot of work to be done. He answers without taking his eyes off my assets. Are you sure we will be together most of the time? I mean, from what I heard, you are rarely in the office because of some personal exploits. So your previous secretary was cutting you some slack and covering most of the work, I ask. No, that was the old me. I'm a changed person now. I'm very devoted to my business. I can guarantee that I will be with you, working on the business all the time, he replies. I smirk and lean back. Taking away the view from him, this encourages him to tease me back. You need to undergo some tests, you know, to determine if you are fit for the position you have applied for, he explains, putting a great deal of emphasis on the word position. Really? I ask, narrowing my eyes at him. Yes, he says in a serious tone. There will be a series of tests, easy, difficult, hard, and very hard, he utters seductively. I look at him and can't hold my character anymore. I start laughing hysterically, and so does he. I lean forward for a kiss, and he participates actively in it. I can feel his tongue inside me. We break away, and I gasp with delight. We stare at each other until I speak. I'm willing to start anew, whatever it takes. I want to be by your side for as long as you want. He smiles. You're hired, he replies and kisses me. We move from kissing across the presidential table to the small living room in his office. He sits on the couch, and I sit on top of him, and we kiss some more. His hands are all over me. I feel ecstatic having him feel me as he roams his hands all over my body. His warmth, his breath, and his smell, I miss them. I don't want this to be over. I want this to be my constant. I want him with me, always. God knows how much I longed for this, and now I finally have it. The end. Thank you so much for listening. If you enjoyed this production, please like and subscribe down below this video. That way I can bring you more free audiobooks like this.